Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Vigilantia Pretium Libertatis in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Fortune Favors the Bold. Fortes Fortuna Adi Uvat. Chicago, Illinois. AD. Calendas Octobres, 2766 AUC. The easiest way to get through teenage vigilantism was to do one thing. Tell your parents. Sasha and Connie had realized that when they had first begun their stint in heroism. Connie had a better reason to do it than she did. He actually had a superpower now, and that was pretty hard to explain to the family at any rate. Sasha had basically just avoided telling her parents that she sometimes fought crime with Connie until they figured it out, and her father ended up funding her crusade by investing in trick arrows for her. They didn't get that much attention, so it was mostly just something they did in their spare time with a small budget. Connie wore a neon green morph suit half the time, when he decided he didn't want to be stealthy. Sasha stuck with a sleeveless green hoodie that cut off at around her midriff, and under that she wore whatever shirt she had on that day. On the 1st of October, it was a black and white polka-dotted blouse. There is no way in any universe that an archer could beat a speedster, Connie was saying. Sasha had left her phone on speaker while she got dressed, tilting her chin up and studying her polka-dotted blouse pensively. Nowadays her first thoughts when picking out an outfit were, okay, but how upset will I be if I get blood on this? Usually that gave her a good reason to not dress up. Check it, Sash, you're powerless, and you're limited on ammo. I've got nothing holding me back. Sasha said thoughtfully, scooping up her thick brown hair in one fist. Nothing except your ego, anyway. Sasha. Connie cried from her phone. This is serious. Real, serious talk. I'm completely serious. Sasha grinned at her mirror, twirling her hair into a thick, messy bun. Loose strands drifted around her cheeks and twisted around her ears. Hawkeye could beat speed up. Wait, Connie said, with his voice drawn out into a soft whine, which Hawkeye are we talking about? Kate Bishop, Sasha said, rolling her eyes as she began tossing her things into her book bag. Math notebook, pencil case, lip gloss, taser, Spanish folder, jackknife kit, a package of gum, and a pair of sneakers. Duh. I mean, Clint Barton is a grown-ass man, so if I was talking about him, you'd go for Quicksilver instead of Speed, Connie sighed. I get it. Right. Sasha zipped up her bag, and tossed a strap over her shoulder. Didn't Kate Bishop and Speed have a thing? I dunno, Connie, Sasha said, scooping up her phone. You're the comic expert here. The only comic book I know extensively is Blue Beetle, Jamie Reyes's run, I mean, not the other guy. The poor other guy, she lamented dryly. It's weird that your favorite superhero isn't even a speedster. Blue Beetle is magic, Sasha, Connie said breathlessly, and she laughed very loudly as she started from her room. And also, you just don't get many Latino superheroes, especially not at the quality of Jamie Reyes. You can borrow some of my comics, you know. I'll pass, Sasha yawned. Reading makes me hungry. Everything makes you hungry. Well, Sasha laughed, passing by her father as she tried to get to the stove to retrieve a fistful of bacon. She turned toward the television as she began to munch eagerly, ducking her father's arm when he tried to pat her on the head. That's true. On the television, there was some weird shot of a pretty mangled street, like something straight out of an apocalypse movie. And then she read the caption beneath it. Connie, Sasha said. You watchin' the news? Nope, Connie said. I'm still in my pajamas. Why? Chicago's getting beaten to shit by a bunch of giant robots, Sasha said, chewing thoughtfully on a piece of bacon. She whirled around to face her father. Hey, Daddy. No crime fighting before school, her mother said suddenly from the table. Your name is not Daddy, Sasha said, not even bothering to glance at her mother, because there was no winning with her. Connie snickered from the phone receiver. Daddy, can Connie and I go to Chicago? You're kidding, her mother said flatly. Her father merely looked at her. Connie was quiet from the phone, and she could assume that he was already dressed and on his way. He had that much mastery over his super speed. I don't suppose it'd do any harm, her father said slowly, his mustache stretching as he frowned. Sasha, her mother said. She was glancing between her daughter and the television, her lined face growing slightly distraught. You'll miss school. And possibly get killed. Have you seen this girl shoot? Her father scoffed. She'll be fine. Yeah. Sasha chirped through a mouthful of bacon. I'll be fine. School, Sasha, her mother sighed. It's not like it's going anywhere. Sasha cried, exasperated and irritated. Her mother was more or less okay with Sasha being a hero called Free Shooter, actually, which was really cool, and she enjoyed it. But sometimes her mother just got really weird about it. Refrain from yelling at your mother, her father warned. Sasha slumped in defeat, and nodded glumly. She popped her last piece of bacon between her teeth, wiping her fingers off on her jeans and unzipping her backpack. She was pretty much used to all this hero nonsense by now. She lived and breathed it, but her parents were a little reluctant to allow her to run around all across the country, fighting crime and risking her life. They allowed her a lot of freedom, though, which was a little astonishing all things considering, but they were pretty clear that this couldn't rule her life. She was pulling her green, hooded cut off when Connie appeared very suddenly in her kitchen with nothing but a gust of wind as a forewarning. Sasha swallowed her bacon and kicked off her flats, swapping them for the pair of sneakers she'd stashed in her backpack, while Connie greeted her parents enthusiastically. By this point, no one was surprised with Connie's super speed. In fact, it could get kinda annoying. He never knocked anymore. He just showed up in a burst of speed, energy, and wind pulsating around him, and Sasha felt the need to smack him every time. So, Connie said, wearing a gaudy green morph suit, the kind that would cause him to be invisible in front of a green screen. His face was visible, though, and the head portion of the suit was gathered around his neck. He was also wearing a pair of black mesh shorts and sneakers over the skin-tight material. Chicago. Giant robots. How game are you, Sash, because I'm up to whoopin' yer. Oh shut up, Connie, she said, catching her quiver as her father tossed it to her over the table. It was hanging near the back door, and her compactable bow was attached to it. Just worry about whether or not you're strong enough to carry me all the way there. Please, Connie scoffed. I can get us both there and back in an hour, easy. You willing to put money on that, boy? Sasha's father asked, his lips quirking into a smile. Sasha giggled at the look that crossed Connie's face. She knew he'd learned by now to never gamble with her father, so this was pretty priceless. No, sir, Connie squeaked. Sasha shoved her pack with all their emergency supplies, first aid, water, snacks at him, and she strapped her holster to her waist. She couldn't imagine not having a contingency plan in case she ran out of arrows. It never happened, but she kept at least 2 or 3 additional guns on her, and an assortment of knives hidden in various places upon her person. Come on, Connie whined, bouncing so fast that he was basically vibrating in place, his tiny body a vague outline in against the wooden paneling of her kitchen. You're so slow. Sasha hummed. Not true, but okay. She tossed up her hood, and spun away from Connie, swooping down to kiss her father on the cheek. Bye, Daddy. Be careful, her mother said. And though I do not condone this whatsoever, I'd appreciate it if you were home for dinner. Yeah. Sasha waved at her offhandedly, and she hopped onto Connie's back. Duh. They had been fighting crime on and off for about, 4 years? Something like that. They had nothing better to do, and the thing was that they were kinda extraordinary. In their own dumb, oddball way. So they fought crime when they could, when they had the opportunity, or maybe they just sought it out to get a kick. They felt responsible for everything while living lives that allowed them to wash their hands of all responsibility. There were no repercussions to being a superhero. Only fun. It took Connie a little over an hour to get to Chicago, but Sasha excused that because he had to carry her as well as some heavy equipment. She was totally used to the whole super speed thing after 5 years, though it was a little bit asphyxiating, and blinding, and nauseating, and Connie had to pull over like twice to allow Sasha to throw up, but yeah, whatever, she was totally used to it. Totally. Holy fuck, Connie blurted, dropping her on her ass in the midst of a busted, blazing Chicago street. There was an overturned car wheezing with breathless, hazy gasps as it was engulfed in flames. Did you know it was this bad? I saw this on TV for like a minute, frick. Sasha and Connie had come up with monikers one dull Saturday night after marathoning some old Justice League Unlimited episodes, and while she'd gotten free shooter, Connie had come up with friction. He was totally a dork about it, too, and she'd forbidden him from coining the catchphrase, "What the frick?" Yeah, well, I ran halfway across the country on an empty stomach, so can I have some refuel? Connie reached into the pack slung over his shoulder, and retrieved a chocolate bar. Sasha stared at it, and she felt a shudder of nausea as a side effect of latching onto Connie as he ran at the speed of sound. She was pretty sure science had just dropped the ball when it came to Connie, because she had no idea how she survived these crazy trips. Anyway, Connie said through a mouthful of chocolate, I figure we could split the robots, maybe, since you've got all the explosives, and I've got all the speed. You got any self-detonating shit on you, by any chance? I've got a grenade, Sasha said, snatching the piece of chocolate he offered out greedily. But she's a special gal, and I don't think I can part with her. Not even for giant robots? Connie asked, his voice rising in absolute disbelief. She's special. You're crazy, Connie said, rolling his eyes as he scratched the stubble on his scalp. "'Kay, fine, just use your arrows. Get up on top of a real tall building, and I'll distract 'em all, and then give you a signal to shoot." "Sounds good," Sasha said, yanking her compactable bow and shaking it until it unfolded in her hand, springing into its delicately, lethally curved shape. "Don't get squished, Constantino. Shove an arrow up your vagina, Sash," Connie snapped at her as she strolled with a certain degree of whimsy down the cracked, crumbling, candle wax streets, which melted and froze with every little skip and laugh and vulgarity that sprung from her at that moment. Connie never used to be so sensitive about his name, but she had to suppose he just got sick of her making fun of him for it. Anyways, she found a good, sturdy fire escape, and she climbed onto it with little effort. She'd been doing this for years. Sasha was a pro, okay, she could jump fire escapes in her sleep if she had to. She listened to the sound of her sneakers as they collided with the rusted, dented metal, and smoke filled her mouth as she rose above the city's skyline, looking out into the fire and destruction that plagued Chicago's cityscape. She had to check to make sure her gear was all on right, and as she did, sitting down on the ledge of the building she'd just climbed, she heard someone clear his throat. She blinked for a moment, and looked up. There were two guys standing right there, right in front of her, wearing Kevlar and elbow pads, and Sasha just stared at them for a moment before bursting into laughter. Oh, vigilantism was so amazing. No way. She gasped, throwing her head back and cackling. Are you okay? Asked one of the boys carefully. He was holding a baseball bat with the type of support an old man would put on a cane. Yeah, she laughed, wiping her eyes, and whistling brightly. Wow, I'm fine, I just can't believe. She knew there were other superheroes in the world, but dumb vigilantes like her? They didn't pop up very often. Is that a fucking bow? The other boy asked, sounding alarmed, and incredibly curious. Like, Katniss Everdeen level shit. I'm way better than Katniss, Sasha declared, blowing a piece of hair from her eyes. But yeah, basically. What are you two doing up here? She marched toward them, and eyed their belts, looking for loose candy bars that might happen to poke out of pockets. Connie had taken the pack with all the food in it, the piece of shit. Got any food? No, said the scrawny, condescending one, taking a step back from her in mild irritation. We don't. Who the fuck are you? Free shooter, Sasha chirped. Who the fuck are you? The boy eyed her distrustfully, his shoulders squaring as the boy with the bat responded for him with a gentle smile. He, like Sasha, had his eyes bare with only a hood to shadow them. He had a warm face, freckles dancing in the brilliant morning sunlight, and his eyes reflecting all the sunlight with some strange, hopeful glimmer. This is Ricochet, said the boy. And I'm San. You can call me San. Cool, Sasha said. At that point, distant shouts were drifting from the street below, smoke and dust coughing up from the poor, pulverized road as a giant robot came sailing through the air and attaching itself to the tall glass building right across from the one Sasha, Ricochet, and San were standing on. It tilted its massive, demonic metal head toward them, and Sasha blinked rapidly as its gleaming eyes adjusted to lock on her. Big, and black, and glowing with embers that were flickering and fluttering rapidly around its gleaming face. Sasha took a step back in shock, her stomach lurching with fear. It was looking at her with the kind of intelligence of a wolf in a trap, the same pleading gaze of a dying, whining animal ready to snap and gnaw at anything and everything in order to get free or die trying. You Sasha stammered, taking another step back. The robot opened its giant maw, and fire poured from its razor blade teeth, gapped and knife-like, protruding from expertly formed steel lips. That robot is looking right at me, guys. No, said a tiny, vacant voice that drifted up from right beside Sasha. Sasha looked down, and squeaked in surprise when she saw that there was a girl standing right behind her, small and skinny and blonde, her round face lifted to stare at the monstrosity that clung to the slowly crumbling skyscraper just across the road. She's looking at me? What? Sasha said flatly. Where did you come from? She was here the whole time, San said softly. Sasha could not tear her eyes away from the robot, so she just nodded in disbelief. Okay, fine, she said. Why is the robot looking at you, then? The tiny girl, who was wearing a dark cloak that covered the entirety of her skinny frame, looked away nervously. Oh, I don't. I just know. I can tell she's looking at me, and I think she's alive. That robot. Sasha uttered feebly. Alive. It's such a weak aura, the tiny girl murmured, closing her eyes and shaking her head furiously. Her blonde hair shuddered around her rosy cheeks, and her lips trembled a little. I don't know how to explain it properly. There is definitely life somewhere in there, but it's not, right? It's human, but it's human. Sasha choked. The girl looked up at Sasha sharply, and she quickly laughed, throwing up her hands in a strange form of defeat. Oh, said the girl, I don't know, really, don't listen to me. Sasha stood, stunned for a moment, but there was no time to dwell on the strange girl's words. The world seemed to be coming to an end all around them, crashing apart as the robot was attacked by a girl who came flying through the air as though someone had tossed her, her body curling as she kicked off the leg of the beastly robot, and tore at it with her bare hands. Sasha could hear the metal bend against her fingers, the soft screech of steel echoing across the cacophony of terror all around them. Whoa, Sasha murmured. She recognized the girl by her mask, which was something out of Buddhism that Sasha didn't really know. She knew that Chicago had its own heroes, and she was awed to see one up close, see the girl work at scaling the twitching, flailing, screeching beast that clicked and snarled, fire brimming from its steely lips as the girl tore a gap out of its kicking leg. Whoa, agreed Ricochet, staring at the girl with his mouth parted in awe. The robot began to wail, and it shook the girl off with a burst of fury. The girl went flying through the air, her body curling expertly, and Sasha cried out as she came rolling onto their roof without a hint of pain, without faltering, without even thinking, and she jumped to her feet. She was wearing a plaid uniform skirt, which was now slightly singed. There was smoke billowing from its darkened hem as she patted it out. That, Sasha said as the girl glanced at her through the heavy brow of her mask, was amazing. The girl eyed her without a word, and then she spun around, the billowing fabric of her singed skirt catching in the wind. Her short, choppy black hair was twisting about her head, wayward and curling across the ebony and ivory of her intricately carved mask. And she dusted off her knuckles as she tucked her legs, her body curling with the anticipation of a mighty and impossible jump. Wait! Ricochet cried. The girl froze. Her muscles were suddenly locked, and Sasha knew from her rigidness that she could never push off the ledge of the building now, not with her body so tight and stanch and suddenly enraged. She whirled to face Ricochet with her eyes flashing with the light of the sun and the light of the fire that had half consumed the road below. Ricochet seemed to backtrack at the sight of her. Hey. She said nothing. She simply stared. Aren't you Neo? The little blonde girl asked suddenly, awed and excited. Neo? Right, that was the girl's moniker, right? The girl nodded slowly, her mask bobbing against the smoke and the dust. Sasha glanced down the road, and spotted a giant naked man. Hey, she thought. Wait, isn't that Rogue? She couldn't believe it. All these heroes in one place. It was so weird, because she'd never really entertained the thought of actually meeting other heroes before. It had always been just her and Connie. Neo, San said softly. Neo turned to him, and Sasha could sense pain in her eyes as they flickered between both boys. Hey. You know who we are, right? Dude, Ricochet hissed. Listen, it's no use hiding that we know, San sighed, shaking his head as he rested his bat against his shoulder. He lifted his head up, and he smiled at Neo. Welcome back. Neo stiffened, and she took a step back, her shiny black shoes scuffing against the ash-caked rooftop. What are you doing? She asked, finally speaking. Her voice was clipped and emotionless. Same as you, Ricochet said. He stood awkwardly, his head turned away so he didn't have to look at Neo directly. You inspired us. I told you, the girl said, her voice going very dark. I told you what I thought of vigilantism. I told you it was stupid, and you still did it. You're both idiots. You didn't actually mean any of that, Ricochet said slowly, his goggled eyes flickering to Neo's face, did you? I meant every word, she said icily. But you, Ricochet sounded absolutely horrified, and San pressed a hand to his shoulder. As the freckled boy shook his head, Neo spun around. I meant it, said Neo, I meant every word, because I don't think I'm doing any good. I'm not a hero. I'm strong. That's all I am, but it's just enough to keep me alive while I waste my life away being something that doesn't exist. She jumped up onto the raised edge of the building, and she raised her head high. There are no heroes in this world. She dove then, and the blonde girl beside Sasha gave a little shriek of objection, and Ricochet cried something against the wind, but the girl was gone. Sasha ran to the ledge and peered down, but Neo had not ended up a red, mangled splotch on the side of the road. She was running down the street, meeting up with a blonde guy and pointing toward the fire robot. Holy shit, Sasha breathed. That girl's got issues. Is she? Yeah, she's fine, Sasha said, whirling to face Ricochet and San. Ricochet looked ready to puke, while San was looking ready to faint. And the blonde girl was blinking between all of them, looking awkward and uncertain and out of place. Anyone got any idea what's going on besides the wacky humans are robots thing? The blonde girl shrunk back, and Ricochet merely shrugged. San stood there. And Sasha sighed, because these people were clearly useless. Okay, Sasha sighed. Whatever. I'll figure it out. She glanced back down at the road, and saw Rogue standing not too far below, just a building or so away. He was boxing another robot. That is the coolest thing I have ever seen, Sasha thought as Rogue went through a wall of glass, taking out a massive chunk of the building right beside the one Sasha was standing on. They have a weak spot, said the little blonde girl suddenly. Sasha glanced at her. She was standing with her hands gathering a fistful of her dark cloak, wrapping it tighter around herself. The back of their necks. If you hit them there, I think they'll shut down. Whoa, wait, Sasha said, blinking down at the girl. Really? Yes, the girl said. I can tell that, at the very least. You're awesome, Sasha gasped, nearly grabbing the tiny girl to hug her. But Sasha had her bow in hand, and they were standing very close to the ledge of a very tall skyscraper. The girl smiled. I'm Viti, she said, her voice shaky. It's not my name, but, oh. The girl grabbed Sasha by the arm, and pointed below. A robot had gotten hold of a boy, a tiny-looking thing with a white cloak, and Sasha could see its metal fingers close tighter and tighter. Oh my gosh, can you do something? Yeah, Sasha said, yanking an arrow from her quiver. Not a problem. Sasha notched her arrow and brought the string taut, angling just right so it'd clip the fingers of the robot clutching the boy in white. She could see its fingers beginning to frost over, and the boy began to squirm. Sasha exhaled sharply, and she released the arrow, grinning with satisfaction as she hit the target with ease. Upon the arrow's impact, the boy was dropped, and Sasha listened with her expression slipping as he screamed. Viti screamed beside her, clapping her hands over her mouth. Hey, Sasha gasped, halting the girl from moving any closer to the ledge. "Don't worry. My boy's got this." Connie was already skidding through the streets, maneuvering through the cracks and the robots and the overturned cars, a streak of neon green in a smoky, grayscale world. And he caught the falling boy with great ease. Sasha grinned, and she began to follow the path she knew he'd take before his blur of a body pivoted. She tugged a grappling arrow from her quiver and notched it. "Hey, fellas," Sasha said, never looking at the duo. "Let's have some fun." She released the arrow, and it colliding with the building beside them, a long cable connecting Sasha to the shattered, vaguely unstable structure. And she let herself swing from it, shrieking in delight as she was met with open air, her feet kicking wildly against the wind. She landed on the shoulder of Rogue, her feet slipping momentarily as she buckled, and she caught onto his twisted brown hair. He glanced at her, and she could almost see him frowning. She poked his cheek gently with her bow. "Holy crap!" she cried, standing a little wobbly on her feet. "You're Rogue." The monster boy grunted in reply. She could feel that grunt through her feet, vibrating through her knees and up into her chest and rattling her entire body. She cried out in alarm as he plucked her up by her hood. "Hey!" Sasha cried. "No, no. Put me down. I can help." He grunted again, this time louder, with irritation rattling through the miasma cloaking the morning air. The robot he'd been fighting was watching with vague interest, and it was creeping Sasha out. She dangled in midair, her feet kicking wildly at nothing, and she cursed very loudly as Rogue set her down on the sidewalk beside Connie. He was laughing at her, his head flung back. And the boy in white was simply standing beside him, looking a little shell-shocked and dazed. "What a nasty piece of work," Sasha muttered as the giant man went at the giant robot again. And Connie just laughed. They ducked as a shower of glass came raining from the sky where the robot in Rogue collided with another building, and Sasha and Connie both shielded the boy in white, much to his alarm. His glasses were askew as they dragged him into an alleyway by his arms, glancing back at the giants that were causing so much destruction to downtown Chicago. "Are you okay, buddy?" Sasha asked the blonde boy. He blinked at her with faintly glistening eyes, and he nodded mutely. His face was rather sallow, and his eyes were sunken in his skull, and he suddenly looked very skeletal and frail, like a child who was underfed and neglected. His blonde hair was bobbing in a tiny ponytail at the nape of his neck as he tore away from them, struggling to stay on his feet. He said, his voice trembling. He was shaking terribly, and he squeezed his eyes shut, swaying back and forth, his quaking fingers pressing to his sweaty forehead. Fine. Go on and puke," Sasha said gently. "I always do when friction runs with me." The boy shook his head, taking a tiny step forward, his boots scraping against pebbles and cracks in the pavement. "No," he murmured, still holding and shaking his head. "No, He dropped to his knees, and Sasha stared as his hands clapped against the shattered street, and he heaved and coughed, his back arching and bile spewing from his lips. He shook and gasped, expelling whatever was in his stomach, and Connie grimaced beside Sasha, his gaze averting as Sasha contemplated comforting the poor boy. "Is he okay?" Sasha whirled around, and saw Vidi standing in the entrance of the alleyway, her watery blue eyes flashing between Connie and Sasha and the boy vomiting into the busted asphalt. San was standing behind her, eyeing them with a worried frown. Vidi came running up beside Sasha, her cloak fluttering back from her shoulders, and Sasha wanted to laugh as she noticed that the girl was wearing a pair of very baggy jeans that were cuffed and rolled so many times that they barely retained their original shape. She was also wearing a very long t-shirt that had been rolled a few times at the sleeves, and the bright, bulky letters that ran boldly across its front read, "Take a hit." "He'll be fine," Sasha said, tugging her hood back over her head. It wilted miserably around her scraggly hair, and she blew her bangs from her eyes. "It's just the speed that got to him. Co-friction doesn't really know how to not jostle around precious cargo when he runs." Vidi bent down beside the softly heaving boy, and she rested her hand his back. He flinched away from her, falling backwards onto his elbows, and Sasha saw, alarmed, that there were tear tracks glistening on his cheeks. The run with Connie was certainly nauseating, but Sasha had never cried before. The boy looked absolutely traumatized, his lips wet and his expression pained and his eyes unfocused. Viti knelt on the ground, her dark cloak pooling around her, and Sasha saw that her expression looked pained too. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I can't help you, I'm so sorry." "What do you mean?" San asked, walking toward them with his bat slung across his shoulders. "You can alleviate pain, right? Cure sickness." His hood had fallen away, likely in the jump between the roof and the ground, and Sasha saw his dark hair was a mess around his warm, freckled face. And he looked incredibly concerned, his lips pressed together thinly as he stared at the blonde boy struggling on the ground. "I can," Viti said, shaking her head furiously. "I mean, I usually can. But he's got nothing, no life, no aura, not even a trace, and I can't help him if he's not Al." She paused, and looked down at the boy, who stared at her with horror dawning on his face. Sasha blinked rapidly. "Alive," Viti was going to say. She couldn't help the boy if he wasn't alive. "There must be something messing with my ability." "What's your name?" the blonde boy asked, his voice suddenly very clear. He sat up straight, his hollow gaze becoming focused. "Viti," she said, edging a little closer to him. She picked up the hem of her cloak, and wiped at the corner of his lips. At first, he recoiled from her touch, his body curling in disgust. And Viti winced as well, pulling back and glancing around desperately, as if one of them could help her. But Sasha was suddenly very aware of how strange this boy in white was, and she frowned at Connie. He didn't seem to notice. The blonde boy looked up at Viti, his eyes growing wide. "Wait," he said breathlessly. He reached out and snatched Viti's wrist, pulling her hand to his cheek until her knuckles grazed his skin. His eyes flashed with alarm, and he choked on an incredulous laugh. Holy shit. Viti pulled back, looking a little uncertain. "We should get you to a doctor. Someone who can actually help you, unlike me." "No," the blonde boy said. "You helped. A lot. Thank you so much." He pushed himself to his feet, still pressing Viti's hand to his cheek. "Seriously, thanks." "I didn't do anything," Viti said weakly. "I can't." He shook his head, and dropped her hand. "That's exactly why you helped," he said, looking at her with large, excited eyes. "So who are you?" Connie asked suddenly. He was clearly growing impatient, bouncing idly on his feet. Except he was vibrating in place. "Typical." Cicero," the boy said, blinking around as he wiped at his eyes furiously. "Who are you two?" He looked pointedly at Sasha and Connie. "Free shooter," Sasha piped up. "And he's Friction. We're kinda a team. Right?" Cicero nodded. "Cicero," Connie said suddenly, his eyes widening. "Whoa. Wait. You're the telepath that made that guy shoot himself." Cicero stood frozen for a moment, and he blinked at Connie with his glasses slipping down tear-slickened nose. The tiny boy did not speak, but his horror was written across his face. And Sasha elbowed Connie very hard in the ribs, stunned by how insensitive he could be without really meaning to. San cleared his throat, pushing himself further into the alley until he was at the very center of the four of them. "You're a mind reader, right?" San asked, looking at Cicero with his expression cautious and concerned, his lips pressed together thinly. Cicero nodded slowly, staring at San with a furrowing brow. "I'm sorry, then. It must be hard to think straight with all of us cluttering your mind at once." "No," Cicero said. He shook his head fast, his glasses slipping against his nose. "No, actually it's weird, but I can barely catch a signal from any of you well, except for Connie." "What?" Connie blurted. "Dude, how do you know my—" "Sorry," Cicero gasped, biting his lip nervously. "I'm really sorry, your mind is just really loud." Sasha snorted. "Just his mind?" she asked, laughing very hard when he shoved her. Cicero smiled mildly. "Your frequency is almost non-existent compared to his," he said. "But it's still there, at least." He waved at San and Viti, who stood confusedly beside each other. "San's hard to hear, and Viti's mind isn't reachable to me. Which is why I was so surprised when you touched me, by the way, because, usually, when I touch someone, their mind overwhelms me, and mine overwhelms theirs too. It's terrible, but, with you, nothing happened. He looked so utterly relieved that Sasha thought he was going to begin to cry. Oh, Vidi said softly. Oh, wow. Cicero stared at her, and then he turned away. And, he said softly, by the way, Connie, yeah. I was the one who made that guy shoot himself. He said it very casually now, but Sasha could sense that he was very uncomfortable with the fact. I had no idea that he'd do it, but it doesn't make me any less responsible. Oh, Connie said, his voice heightening a little in pitch. Oh. Sorry I asked, I mean. It's fine. No it's not, Sasha thought as Cicero turned to San. He threw a glance at her, but said nothing. Oh shit, did he hear that? I don't know if any of us will be much help out there, we're mostly just in the way, honestly. But if we get a higher view. San smiled gently. I understand, he said. Sasha was not happy that she had to scale another fire escape. Truthfully, this day was getting more and more bewildering, and the confusion was universal. Upon questioning, Cicero knew nothing more than them other than the confirmation of Vidi's previous enigmatic statement. The robots were sentient. They were alive. And, perhaps, they were human. Or at least, Cicero said, that's how it appears. But how is that possible? Sasha asked, watching as a blonde girl Lionheart, Cicero informed them, caught one of the robots by its ear, and froze its entire neck. Sasha watched gleefully as the metal surround its massive metal nape froze, the plating shuddering and screeching as the wires coiling beneath the shifting metal was encased in ice. I don't know, Cicero said with a sigh, as San jumped up on the ledge. Ricochet was somewhere below, but San admitted that he wasn't too concerned, because Ricochet had good luck. Hey, can you shoot an arrow at that GFR over there? San pointed at Lionheart's catch, which was alarmingly unperturbed by the ice licking up its jawline. Lionheart was looking rather irritated, clinging to the robot with various icicles appearing and dispersing all across the plated face of the beast. I've got an idea. Sure, Sasha said, yanking out a grappling arrow from her quiver. She notched it, and squinted for a moment before taking aim, and drawing her string back. She released the arrow, and smiled in satisfaction as it sailed through the air, and hit its target dead on. A cable extended from Sasha to the shoulder of the GFR Lionheart was attempting to take down, and she plucked it to make sure it was sturdy. There you go. Don't fall, or anything, K. I'll be fine, San said, tossing his baseball bat over the cable. Sasha realized he intended to use her cable as a zip line. I take gymnastics. He kicked off the ledge, and Sasha buckled a little as his weight pulled the cable taut, and nearly sent her stumbling into the chasm between buildings. Sasha watched as he managed to flip right off the cable, and steady himself easily on the gleaming metal shoulder of the GFR. Amazing. Sasha could do that. Totally. Okay. Cicero said slowly. Anyway, like I was saying, I don't know exactly how it's possible that the robots are sentient, it's weird, but I can tell by the way they move. And act. The way their eyes are. Sasha wanted to call bullshit. She wanted to tell Cicero that there was no way the robots could be alive, but Sasha knew that there were a lot of things in the world that she'd never be able to understand. Connie had once told her what had happened to him that had triggered his super speed. He told her about the nurse named Ilse who had injected something into his foredrip, and he told her about his legitimate Jesus Christ experience in which he died and resurrected in such a glorious fashion that he was cured of being paraplegic. So she couldn't be surprised by much anymore, really she was a fucking superhero. She could shoot better than half Olympic gold medalists. She was the Legolas of the modern world, with all the dumb fancy shit he pulls in the movies. And there was weirder shit out there than giant sentient robots. So, Sasha said, the problem now isn't really how, exactly, but why. Cicero nodded vacantly, his large blue eyes surveying the destruction around them. Smoke and dust billowed from the destruction below, and firelight reflected off the hazy lenses of his glasses. Exactly, he said softly. Vidi stood beside him, tugging the dark cloak further around her skinny frame. Who, she whispered. Who as well? Who would want to cause this much chaos? Cicero said. He raised his chin high, and his head bent backwards toward the sky. Sasha noticed San working with Lionheart to take down a robot, his wooden baseball bat splintering as he stabbed it into the fracturing nape of the monster's neck. Sasha's eyes widened, and she felt the cable that was still firmly attached to her yank her forward. She severed it on pure instinct, stumbling backwards from the edge of the roof as the robot went crumpling to the ground like a massive marionette whose invisible tethers had been unbound. Sasha tore another grappling arrow from her quiver, notching it and taking aim fast. She drew the bowstring back, her teeth gritting as she struggled to find a target that was not moving, and she released hastily, her sneakers squeaking against the battered rooftop as she let the arrow tug her from the ledge and fling her into the air. Cicero cried out to her, but she did not hear him, because the wind was screaming at her and laughing at her, telling her she was just a foolish little girl, and she decided, fuck the wind, because she didn't need it to be able to do her job. She caught San as he stumbled from the collapsing robot, her fingernails digging into the thick, padded fabric of his Kevlar vest, and they both screamed in absolute terror as the cable holding them shuddered, and they went skidding across the busted, torn-up road. Sasha's bare arms tore against the cracked, porous asphalt. She lay on her stomach for a moment, stunned and blinded by the dust that had been kicked up upon her and San's descent. She coughed, blinking away tears, and she cried out in shock as San tackled her, pinning her to the street as he shielded her body with his own. She felt his arms fall over her head, and the earth rattled with the tremor of a giant body crashing and crushing and cracking its surface. San helped her to sit upright as she continued to cough into her bloody hands, blinking into the thick, hot dust and smoke that had consumed them in mere moments. It occurred to Sasha that this was pretty weird, how she and this random dude were just protecting each other even though they'd only just met 20 minutes ago? But Sasha didn't care much at that point, and clearly San didn't either. He held her arms gingerly as he shouted above the din, "Can you stand?" Sasha pushed herself to her feet, and she gave a strained, raspy laugh. "I guess so." They pulled each other out of the cloud of dust that plagued the entirety of that torn-up road, coughing and teary-eyed as they blindly collapsed at an abandoned corner, heaving clean, chilly air. San glanced down at her, all freckled in ashes and a toothy white grin, and he laughed. "Thanks," he said, his voice very coarse from inhaling ash and dust. His hair had gone gray with particles gone adrift. "You're a really good shot, you know that." "I told you," she said. She was laughing and coughing, ignoring the terrible burning sensation that stole her biceps. She was still clutching her bow, somehow, and her knuckles had turned white from holding it so tightly. Tears were streaking hotly against her cheeks, and she wondered if there was a camera somewhere picking up her every move, and showing her parents just how dangerous vigilantism truly was. "People like us, we've gotta be the best at what we're good at if we're gonna be heroes, right?" San stared at her for a moment, and he nodded. He then offered to wrap up her arms, because he had gauze, and she asked him if he had anything to eat instead. He just laughed, and took that as a positive reply, because he ended up bandaging her pretty damn well. "So you're from Oregon?" Marco asked. His name was Marco. He told her that while he told her not to look as he wiped the pebbles out from her skinned upper arms. "My mom's there right now." "Oh, really?" Sasha was drumming on her knee impatiently, listening to the sounds of shouts and crashing from the street right beside them. Connie went skidding past, and he paused to look at her. She shot him a thumbs up, and he shrugged and kept going on with wherever he was headed. "It's nothing special." "Oh, don't say that," Marco said. "Everyone says that about where they're from, but it's such a terrible lie, don't you think?" Sasha sat, her back pressed against some scummy building wall, her arms bleeding profusely from botching up a grappling job, and she blinked confusedly. Was she lying? It hadn't even occurred to her. Did she really hate Oregon, or was she just saying that because she was sick of the same trees and grass and fissures in the sidewalks that she saw every day of her life? "Well, okay," Sasha said, glancing at his dirt-caked face. His eyes were glowing with warmth, and his skin seemed to glow just as warmly beneath all the soot and grime. "Don't you hate Chicago, though?" "Well, maybe sometimes," Marco said quietly, glancing out into the street. Lionheart was coming toward them, looking a little agitated. But I'm not actually from Chicago. Where are you from? Sasha asked curiously as he pinned her bandages into place. He smiled brightly. Oh, way up east, he said with a shaky laugh. I moved here 3 years ago, but the East Coast is always gonna be my home. Trust me, when you move away from Oregon, you'll miss it. You'll wish you didn't take your time there for granted. Nah, Sasha said. She stood up, and dusted herself off. When I leave home, I'm not gonna look back. There's no real use in it, you know. I've never been nostalgic, so I can't imagine missing what I never cared for. She examined her bowstring, and frowned. If this is busted, I'm gonna scream. Hi, Annie, Marco said. The tiny blonde girl glanced between him and Sasha, and then she shoved her hands into the pocket of her torn, blood-stained gray hoodie. You okay from the fall? Fine, she said. Her voice was much higher than Sasha had expected it to be, the kind of dull, but sweet sound that came out of a cell phone when asking for directions. Ricochet almost split his head open a few minutes ago. You should control that. Marco gave a short, lofty sigh. I would if I could, he said, his voice lingering in a soft whine. He's so high maintenance, I can't even leave him alone for 15 minutes. Annie shrugged. Marco smiled at her warmly, and nodded. Thanks, he said, jogging into the road. See you later, Sasha. It's free shooter to you, mister. Sasha cried. She stood awkwardly for a moment, meeting Annie's eye. She merely stared blankly back. Hi. Annie continued to stare at Sasha, her eyes flicking for a moment as if assessing her height and build. She then turned away. Armin wants you over by Mikasa. What? Sasha asked weakly. Who? Annie exhaled sharply. Cicero and Neo, she corrected herself. Oh. Sasha recalled Neo from the rooftop, her intricately carved mask glinting dangerously in the mid-morning sunlight. Sasha took a step out into the dusty road, wiping her eyes on her reddening bandage. Okay, I'll. A mighty crash swept both Sasha and Annie off their feet, and they collided for a moment, landing on the sidewalk in a tangle of limbs. Annie's skin was bitterly cold, and Sasha shrieked as she was shoved off the tiny girl's lap. Annie's blackened fingers had brushed Sasha's knuckles, and Sasha saw little frames of frost crawling across the white glow of her bones protruding through her skin. Sasha choked as the smoke cleared around them. Another robot had crumpled to the ground, twitching feebly as metal screamed and hissed, caving in on itself as a winged man kicked off the spitting, creaking pile of steel, and left a massive dent in the robot and the road. He spared them a glance, and his eyes narrowed a little as his stained glass wings shimmered in the flickering rays of sunshine soaking through smog. Holy crap! That's two, Annie said, pushing herself to her feet. Her clothes were utterly shredded. Cicero says they're sentient. Sasha said softly. What if that's true? Aren't we killing them, then? Annie stared ahead of her at the pile of steaming metal, and the armored robot coughed a bit of smoke in its last breath. Freiheit hovered for a moment, watching them, before another winged hero came swooping down, shrieking in delight. Their wings were metal-plated, sleek and steely in comparison to the glassy color of Freiheit's. Sasha was pretty damn sure by the goggles and the crazed grin that this was Polymath. This is amazing. Polymath cried, their wings retracting as they landed beside the steaming, hissing robot corpses. I designed something just like this when I was going for my master's, but far less advanced. Hey, Freiheit, can you? No, said Freiheit. His body curled momentarily against a current of wind, and then he shot upward, his glittering wings folding and clinking as though truly glass, and truly defying all sense of gravity. Yeesh, Polymath laughed, pushing their hair from their face. They glanced at Sasha and Annie, and they waved excitedly. Hey, there. You guys wanna help me analyze? No, said Annie, strolling past Polymath. Whoa there, Missy, Polymath said, sounding a little awkward. You're in big trouble, you know. Take it up with Neo, Annie said. It was her idea. Hey. Polymath shouted after the blonde girl. Don't throw your siblings under the bus. Annie tossed up her arms into a careless shrug. They're not my siblings. She walked away without another word, joining up with a very tall boy. Polymath didn't seem to care what Annie had said, though, because they'd reached out to touch the twisted remains of one of the robots, and recoiled with a shrill cry. Hot! They gasped, shaking their hands out into the air. Wow, that needs a caution sign. They paused, and tilted their head upward as the road began to tremble. Rogue had crouched down beside them both, his massive finger brushing against Polymath's head. He rubbed their hair very gently, and they broke into a fit of giggles, clapping their palm against Rogue's bulky knuckle. Oh, I'm fine, you big dummy. What about you? Feeling weak yet? Rogue moaned, his skinless mouth parting. And Polymath merely laughed, patting his hand gently. I'll cut you out, K. Rogue let out another moan, and he shook his head furiously. Polymath scowled up at him. Excuse me, they said, but that's enough crime fighting for today, don't you think? Rogue shook his head, a mighty grumble leaving his awkwardly shaped mouth, and it sounded like a whine. Polymath sighed, and threw their arm out toward the end of the road. Look, there's nothing left for you to fight. Polymath shook their head. Unless you want to carry these things for me, they paused, and scowled as the giant man collapsed into the street, skin beginning to decompose fast in a burst of steam. And then they smirked. Sucker. Sasha said. Is he okay? Probably, Polymath said, pulling out a device from one of their many pouches. Their entire outfit seemed to be made of little utility belts, and it was a little uncanny. Can you go check on him for me, though? If he's still stuck inside Rogue's neck, that'll be a problem. Okay. Sasha said, drifting slowly toward the giant steaming mass of decomposing flesh. All her instincts were telling her to book it the fuck out of there. She coughed a little as she fought through the heat, her eyes burning as she stumbled over a deteriorating shoulder bone, and found herself colliding right into a tiny blonde boy. Sasha! Armin cried, his arms locked around the shoulders of a very naked boy. Sasha squinted through the steam, and she fought down her own laughter. The boy's arms were consumed by red pulsating veins that attached themselves to the naked boy's very pores. It was like Rogue's decaying body was trying to devour the poor boy, and no matter what Armin did, the boy stayed rooted in the pile of steaming nerves that was the nape of Rogue's neck. He's still awake, and I can't pull him out of here, can you? Sasha bent down, her sneakers crushing massive bones and sinking into squishy, melting flesh, and she grabbed the boy around his torso. He tilted his head back, and Sasha saw that there were veins attached to the skin beneath his eyes, strings of pink, twisted nerves protruding from his skin. Perhaps it had simply grown there, festered like a weed and extended until an entire body formed around the glossy, thundering system of interworking veins. Is he okay? Sasha choked on steam, the boy's head lolling onto her shoulder. I don't know, Armin said. He looked frantic, and she could not see his eyes because the lenses of his glasses had gone foggy. I don't, he's being absorbed by his power, and I can't. Armin let go of Aaron with a strangled shout of frustration. His knees collided with the mush that once was Rogue's scalp. Sasha felt the nerves embedded in the boy as they tugged at him. She could practically feel them beckoning him to melt into some rotting, melting corpse, and she gritted her teeth as she dug her nails into the boy's chest and yanked at him until she felt the veins and the muscles give a little. Wait, Armin said, you're getting him. Keep pulling, okay. It's kinda hard to, she hissed, adjusting her grip on the boy's body. She was thankful for her upper body strength at that moment, because as she gained a better position, her footing stabilizing, she managed to pull the boy further from his fleshy tomb. She felt an arm reach behind her head, and she blinked as she heard her quiver click at the sound of an arrow being unfastened, and she stared in horror as Armin clutched one of her acutely sharpened, marked red for safety arrowheads, and took a brilliant stab at the drumming mass of nerves encompassing the boy's left arm. And the boy screamed. Sasha had shot, killed, gutted, and carved up too many animals to count. She'd skinned them, ate them, made them into rugs. The smell of decaying flesh is all too familiar to her, and it probably clung to her like a stigma. But she'd never experienced anything quite so jarring as holding this boy steady as Armin sawed away at the overlapping tendrils of very alive, pulsing nerves that latched onto his forearm. He was screaming so loudly in her ear that she could not hear anything but his voice, pitchy and unsteady as it wailed and spat and cursed at her and Armin, and there was something about his legs, and his father, and it was all nothing but gibberish. Armin's hands were dark with blood, his face smeared crimson and black, steaming blood and char licking at his cheeks. He'd pushed his glasses up onto his head in order to see clearer, and the nerves all seemed to snap at once, recoiling from the boy's stump of an arm as Armin reached over and began to slice through the cords of veins that gnawed at the boy's right arm. His voice didn't fail him until Sasha's arrow cut through the last of the tethers holding him in the skeletal corpse of Rogue, and she finally managed to drag him out of the trap of nerves. He appeared half awake, his eyes open and glazed as he stared at the sky. Armin had torn off his white cloak, which was now sort of grayish and tattered, and he threw it over the naked boy's shoulders. "Aaron," Armin gasped, tugging the glove off his left hand and pressing a hand to Aaron's sweaty forehead. The boy said nothing more, but his eyes were beseeching. And then Aaron's eyes snapped open wide, and he lurched forward. Armin pushed him back. "Aaron, calm down. You need to rest, okay? You were in Rogue for way too long." Yeah. The boy grumbled, glancing down at his lap. Armin's cloak was a little too short, so Aaron pulled his knees up and hugged them to his chest. "I had a spare set of clothes in my backpack." Armin shook his head. "Sorry," he said weakly. "I don't know where it went." Aaron's eyes drooped, and he swayed in place. "Whatever, did we win?" Armin paused. He glanced at Sasha, her blinked at him with wide eyes. They both looked around, at the shattered buildings, at the cracked, busted, overturned road, at the pile of 3 robots gathered only a few yards away, and at the smoke billowing from so many points across the chilly city that it had turned the clear morning sky a dull, dusty gray. "Yeah," Armin said, his voice quiet. Sasha could almost taste his bitterness. "Yeah, we won." Chapter 12, Humility Conquers Pride. Chapter text. Humilitas occidet superbium. London, England. 86 Edis Octobres, 2766 AUC. The French fries were steaming profusely inside their little newspaper cone, fat and salted in a bright golden brown. Aaron Yeager sat happily on the steps overlooking the Tower of London, pigeons waddling a step or two away, their little heads bobbing as they eyed his freshly fried potato slices with envy. The wind picked up around him, tussling his hair and his faded green hoodie, and it kissed his ears bright red with the bitterness of the oncoming winter. He chewed thoughtfully on a fry, and then offered the cone to Levi. The man glanced at him with his blue eyes darkened by his usual gloom, but Aaron smiled weakly, and Levi sighed. Aaron had come to the conclusion that Levi really liked kids. If Aaron were just slightly older, Levi probably would have flipped him right over the rail and into the grassy grounds of the tower before them. "This is unsanitary," Levi told Aaron. He sat on the steps beside him anyway, and stuck the fry between his lips as though it was a cigarette. Aaron had forbidden him from smoking on the mission, and Levi had told him that he would drop him off on the iceberg that sunk the Titanic if he didn't shut his fucking mouth. Still, he hadn't actually tried smoking yet, so maybe he'd be mindful. "It's pretty cool, though," Aaron said, looking over at the ancient tower that stood stolidly across from them, a relic of simpler times and simpler minds. "Armin love it." Levi grunted in response. They'd been assigned this mission for about a week now, and it was still a struggle to get Levi to do anything but glance at him somberly, or grunt, or make short monotone remarks. Aaron had asked Mikasa how to approach Levi, but Mikasa had merely told him to kick Levi in the balls, and that was certainly not something Aaron intended to do, ever, so he was at his wit's end. After they'd defeated the giant fucking robots, or GFR as Reiner had dubbed them, Armin had taken great care to make them all invisible before anyone showed up to bother them about, well, the collateral damage. Apparently there had been no casualties, which was amazing, but strange. And now they'd all been thrust into public spotlight more so than ever. Polymath and Rogue were already pretty popular, but now Aaron saw his monstrous face on t-shirts when he passed street vendors, and he was a little disturbed to find that Mikasa's Neo mask had been given similar treatment. Aaron told her to march up to vendors trying to make a profit on what she herself had admitted to be the only real tie she had left to her mother and heritage, but she refused. She didn't care, she said. It didn't concern him even if she did. It was absolutely infuriating. Armin didn't get that treatment, because no one had ever really seen his face, and they were all rather glad for it. Armin's power was a little too volatile for anyone to handle, so it was probably best if no one focused too much on how undoubtedly dangerous he could be. We're all dangerous, Aaron thought, munching on another fry. Why, though? Why were we chosen to be this way? Since the Chicago incident, their little team had grown significantly in size. For one thing, everyone who'd been at the institution was now accounted for as far as Aaron could tell. In fact, 2 extra kids showed up out of the blue, Krista and Amir, whom Aaron had never met previous to Chicago. Amir hadn't even participated in the fighting. She just appeared drowsily from the back of Hank's jet when they had all been on their way home, blinking at them and laughing at their disheveled appearances. She and Krista had reunited rather excitedly, and Aaron had wondered what reuniting with Armin and Mikasa might have been like if Aaron hadn't temporarily died. Erwin Smith, Augur, Erwin had introduced a week previous. Levi, Freiheit. Hang Zoe, Polymath. Aaron Yeager, Rogue. Mikasa Ackerman, Neo. Armin Arlelt, Cicero. Annie Leonhardt, Lionheart. Aaron had elbowed Annie at that to force her to pay attention, but she'd merely shoved him into Armin in retaliation. She was playing with her cell phone, which had been a gift from Hang that all the new kids had received. Reiner Braun, Braun. Berthold Hoover, Skinner. Krista Lentz, Vidi. Jean Kirstein, Ricochet. Marco Bod, San. Constantino. It's Connie, the bald boy blurted from the holographic computer screen. Unfortunately, they were all a little too far away from each other to have an official meeting face-to-face, so anyone who did not accompany Hang to Manhattan was only present via Skype. Please change it. I didn't write that down. I did, Sasha chirped from somewhere beyond Connie's camera. The warm-skinned boy glared at her, and his nose scrunched up in disgust. Erwin gave a short nod. Consider it changed, he said. Connie Springer, Friction. Does that sound right to you? Yeah, Connie said, nodding eagerly. Yeah, that's right. Sasha Browse, Free Shooter, Erwin continued. And Amir. Amir lifted one dark, freckled arm, raising it level as she pointed at Erwin with nothing but her forefinger and her thumb extended. She clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth and winked as she gave her fogun of a hand a little jerk click and she shot Erwin dead with a wink and a laugh. Krista stood quietly beside her, still wearing that god-awful shirt that Jean Kirstein had given to her that boldly proclaimed, "Take a hit." Levi had actually chuckled when he'd seen the baggy, worn-out shirt, which was a testament to how fucking ridiculous it was. "Where's this Marco kid?" Amir asked, looking pointedly at Jean's face floating on its own solitary screen. Her eyes were narrowed, as they tended to be whenever she decided to speak, and she folded her bare arms across her chest. "He's here," Jean said, glancing away from the camera with a frown. "He's doing homework." "Wow," Sasha said, sticking her head into the frame of Connie's recording. "Lame." "Yeah, I know, right?" Jean rolled his eyes. "How much can a person write about, half-hanged Mary, anyway?" "I don't think I need to remind you," came Marco's quiet voice, "that you're failing English, right?" "Okay, shut up and go back to your goddamn witch," Jean said dully, scowling away from the camera. "If you read the poem," Marco said, "then you'd know that Mary was not, in fact, a witch. But they hung her anyway." "What are they talking about?" Aaron asked Armin. The boy had been focused on Amir, his eyes watching the freckled girl's expression with a very pensive frown. "What?" Armin didn't tear his gaze away from Amir. "Half-hanged Mary? It's a poem about a woman who was hanged for witchcraft, but incorrectly. She ended up hanging from a tree for hours and hours until the sun came up, and the townspeople found her still alive, and cut her down." "Sounds dumb," Aaron said. "Can I read it on your gloves?" "Look it up on Google, or something, Aaron, holy shit." Armin actually shot Aaron a glare, as if he was appalled by the notion of anyone using his magical literature gloves for the purpose of actually reading literature. "So, hey," Reiner said. "Why doesn't Amir get a hero name?" "Because it's dumb," Amir said. "You're using your last name, Reiner," Krista pointed out. Reiner opened his mouth. And then he coughed, and averted his gaze. Nah, he said. It's spelled differently. You know how to spell? Annie asked in her perfectly sweet, perfectly dead voice. The entire room had burst into shrill laughter, even Annie, even Mikasa, even Krista, even Berthold, and even Marco's voice from somewhere beyond a camera in Chicago rung noisily throughout Hank's office. Their office was basically like a secret laboratory, and it was pretty damn cool with all the holographic tech they'd installed. And it was shiny. Okay, settle down, Erwin said. By that point, Reiner was laughing the loudest. We've got some news. Hang managed to dig up some information from the facility's database, and you all need to be attentive when they speak to you. Connie said, his hand rising weakly on his screen. Are we gonna get quizzed on this? If I say no, Erwin said, his eyes moving to the screen that read Salem, Oregon, will you pay attention? Connie smiled. Yeah, totally. He's lying, Sasha called. She was no longer on screen, but she could be heard shuffling in the background. Then yes, Connie, you will be quizzed, Erwin said. What? Connie's large brown eyes flashed with terror. Sasha. Is he serious? Aaron asked through the mind link. Armin glanced at him, and smiled weakly. Probably, he said. Your dad's got a sick sense of humor, Aaron said. Armin stiffened at the remark, and he looked at Aaron sharply. Aaron, how many times do I have to tell you that he's not my... Okie dokie, so, Hang said, strolling up beside Erwin, basically, I stumbled on the most juicy of conspiracy theories, boy oh boy. Like, this stuff is whack. Whack, Levi repeated. What decade are you living in, shitty glasses? The kind that has space colonization, Hang replied. Anyways, basically I found out a lot of stuff about people we knew were in deep with this institution bullshit, and people we'd never ever imagine in the history of ever getting involved in something so crazy. It's so amazing. Cut to the point, Levi sighed. Well, Hang said, smiling brightly. First of all, we're going to split everyone into squads. We're going to attempt a 3-part mission simultaneously, meaning it might get a little tough. So any of you who want to back out, say so now. No one had said anything. And so, Hang had grinned, and clasped their hands together excitedly. Great! They cried. So, Alpha Squad. Aaron and Levi sat quietly on the steps overlooking the London Tower. Pigeons bobbed their heads wildly, picking up scraps of discarded fish and chips from the faded grey stones. Aaron thought that maybe this mission would turn out okay. After all, Levi wasn't exactly someone to trifle with. He'd taken down a giant fucking robot all by himself. A robot that Aaron had fought as rogue, and been unable to take down. It was very clear that messing with Levi was probably some form of suicide. It's a lot nicer here than in New York, Aaron admitted. Anywhere is better than New York, Levi replied. He was on his phone, frowning at the screen as though he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. You should check your blood, or whatever. I checked it before we left, Aaron said. He sighed, and stared down at his fries. They'd only been in London for about half an hour, and the anxiety was killing him. He didn't particularly want this mission, despite all his curiosity, all his desperation for answers. Maybe it'd be better if he just forgot all about it and went home, back to Hang and stability and love. How do your wings work? Levi looked at him. It was the kind of sharp, disbelieving look a teenager might give a small child. What do you mean? He asked slowly. I mean, Aaron sighed, like, they're a part of your skin, right? They're a tattoo, but then they're like, glass, or something, and but none of the glass is connected. How the hell do you maintain flight with wings like that? Levi simply stared, as though he could not fathom Aaron's interest in something so silly, so trivial, so unimportant to the greater picture. The circles under his eyes were illuminated by the peaking of the setting sun behind a grand cover of grey clouds. How do you become a 15-meter beast? By biting your fucking hand, kid? Aaron sat, taken aback, and he blinked rapidly. I don't really. He sighed, and grimaced at the empty newspaper cone. Okay, point taken. But, like, you said you remembered the institute, and I just thought. Why do you call it that? Levi asked suddenly. Aaron glanced at the man, who looked very irritated with little cause to be so. Call it what? He asked. The institution. Yeah, both, said Levi. Erwin and I always called it the facility, but all you kids call it an institute, like you went there to learn something. We did go to school there, Aaron said slowly. But it was really stuffy, and we all hated it. Well, no shit. Aaron looked away. Levi was difficult to talk to. He couldn't quite hold a conversation with the man, because the man just dodged every question, or answered so simply that nothing was truly answered at all. Aaron was certain Levi wasn't doing it on purpose, but it was infuriating to him because he was so used to Hang, who was unbelievably open with all their research and knowledge, and it was such a drastic change. But at least Levi actually talked to Aaron. Erwin Smith didn't really interact much on a personal level with any of them except Armin. Why did they give you wings? Aaron asked as they both stood up. Do you know? Why are you so fucking nosy? Levi eyed him suspiciously as he tossed the remains of his dinner into the nearest garbage. Why should it matter? Because, Aaron said, staring at Levi with a confused, desperate gaze, none of us know why we have the powers we have. We can't remember. But you can, can't you, Levi? The man stood for a moment, rays of sunlight from the partially visible sunset hitting his pallid face. And he shook his head. I fed you, he said quietly. Now you're gonna shut up, and follow me. Aaron watched Levi whirl around and march toward the street, and he realized that he ought to do as he was told. They walked silently side by side, traffic building up as the sky grew darker. Aaron checked his phone as they waited at a crosswalk, his shoulder resting against a pole as he took a picture of the back of Levi's head and sent it to Armin and Mikasa. The light changed, and Levi and Aaron went striding toward the subway the tube and they took a few steps down into the surprisingly cleanly subway stop. There wasn't even any graffiti in plain sight. It was almost miraculous. As they boarded a car, a smooth monotone voice called, "Mind the gap, please." And Aaron burst into a fit of laughter. They stood awkwardly clutching the glossy yellow pole at the center of the car before they managed to find and claim 2 seats for the duration of their ride. Aaron received a Snapchat from Armin, and he found himself laughing once again, though no one so much glanced at him as the London Underground went rattling by in a blur of black and grey and bright, retina burning yellow. Look, Aaron said, turning the phone to Levi. The man glanced at the screen, his lips pressing together thinly. And then his eyes sparked with interest, and he took the phone from Aaron's hand and peered at it closely. Is she wearing makeup? Levi asked in such a strange, soft, incredulous voice, that Aaron thought he might begin to cry. But no. He sat just as stolidly as ever, his hands cupping Aaron's phone. Yeah, Aaron said. She looks real pretty. Levi sat quietly. And then he nodded, turning the phone back to Aaron with a frown gracing his lips. It's gotta be hard seeing the kid you raised grow up, Aaron thought, watching Levi's face curiously. You act like you don't care, but you ain't foolin' anyone, Levi. Aaron looked down at the picture he had saved to his phone of Mikasa sitting at a vanity, turning her frowning face toward the camera. Her lips were glossy and crimson, and her angular eyes carefully defined with kohl, and her cheekbones graced with the faintest hint of rouge. She was looking at the camera as though she had no idea that a picture was being taken, her lips half parted and her brow furrowed in irritation. Behind her, Annie was leaning against the wall, dressed in black and blue while Krista, who stood beside her, braided Mikasa's very short black hair. Does she not wear makeup often? Aaron asked awkwardly. This was not something he knew about Mikasa. He had never really gotten the concept of makeup. It didn't strike him as fun to gunk up your face every day. No, Levi said. She thinks it's a waste of money. Oh, Aaron said. Well, to be fair. Yeah, I think I brainwashed her into thinking that, Levi admitted. But I don't give a fuck, it saved me a shitin'. What did you even do? Aaron asked. Excuse me. Aaron was keenly aware of the dangerous look in Levi's eye, or perhaps Aaron was just scared shitless of the man. Well. Aaron blinked rapidly. You know, before you moved in with us. What was your job? Oh. Levi settled back into his seat, and he shrugged. Pick a profession. I've probably done it. Have you ever been in a movie? Aaron immediately asked. Levi gave him the most incredulous of stares, and he turned his face forward. Pick something plausible, Aaron, Levi said with a sigh. Why isn't being a movie star? Aaron flung his hands into the air. Okay, wow, shit, sorry. Doctor. Levi grimaced. Sure, he said dully. But definitely didn't make anyone feel any better. Aaron was trying to understand the implications there, but he decided to let it go. Journalist. I freelanced for a trashy paper for a while, yeah, Levi said. I got to write about homicides in Chicago. That's cool, Aaron said, uncertain of how his voice sounded. Okay, so, teacher. I tutored. Whoa, really? Aaron's eyes lit up. What subject? History. That's really cool, Aaron said. Why didn't you go for a career in that? I was a dropout, Levi said, resting his head back against the rattling window behind him. Oh. Aaron frowned. Well, that's okay. It kinda worked out, right? Well, considering I have a steady income, Levi said, glancing at Aaron with a bored expression. Yeah. It kinda worked out. Aaron smiled. Levi wasn't the type to talk about himself often, so it was nice to hear him open up about things like this. Aaron didn't know a whole lot about people. He liked people, sure, but he wasn't very good at understanding them. So he was always happy to learn new things about someone, just so maybe he could unravel the mystery of the human condition. And Levi was so enigmatic, it was only good fun to poke and prod at the surface of his past. So why history? Aaron asked. Levi sighed. He was wearing a threadbare sweatshirt that made him look rather like a teenager, his skinny, muscular frame swallowed up by the faded red cloth. I don't know, he said, rubbing his eyes tiredly. I don't know at all, I liked it when I was in school. I was good at it. What happened? Life. Levi rose to his feet as the subway car threw itself into a slower pace, his fist closing around the glossy yellow pole and pushing through the cluster of people standing in wait at the doors. Aaron followed obediently, catching the bars above his head that Levi had not been able to reach very well. As Levi and Aaron were spat into the dimly lit subway stop, a smooth accented voice reminding them to mind the gap, please, a sharp voice called out. Oi. Aaron's arm was caught by the bony hand of a very small woman. She immediately released him when he spun to face her, blinking as someone bumped into him by default of standing in the middle of a busy platform. The woman was young, her eyes distinctly alert and mildly cautious behind her round, wire-rimmed glasses. Her hair was an almost metallic platinum blonde color, choppy and styled carefully to make it cleanly presented. Aaron found himself wondering how a woman could look so punk rock while simultaneously holding the sort of taciturn presence of a Sunday school teacher. What the hell do you want? Levi snapped at the woman, distrustful from the very moment she'd laid a hand on Aaron. The woman glanced at Levi, her sharp eyes assessing his appearance very quickly. Her pale eyebrows quirked, and Aaron could tell she was unimpressed. I'm sorry, she said dully, her gaze matching the intensity of Levi's. Did I happen to offend you in some way within the minute that I've known you? You touched my kid, Levi said, pushing Aaron behind him in such a fiercely defensive way that Aaron found himself stunned into immobility. I don't care what your issue is, lady, but nobody touches my fucking kids. The woman blinked rapidly in shock, and she glanced between Levi and Aaron for a moment as though she could not process exactly what Levi was telling her. I didn't realize he was here. Her soft, accented voice faded as an elderly man stepped up beside her. He was smiling brightly, his dark face lined and tight as he folded his arms behind his back. Is something the matter, Rico? Asked the old man, his accent distinctly Western in comparison to his fair-haired companion. He looked between Levi and Aaron curiously, the corners of his eyes crinkling. Nah, Rico said, holding up a familiar-looking iPhone. This kid left his mobile on the tube. Holy shit, Aaron blurted, reaching eagerly for his cell phone. I didn't even notice, wow. Rico returned it to him with a shrug. You were in a bit of a hurry, she said, eyeing Levi with just as much distrust as he gave her. You might want to be careful, though, if this is your first time in London. You're as likely to get your purse slit as any major city, but leave your valuables on the tube like that again and I sincerely doubt you'll get it back. Right, Aaron said, nodding gratefully. Thanks, miss. Levi grabbed him by the arm and dragged him away. Aaron cried out in surprise. Quit pulling me. He gasped. Levi did not release him, but he did throw a glance back at Rico and the elderly man, who stood near the edge of the platform and watched them. Yeesh, Levi, what the foo? Did Hang never teach you about strangers, Aaron? Levi asked, his expression vacant, but his voice furious. Of course they did, Aaron hissed, wincing at how tight the man's grip was on his bicep. But that lady was just helping me. I don't care, Levi said. I don't care who it is, or why. You're in a strange city, Aaron, and people could easily take advantage of that fact. Why did you even let her grab you? What? Aaron stopped in the middle of the steps that led up to the darkened London streets. Levi, I don't have an automatic attack button if someone grabs me, okay? I'm not gonna attack a chick on the fucking street just cause she touched my arm. And why did you tell her that I was your kid, anyway? Levi exhaled very sharply, his nostrils flaring as he glared up toward the glimmering lamp built into the arch of the ceiling. Think what you want about me, Levi said coldly, but a kid is less likely to get approached if a parent is with him or her. I noticed that over the years. Levi, Aaron said very gently. The man looked very small all of a sudden, and it was astonishing. I can take care of myself. Levi glanced at him. And he scoffed. You couldn't take care of a goldfish, Levi said, rolling his eyes. Aaron frowned, and he couldn't help but feel offended. Hang was a stranger, you know, Aaron said suddenly as Levi started forward again. He paused to look at Aaron sharply. They found me wandering the side of a highway, and they picked me up. Anyone could have done it, and I could have been way worse off, but it was Hang. And they took me home, and cleaned me up, because I was all muddy and bloody, I think, and they asked me where I lived, and I said nowhere, and they just blinked and laughed, and said, well, now, that's not true. You can live here. And that was that. So, I mean, I guess I've got a different perspective than you about strangers, but what if I'd ran away from Hang? Aaron shook his head furiously. My life would fucking suck, okay? So. Aaron, Levi said. I didn't ask you for your entire fucking life story. I just want you to be cautious. I am, Aaron gasped. No, Levi said, marching forward. No, you're not. You've got no common sense, and you're reckless and impulsive. You're practically begging for someone to beat you up and mug you. I'd beat him, Aaron declared. And besides, I can take my ass being kicked to hell and back. Levi shook his head as they were met with the chilly October air, street lamps illuminating the dim London street. They began to walk very slowly, but only because Levi was barely moving. His shoulders were hunched, and he was still shaking his head. It was beginning to drizzle as they turned a corner, Levi's eyes traveling from street sign to street sign. His head was still shaking. You have this incredibly stupid notion, Levi said quietly, that you can just take on everything. That just because you can heal yourself, you're suddenly invincible. And I swear, Aaron, one day you'll realize that there are some things you can't bounce back from. And when that day comes, I hope you are not alone, because trust me when I say that you won't survive it. Aaron grimaced at Levi, and he kicked a rock into the street in confusion. Okay, Aaron said. Are we talking like emotional scarring? 'Cause I've got plenty of that already. Like, you haven't seen it yet, but apparently I can get pretty fucking ridiculous when I get angry. You clearly have no idea what I'm talking about, Levi said. That's because you're being cryptic as fuck. Aaron, Levi said. Why don't you focus on what you're going to say to your father? Aaron nearly tripped over his own feet. Ah. Yes. The mission. Alpha Squad had the objective to find and possibly apprehend Grisha Yeager. Hang had managed to find a handful of addresses that his father had compiled as emergency contacts, in case the Institute needed to find him. One of them was in London. And thus, here they were. The squad probably would have been larger if Hang still had 3 planes, but since Aaron had kinda destroyed the fastest one, Irwin had decided to send Levi and Aaron alone. Across the Atlantic Ocean. It might have been a really awkward few hours if Aaron hadn't, fallen asleep. Aaron said, frowning at the darkened sidewalk. You're fucking hopeless, Levi sighed. He stopped before a rather nice-looking apartment building, all bright white with a teal door. It was a little small, but all the buildings on that particular street were squished together anyway. Aaron stood before the building, his stomach squirming into knots as he realized the reality of what was happening. His father could be behind that door. You ready? No, Aaron murmured. What if he doesn't recognize me, Aaron thought frantically, because I've grown so much. What if he does, and he just doesn't care? What if he's really all bad after all? What if? But, I ain't got much of a choice here. No, Levi said quietly. They stood for about a minute in silence, staring at the apartment that perhaps held Aaron's father, or perhaps did not. There were things that Aaron's father had done that Aaron couldn't forgive him for. Armin keeps saying he's gonna die in here, gonna die, and you just don't care, do you, that's what everyone thinks of you, as the blessed Dem Grim Reaper, 'cause that's your shtick, ain't it? Aaron. Why yeah. Armin keeps saying he's gonna die in here, and you take people, don't you, Dad? You take people, and you make them think you're gonna save them. But we know better. If you really don't want to do this. No. What? Aaron shook his head furiously. No. I need to talk to him. Aaron, Levi said. Look okay, listen. Your dad did some nasty stuff. I remember, I knew some people in that facility. People who came out worse for wear. You've gotta know that you don't owe him anything, right? Yeah, Aaron said impatiently. Duh. He's an asshole. I get it. I don't think you do, Levi sighed. Well, Aaron snapped, fucking explain to me, then. Levi said nothing. Because he didn't want to explain anything to Aaron, and he wasn't really attempting to form a connection with Aaron. He just wanted Aaron to feel comfortable in this bullshit mission. Aaron missed Armin and Mikasa. He missed the sensation of their minds so close to his, ribbons connecting their thoughts and their feelings, so that they could never truly feel alone, never truly ache without the comfort of another's mind to soothe the pain. Here, though, the emptiness was crippling. After another minute of simply standing there in the cold, Levi decided to just kick the door in. Because that was fucking inconspicuous. He thinks I'm too confident, Aaron thought glumly as they entered the flat. But he just waltzes into these things without a plan, or nothing. Armin would be going crazy right now. Levi turned on a light immediately, and the entire flat was bathed in a warm yellow glow. It was a nice little apartment, with a foyer that led straight into a cozy little living room, and a kitchenette. There were 2 other doors in the room. Aaron wondered if one was a back door. I don't think anyone's here, Aaron said. They weren't trying to be sneaky, Aaron knew, so he began to wander about the room. Everything was sort of spotless. Aaron had a nagging feeling that his father was long gone. Bummer. Maybe. Levi ran his fingers across the bookcase beside the open door. Aaron, look at this. What? Aaron glanced at Levi, who was staring at his 2 fingers. He held them out. Levi, I don't see anything. Exactly. Levi's hand closed into a fist, and he kicked the door closed. Someone's dusted very recently. Aaron didn't know what to say. So then they began to search the flat for anything useful. They found nothing but a few receipts from a supermarket, an empty pocketbook, an old key, and a spool of red string. Aaron plucked up a book from the bookshelf, and began to flip through it. Nothing. Then another. Nothing. Pages slipped through his fingers, and Levi kicked closed another drawer. Another book. Nothing. A cabinet opened and closed. Another book. A piece of paper fluttered to the floor. Aaron blinked, and he bent down, fishing it from the carpet and blinking at it in wonder. He carefully unfolded it, and saw that it was in a faintly blocky script, a child's very precise, very neat hand. The letters were written in pencil, which made them appear scratchy on the little bit of paper. "Dr. Yeager," it said, "I know you said it's not very safe right now, but if it's okay, I'd really like to see my mom. I think she's very sad right now, and I also think that it's my fault, so I'd really appreciate it if I could see her. Also, I drew a picture for Historia, if Dr. Langner could put it in her room for me. Thank you. Armin Arlelt." It was surreal, clutching the little bit of paper with Armin's little baby signature, with his words that were too smart for a child, and yet here it was, the little glimpse of the Armin Arlelt that had been before the procedure, before he'd completely lost all sense of himself. His mom, Aaron thought wildly. Armin has a mom. There was something too strange about the thought, as though Aaron could not possibly imagine Armin in any possible way aside from simply springing into existence out of the whim of some mischievous god. "Levi," Aaron gasped, whirling around to face the man. He was kneeling beside a cabinet, holding a little square between his fingers. He glanced up at Aaron dully. "I found. I don't really know, but I found something. Gimme." Levi reached out for the little scrap of paper, and he offered up his square in response. Aaron took it, and just by the texture of the square he knew immediately what it was. A photograph. Aaron swallowed hard, and he sunk to his knees as he turned it around slowly. His own smiling face greeted him, brilliant and dark from the Oklahoma sun, his eyes glittering with delight as his mother attacked him with her dainty fingers, her honey-colored eyes a mirror of his own. Aaron's heart pounded in his chest. Tears stung his eyes, and he scrubbed at the hollows of his skull with the heels of his hands, and the photograph sat in his lap, a heavy reminder of what little happy memories remained from Aaron's childhood. "Langner," Levi said. He chose to ignore Aaron's tears. "That's Amir's name." Aaron nodded mutely. He sniffled, and gritted his teeth in frustration. "Maybe," he said, "she's in the same boat as me." "Maybe," Levi said quietly. His eyes flickered as he scanned the letter again. "Who the fuck is Historia?" "Yeah, I haven't got a clue." Aaron avoided looking at his lap as he rested his shoulder against the wooden cabinet. "I've never heard that name before. Ever." "More questions than answers," Levi muttered, closing his eyes. "It's better than nothing," Aaron said. "And maybe my dad'll be back, or something." "No," Levi said. He cleaned out this place as best he could in a short period of time. He paused, and his eyes snapped open dangerously. "He knew we were coming." "What?" Aaron blinked in shock. "How? Unless he had Erwin with him or something." Levi said nothing. He looked back down at the note, and held it up between two fingers. "Where'd you find this?" "In a book." Aaron shrugged. Something by Victor Hugo." "Why would your father keep it?" Levi turned the paper over in his hands. "Do you know?" "No clue," Aaron said. "Unless it was just a bookmark, maybe." Levi nodded. "Okay. One more thing. Did you leave the door open?" Aaron stared at Levi confusedly. "What?" he blurted, twisted to look at the door. It was, in fact, wide open. The familiar sound of a gun cocking, the safety clicking off caused Aaron to face Levi again. The man sat with a somber expression as a woman with choppy hair and glasses stuck the barrel of a handgun against Levi's hair. "Don't move," Rico said. Her voice was raspier now than it had been on the platform, and her eyes were duller in the gleam of the yellow lamplight. "I knew you looked familiar, but I couldn't quite catch who you were immediately." "Rico," Levi addressed her, slowly raising his hands into the air. "You dyed your hair?" Aaron said. Levi shot him a look, and Aaron decided to stay silent. "Can a bullet kill the world's strongest man?" Aaron wondered. "What are you doing here?" Rico asked. Her voice was so casual that Aaron wondered if she usually greeted people with such an immense threat. "Nothing illegal," Levi said. Rico scoffed. "Why did you follow us?" "I didn't." Levi sat for a moment. "Then why the fuck are you here?" he asked. "Oh, I think I can answer that." The front door closed, and Aaron turned around once more to see the elderly man from the platform standing only a yard away. Where the fuck did they come from? Rico here came to me a few years ago with this amazing story only, it was a complete fabrication, a conspiracy theory, really, or so I thought. Who the fuck are you? Aaron asked. He was done being docile and polite. He was gonna beat the shit out of something real fucking soon. Pixis, said the man kindly. I own a news network. Blogs, newspapers, a Twitter account. He gave a little shrug. Whatever. So. Aaron wanted to scream, he was so enraged. You're doing a story about my dad, or? Aaron, Levi hissed. Too late. Pixis's eyes grew rather large, and he blinked at Aaron in wonder. Oh, he said. Oh, I didn't even recognize you. You don't know me, Aaron said flatly. I know of you, Pixis said. You survived a fire when you were, what, 8? Aaron jumped to his feet, the photograph of him and his mother fluttering sadly to the ground. Who the fuck are you? Aaron repeated with a snarl, taking a stride forward with his entire body coiling in fury. How does he know about the fire? Aaron wondered wildly. No one knows about the fire. I don't even know about the fire, really, so how? Pixis, the man repeated, blinking down at Aaron in wonder. Like I said before. Yeah, okay, fine. Aaron cried. But what do you want? How do you know about me and my dad, and the fire? He was shaking from his rage, his teeth cracking together as his jaw clenched. Who the fuck are you? Pixis's expression softened a little. Ah. He closed his eyes, and nodded slowly. I see. Rico, you can lay off that poor man, you know. We're amongst friends. You don't know Levi, sir, Rico said quietly. Go ahead and shoot me, Levi stated in his chilly monotone. Have you ever killed someone before, Rico? She did not respond. Aaron glanced back at her, and saw that her eyes had narrowed at Levi, both hands supporting her handgun now. Levi raised his head to press hard against the barrel of the gun, and stretched himself very slowly to his feet. TCH. That's what I thought. You're a sociopath, Rico accused. Levi whirled around to face her. You don't know me, Levi said sharply. I don't know you. You caused a rather large explosion that killed quite a few people, Rico said, if I'm not mistaken. Levi stared at her for a moment. Aaron watched his nostrils flare ever so slightly, his agitation clear. And here you are, Levi said. Free. You're fucking welcome. Aaron's anger had faded fast into confusion. Okay, wait. Hold on. She was at the institute. The what? Rico lowered her gun ever so slightly as she looked at Aaron. She glanced back at Levi. What is he talking about? The facility, Levi said. All the kids that were there call at the institute. Did you know there were kids, Rico? The woman nodded slowly. She met Pixis's eye, and she lowered her gun. Yeah. She sighed, and flicked the safety of her gun off. Yeah, I do now. Did you? Yes, Levi said. Unbelievable, Rico muttered, closing her eyes. You were there too? Aaron asked eagerly, taking a step closer to the woman. She glanced at him icily, and Aaron paused. So, like, you've got a power, then? Yeah, Rico said. That's how I got in here. She's able to turn intangible phase through solid matter, Pixis said. A nifty little trick, I would say, for gathering information. She's a wonderful asset. Okay, you're gonna explain everything right now, Aaron said, whirling to face Pixis. The man merely smiled. I'm not fucking around. Tell me everything you know about this bullshit institute stuff, and my dad. Tell me everything. Pixis's smile widened. He said, you're very passionate, eh? Oh, for fuck's sake, Aaron said, taking his wrist in his hand. Before he could crack it, Levi caught him. His dark blue eyes flashed dangerously up at Aaron. Calm down, he hissed. Oh, I'm sorry, Pixis laughed, walked toward the couch. I was just thinking, well, you're a lot like your mother. What? Aaron said, his entire body shaking in rage. The fuck? Pixis sat down. He shrugged, and lifted a flask from a satchel at his side. Patience, Pixis said. I thought you wanted an explanation, Aaron. Yeah, I do, Aaron snapped, starting with how the fuck you know who I am. Pixis took a swig from his flask. All right, he said. Sit down, all of you. Might take some time. Great, Levi said. His voice was bitterly unenthusiastic, and he glared up at the ceiling. Aaron sat down on the floor, and Levi followed glumly. Rico sat beside Pixis on the sofa, holstering her gun and folding her hands in her lap. The old man looked around sadly. I imagine Grisha's already long gone, by the looks of it, Pixis said. That's a shame. I have some questions of my own for him. So do I, Rico said darkly. Aaron glanced at her. And he realized she must have been just as much of a victim as Aaron and Levi. Okay, he said. I'm waiting real fucking patient, here. Yes, Pixis laughed, nodding genially at Aaron. I can see that. Well, to begin with, you should know that I actually used to know your father very well, Aaron. He was a military doctor for a brief amount of time, just enough for us to cross paths. I'm not American, of course. Pixis waved his flask offhandedly. There was a maple leaf embossed on its face, roses gathering around it, and Aaron realized what that signified. But we ran into each other on a few occasions back in our day. I met your mother before she married your father, and I was at the wedding, but we never kept up with each other. Pixis shrugged. You'll find as you live your life that you lose little friendships along the way that you regret misplacing, so you try to find them again. It's not the same. Aaron sat quietly. He felt a little better now that Pixis was actually explaining what the fuck was happening, but he was still angry. But he nodded anyway. So, I'm guessing you ain't here for a little catching up, Aaron said bitterly. And you are? Pixis quirked an eyebrow. Aaron flushed, and he looked down at his knees in frustration. Yes, I thought so. We both want same thing from Grisha. Answers. See, about 5 years ago Rico came stumbling into my office, and she told me the most interesting thing. Ah, what did you say, exactly? The government is performing experiments on humans, Rico said impassively, and I'm one of their subjects. Tell my story. Lunacy, Pixis laughed. But I've never really trusted your government all that well, so when I found out it was true, I can't say I was surprised. Wait, Aaron said softly. His anger had dulled considerably as he tried to digest all this information. The government. Yes, Rico said, staring at him with her thick eyebrows furrowing. Didn't you know? Well, we knew that there was some faction of it involved, Aaron admitted. But I had no idea it was like, all legit and government official. Technically it's not, Rico said. The facility has been around for a lot longer than anyone realizes. Like, early 20th century. Levi asked slowly. That's when it really got some financial backing, Rico said quietly. But if I've done my homework correctly, this entire thing predates your Revolutionary War. Aaron said. That's a long time ago, wow. Rico glanced at him. Levi sighed from beside Aaron, and he shook his head. Aaron, Levi said, if Rico's right about this, then the facility or whatever the fuck is running the show behind the scenes is older than the United States. Oh. Aaron's eyes flashed wide. Oh. Holy shit. Yeah. Levi rolled his eyes. Do you need tutoring? No, I do not, Aaron said. I'm not bad at history. I just blanked out there. Levi decided to ignore him. How did you find out this information, Rico? Levi asked. Aaron could sense his suspicion in the way his eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly, and the harshness of his usually level tone. Amongst other things, I found a girl who works for a government-funded network, Rico said with a sigh. Our rivals, Pixis said excitedly, his old eyes sparkling. I can't wait until we can finally deliver the story that shuts them down. Are you talking about the brigade? Aaron asked slowly. Oh, Pixis said with a teasing frown, don't tell me you're a fan. No, Aaron said. He shifted uncomfortably on the floor, and looked around his father's apartment. No, we just know they're connected to the institution in some way. Well, they're personally funded by the same person, Rico said bitterly. Aaron knew without having to ask. It was falling into place, the confirmation of things that they had all only suspected until this point. It was what they had built the 3 missions around. So he sat and contemplated what to do next. His father had vanished, fled the scene very quickly before Aaron could find him, and that hurt. He checked his cell phone, and saw that he had gotten another Snapchat from Armin. This one had a caption. Cinderella is ready for the ball. Mikasa was leaning against the kitchen counter in a dress made of heavy crimson fabric, some kind of velvet layered over silk layered over chiffon, with bright red lace crawling from beneath the plunging neckline of the initially strapless dress onto her shoulders and down her arms in clinging, bloody ivy. The dress had not had the lace sleeves until after Hang realized that no strapless dress would ever fit Mikasa, no matter the adjustments or the tailor. She just didn't have the chest for it, or something. So this was the alternative. Something a little audacious, a little too eye-catching for someone as introverted as Mikasa. Her dark eyes were glued to the camera, and her tongue poked out of her shiny red lips at Armin. Amir was standing behind her in a suit, her hair slicked back, and the odd girl tilted her head back to get her face further into the shot. Aaron showed the picture to Levi, who stared at it for only a moment before looking away. Nice, he said quietly. But Aaron noticed him steal another glance at the screenshot, blinking once, twice, and it was clear that he didn't seem to know how exactly to react. Maybe it's like seeing your daughter go to prom, or something, Aaron thought. America is corrupt, Rico said dully. Your entire country is built revolving around this facility, this quest for immortality. Did you know that there are 3 facilities? The one we were in when we escaped, it was the most recently built, but it was also the least helpful. It doesn't have the type of information that will help us bring down whoever is in charge of this entire thing. Are you saying, Levi said with narrowed eyes, that Rice is not the one in charge? Rice. The most shocking thing to come out of Hang's finds at the Institute was that Name is the foremost benefactor to the cause. The 3 missions were built upon the information gathered. Grisha Jaeger's address. President Rice. The brigade. Aaron felt a little sick as he tried to sort it all out in his head, what all this meant, all this government conspiracy stuff. My dad was in the military, Aaron thought. He never told me that. Rice is most definitely not in charge, Pixis said, taking a swig from his Canadian Pride flask. If anything, he's a glorified pawn in this game of chess. A benefactor and a figurehead, nothing more. Then, Aaron said quietly, awed by what Pixis was saying, if Rice is just a puppet, then who's running the show? Pixis asked. Running the country? Who knows? Who knows how long this has been going on? Like Rico said, Maria was the last facility to be built. Sina, which is in Massachusetts, was the first. It was built in the early 1900s. The records there go back years and years. Rico found death certificates dated from the Salem witch trials, in fact. That's... Aaron struggled to find his voice. His body felt numb as he realized, truly, what kind of situation they'd landed themselves in. That's amazing. That's terrifying, Levi corrected. He closed his eyes, and Aaron saw his jaw clench in rage. No wonder everything sucks so bad. Okay, Aaron said, his heart thundering. He turned his eyes to Pixis, his fists clenching in his lap. Okay, fine. Our president not only funded our experimentation, but he's also probably not really authentic at all. That's fucking dandy. Aaron rose to his feet unsteadily. Now tell me. What the fuck do you know about the fire? Pixis looked surprised. Your father told me about it, the old man said very gently. I was going to do a story on it, but he called me up last minute and told me that I had to scrap it. That he couldn't put his son in that kind of situation. Pixis smiled grimly, and he took another swig from his flask. If I had known what he was doing, I'd have exposed him before any of this human experimentation nonsense could have happened. Aaron found himself stunned. Because this was not what he'd expected. He'd thought that Pixis had to know something he wasn't telling anyone. It was just the way he was, the way he looked like he was harboring some delicious secret, and everyone was a fool in comparison. It was infuriating, and yet Aaron couldn't help but believe him. So he very slowly dropped back to the floor, and stared at the little wallet photograph of himself and his mouth laughing at a camera. And his lips began to tremble. "Aaron," Pixis said gently. "I do have a question for you. About the fire." "What?" Aaron asked, his voice thick. He didn't look up from the photograph. "What do you want?" "Well," Pixis said, "I wanted to know what happened to the girl they found alive in the house. Do you know who she was?" Aaron looked up. He stared at Pixis in wonder, his mouth going dry, and his mind backpedaling as it tried to process this information. A girl. In his house. But no, that couldn't be. Wouldn't he have remembered? Wouldn't his father have noticed? Aaron could remember being stuck outside, stuck and weeping because he couldn't move, he couldn't do anything to save his mother. It had only been just the two of them, hadn't it? Aaron and his mother. But in truth, he could not remember. All the details were fuzzy now. A girl? Aaron asked, bewildered. What girl? Pixis studied Aaron's face, and he frowned. The lines around his mouth deepened. "I'm sorry," Pixis said with a chuckle. "I might be mistaken." "Yeah," Aaron said. "You definitely are. There wasn't no girl there, 'kay? I'd remember that." Pixis just nodded. He looked at Aaron, and there was something very off about him. About this entire conversation. Something was wrong, but Aaron could not put his finger on it. There was no girl, Aaron told himself. There was no one. Just me and Mom. Aaron began to tremble, his fingers making oily smears across the face of the photograph in his fist, and he could hear the shallowness of his breath, taste bile crashing onto his tongue, and he hated his father so much in that moment for doing this to him. "But I wanted this," Aaron recalled numbly. "I wanted to be strong. I wanted him to do this, and he did it, and it's all my fault, everything is my fault, isn't it?" "Aaron," Levi said quietly. It was as though he could sense the approach of a full-blown panic attack, and he sounded a little terrified. So Aaron rounded on him. "How many adults were there at the institute?" Aaron asked furiously. Levi's eyes narrowed. "How many kids? How can we possibly know now, since there was 3 of them? How do we even know there was 3? There could be hundreds of them. We just don't know, right? We don't know anything about this. The one in Massachusetts, Sina, Rico said, is abandoned. Looked like it has been that way for quite a bit of time. As for Maria, Pixis said, Rico said that she knew of 3 other participants to the experiment, but she can't be sure if that's all there was." 3, Aaron said blankly. He glanced down at Levi, who sat glumly with his legs folded, and his chin tucked to his chest. "Levi, Erwin, and some woman named Rose," Rico said. Aaron saw Levi shift in discomfort, his eyes rising to meet Rico's. He looked irritated. Rose. Aaron tried to figure out if that name was familiar to him, but no. He didn't think he'd ever met a woman named Rose before. What was her power? She didn't have one, Levi said softly. He was glaring at Rico, his shoulders squared. She went crazy after her procedure. No, Rico said, blinking at Levi. I thought she was crazy before, and the procedure was meant to remedy that. No, she wasn't, Levi said. Also, Rose wasn't her real name. Rico's eyes flashed with curiosity, and she leaned forward. Did you know her? Rico asked very quietly. Is that why you were so upset when they moved her? I was upset, Levi said, because they drove her crazy, and then got rid of the collateral. It made me realize how disposable we were to those people. Rico gave short, bitter laugh as she leaned back. Levi had to be sedated, she informed them, never looking away from Levi's somber face. He punched a hole through a wall. How did you know her? Aaron asked, blinking in wonder at Levi. I worked with her, Levi said very dully, when I was younger. Why didn't you ever tell anyone? Aaron asked, shifting so he was sitting on his knees. We're supposed to be finding people from the institute, aren't we? How come you never told us about her? Because, Aaron, Levi sighed, she's a lost cause. Wherever they sent her, I'm sure it's better than what we could give her. My problem wasn't that they were taking her away, it was that they took away her mind, and then when they realized how royally they'd fucked up, they abandoned her case. You don't care where she ended up? Aaron asked furiously. What if they killed her, huh? They didn't, Levi said. How do you know that? They'd bring her back every month or so, Rico said. She folded her arms across her chest, and glanced at Pixis. Maybe to see if they could fix her. So they didn't totally abandon her, Aaron said quietly, relaxing a little. Did you miss the part where they drove her to fucking insanity, or? Levi rolled his eyes. Anyway, if you're really all wound up about this, we can track her down. But she's not gonna be any help to us. The last time I saw her, she just looked at me and asked me if her hands had disappeared. Aaron might have laughed if Levi's words hadn't sounded so eerily familiar. My hands have disappeared, Aaron thought, blinked down at his own dark, skinny fingers. Huh. It was like someone had put on an old song that Aaron had known from years and years ago, and Aaron knew the words by heart, but he couldn't quite recall when or how he'd memorized them. It was a tickling, nostalgic feeling. What do you two plan on asking Grisha? Pixis asked, glancing between them. Just. Aaron hadn't really thought about it. He'd been planning on letting the conversation take its course. I don't know. Why, I guess. Why? Pixis smiled wanly. Why did he do this to his own son? Or why he did it in general? Both, Aaron said, though he knew why his father had done it to him. And, how, I guess. How this was possible. Rico, Levi said. He looked a little small, like a child shrinking in apprehension. I never asked, but why? Why, Rico said, her eyes narrowing, did I consent to experimentation? Yeah. Levi glanced at Aaron, who was keenly aware of how uncomfortable the man was very suddenly. I don't know why anyone signed on to the project except for me. Erwin won't say anything, Rose was never reliable. You didn't talk to anyone. That's because you were all rather strange, and a little off, Rico said. But, whatever. I got sick when I was still going for my degree. I couldn't pay off my student loans and my hospital bills. Rico rested her head on the back of the sofa, and she sighed. I almost just dropped everything and moved back home. My mum would have liked that. She didn't know I was sick, and she never will now, but I saw an opportunity. And, Levi said, you took it. Yes. She sat up straight, and her pale eyes narrowed at him. What about you? Levi frowned. He sat quietly, his bony hands resting on his knees. Aaron could hear a clock ticking away in the kitchenette. He could hear the rushing of cars thrumming past in the street outside. He could hear the muffled laugh track of a television in an apartment next door. He was itching to fall asleep, his exhaustion creeping up on him. The apartment smelled clean, like the lilac soap his mother always had in the bathroom, the scent of Aaron being lifted up in order to reach the faucet, the scent of his mother's soft hands as she wiped his tears with the pad of her thumb, and slapped a bandage on Aaron's skinned knee, laughing that he was so reckless. What was she gonna do with him? The scent of her hair when she let him crawl onto her back while she watered her flowers, the scent that suddenly intermingled with something burning, ashes tickling his nostrils, and he thought for a moment that he was going to throw up. I had an addiction problem, Levi said. And, it was shitty. So. Was it really that bad, Rico said, that you sold yourself to science? Levi exhaled shakily through his mouth. Rico stared at him, and Aaron stared at him, and Pixis took a swig from his flask, looking around the apartment with vague interest in his wizened face. Levi had gone very pale, as though he'd just been given his life sentence, as though he was waiting for a diagnosis, as though he'd just realized how incredibly fragile life was. Yes, he said quietly. It didn't seem to go well with Rico. She studied him suspiciously. You know, she said, that's clearly not all. But, I'll let you have your privacy. Levi's jaw shifted, and he rose to his feet. There are other addresses, he said suddenly. He didn't look at Rico or Pixis, who watched him with very different expressions of surprise. Tag along if you want, I don't give a fuck. Aaron jumped to his feet, throwing a glance at Rico and Pixis, and then following Levi across the room. Levi entered a room, and Aaron went after him, blinking rapidly as Levi slammed the door shut behind them. He was glaring at the floor, his jaw tight, and his shoulders trembling. Are you okay? Aaron asked slowly. He looked around, and saw that they were in his father's bedroom. It was very neat and tidy, a twin bed pressed against the far wall, an armchair in the corner beside a lamp and a small bookshelf, and a heavy oaken desk. Levi stood with his back pressing to the door, and he shook his head. I don't trust them, he said quietly. His eyes flashed, and he pressed his head closer to the door. They gave us a lot of information, though, Aaron pointed out. I don't care. Aaron frowned. He knew that Levi had trust issues, but Rico and Pixis had basically spilled some major shit without considering the ramifications, so Aaron didn't see why they couldn't just trade information. But Levi stood, his lips pressed thinly together, and Aaron realized that there was something bothering the man. Did you recognize her? Aaron asked. At the platform? Is that why you were so mean to her? Levi glanced at him. I thought she looked familiar, he said, his voice very low. He was still listening to whatever Pixis and Rico were saying. Then Pixis called her Rico, and I figured it had to be her. But I don't think she recognized me until after. Why? Aaron asked curiously. Do you look all that different from way back then? It wasn't that long ago, Levi said. And, yeah. I look a lot healthier now. Healthier? Aaron was surprised, and Levi pushed off the door, marching up to the desk and sitting down. Go to sleep, Levi said. I'm not tired, Aaron lied. Levi pulled open a drawer, and pulled a thicket of papers from it. I don't care, he said. We're going to be traveling. Our mission isn't over until we find your father. So go to fucking sleep, because I'm not carrying you all across Europe, you shit-faced brat. Aaron sighed, and he kicked off his shoes, glaring up at the ceiling. I have school, Aaron reminded. If we don't find him by Monday, we'll go home, Levi said, flipping through the papers at the desk. Aaron flopped onto his father's bed, and he pulled out his phone. It was midnight, now. How had time gone by so quickly? He had another Snapchat, this one from Mikasa, but it ended up just being Sasha and Connie making obnoxious faces at the camera in costume. Connie had received a bright green suit that would allow him to go faster, without the restrictions of normal material, and goggles so he'd be able to see better through the wind. Sasha had received a new green hood, which was long-sleeved and heavily armored for the sake of her lack of powers. She had a black mask over her eyes, not dissimilar to the one Aaron wore as Rogue. You know, Aaron said, resting his phone on his chest as he stared up at the spackled, egg-white ceiling, I remembered something. About my dad. Levi said nothing. Aaron listened to the sound of papers flipping, and the soft murmuring of two voices from beyond the door. He thought about Mikasa, whose mission was the most dangerous of the three, and he closed his eyes. He wished he were there instead of here, in his father's room, breathing in the scent of lilac soap and exhaling the taste of ashes. I remembered, Aaron continued, that after my house burned down, I was angry, and I wanted to be stronger. Aaron listened as the papers stopped fluttering. So I told my dad to make me strong, and he didn't really want to, or anything, I don't think. He just kept saying my name, like that'd change my mind, like I didn't know what I was saying, but I did, you know. Aaron blinked his eyes open, and he almost laughed. I wanted to be stronger, and I told him, I said, if you can't make me strong, then get away from me. Maybe he did me a favor, giving me my power. It's not like I didn't get what I wanted. You were a kid, Levi said. You didn't know what you wanted. Aaron turned onto his side, watching Levi's back as he began to sort out the papers again. You were an adult, Aaron said. Did you know what you wanted? Levi's shoulders squared. Yes, he said. Do you regret it? Aaron asked. No. Why? Aaron couldn't help but pry, it was in his nature. Levi's head bowed as his body went rigid. Why'd you do it? You knew what you were signing up for, right? So why'd you do it? Levi did not face Aaron. He did, however, turn his face toward a wall, and stare at it for a long time. A minute ticked by. Aaron inhaled lilacs, and exhaled ashes. He felt sick to his stomach. He felt sleepy and nauseous, and he felt sad. Aaron wasn't stupid. He knew there was more than that addiction shit that Levi had told Rico. There had to be, just by how he'd reacted to the question. But he had to have known it was coming, since he'd pried into Rico's business, right? Aaron didn't know. He closed his eyes, and breathed in the scent of his mother's hair. I tested HIV positive. Aaron opened his eyes. Wait, he thought, what? He stared at Levi's back tiredly. So, what? They cured me. Levi whirled around in the spinning desk chair, and his eyes were a dark, hollow blue as he stared at Aaron. Is that even possible? Aaron whispered. Levi stared at him. Aaron suddenly saw how fragile this man was, the strongest man in the world, and he saw in his eyes that he wasn't so incredibly callous and cold. He was just tired. And so was Aaron. I don't know, Levi said. I guess so. How they can cure stuff like that? Aaron wondered. And why were we involved? Chapter 13, There is a God within us. Est Deus in nobis. Washington, D.C. 86 Edis Octobres, 2766 AUC. Ackerman. I think I know a pair of Ackermans, they live out west, do you know them? I think they moved recently from Los Angeles. Mikasa spotted Amir serving a lady not too far away, and the freckled girl glanced at Mikasa and smirked. This was the absolute worst. Mikasa had never been to a party like this before. Sure, Jean and Marco had dragged her to a few parties when she had still gone to school with them, but that was different. She hadn't really minded those, because at least she could make it her job to become Jean's monitor when he got too shit-faced. This, though? This was terrible. She felt stifled, and a little lightheaded with all the perfume and the false smiles. Who even were these people? Celebrities and politicians? It wasn't like Mikasa knew or cared about any of them. And by the way, Miss Ackerman, you're very beautiful. I'm sure you get that a lot, but really, you walked in and captured everyone's attention, didn't you? Mikasa wasn't even sure who she was talking to. She'd been trying to find Hang, and some couple had pulled her aside. They'd known who she was before she'd even introduced herself. It was creepy, and a little infuriating. She'd ended up saying her name even after they'd addressed her, and she felt foolish and awkward. Amir was still smirking at her, her limp brown hair slicked back as she held out a tray of shrimp to a senator's wife. Hang better keep you close, you know. I'll bet you have boys lining up to date you, Mikasa blinked rapidly at the question. She heard Amir snort, and she had to bite her tongue to keep from blurting that she really needed to get some air. Hang had warned her about this. They'd said that everyone at these galas were nosy, and not to worry too much. And to smile, if possible. But Mikasa wasn't smiling. She was ready to break someone's arm. No, Mikasa said. I don't like attention. Oh, that's all right. You're just shy. It's sad, though, your predicament. Will Hang adopt you too, do you know? Mikasa turned away. Amir had bumped into the man and woman who had stopped Mikasa, and now she was apologizing with her strange, thick drawl. Mikasa made a mental note to thank her later. Mikasa didn't know how she'd been chosen to be Hang's trophy charity case for this particular party. Perhaps because she was the only one aside from Annie who had been with Hang long enough for the media to know who she was. Aaron and Armin had been selected specifically for different missions, so it was on her to be the distraction. Hang had selected Mikasa, Amir, Reiner, Berthold, Connie, and Sasha for Beta Squad. Mikasa was to accompany Hang to a gala that the president was supposed to be attending. Hang had apparently been able to swing that shit. That's how much power Hang had. Mikasa was bewildered, and a little scared, because what exactly did Hang do to get that much respect? Their goal was basically to pull off some national treasure 2 shit. They were going to try and get President Rice to admit his involvement in the institute. Once they did that, they were going to blackmail him in order to get a proper meeting with him so he'd answer their questions. Look at you, Armin said that morning after taking a picture of her getting her makeup done. Amir had been the one to do that. She had said that where she came from, getting all dolled up took way more time, and to be thankful for the shit she had. Mikasa was surprised at how efficient Amir had been, and the girl looked rather proud of herself. Krista had been doing Mikasa's hair when Armin had walked in. You look prepared to gut someone. That's the desired effect, Mikasa said dryly. Annie was leaning against the wall, already dressed in her new suit. She looked like a bruise, black and blue and yellow. It was kind of like an oversized blue sweatshirt, or a tunic, or something. She looked comfortable, at least. When are you leaving? An hour or so, Armin said, tucking his phone into his pocket. We have to debrief Marco and Jean, so. Right. Mikasa still had a bad taste in her mouth thinking about how her powerless friends were now apparently part of their team. She told Erwin that they were going to get themselves killed, but Erwin assured her that it would go smoothly. He infuriated her as much as Levi did. None of you think having 2 fellas without any abilities to speak of might be like adding some dead weight to your squad? Amir asked from Mikasa's bed. She'd collapsed there after doing Mikasa's makeup, though she needed to get ready soon as well. Hang had somehow managed to get 3 serving positions available for Amir, Berthold, and Reiner to fill at the gala. Connie and Sasha would not attend, but would wait at an appointed place until they had Rice apprehended. Hang hasn't got any abilities, Armin pointed out. Hang's got money, Amir said, rolling her head until it hung off the side of Mikasa's bed. An influence. See, me and you, little blonde one, we've got our awful specialness but Hang's got power. The kind we don't got. No one could argue with that logic, so Krista quickly changed the subject. You have such pretty hair, Mikasa, the tiny girl said. It's perfect for braiding. That was interesting to her, because she'd never braided it before. It used to be longer, Mikasa said. But Levi told me that having long hair is a tactical fuck-up, since anyone can just go and grab it. So I cut it. Have you ever thought about growing it out again? Krista asked. Nope. You know what's funny, Amir said, slipping off the bed. None of you have any trouble believing the president is behind the experimentation. Sure, there was some shock here and there, but I'll bet after you thought about it a little, you weren't all that surprised. Well, it's not all that surprising, is it? Krista asked quietly, her dainty fingers working at pulling Mikasa's braids behind her head. He's a terrible president. I don't know why anyone would vote for him. Well, for one, Amir said, he's white. Mikasa had nearly laughed at that, and Amir high-fived her triumphantly. Armin adjusted his glasses, and he shrugged. I think it boils down to media coverage, Armin said. The brigade was totally all for his campaign. And the brigade is completely corrupt, Annie said, right. Well, that's what we're going to find out, Armin said. Krista pinned Mikasa's hair, and exhaled in relief. There we go, she said. Done. Great. Mikasa glanced at herself in the mirror. She tilted her head. She looked fucking weird. The fact that President Rice was involved in the institute didn't surprise Mikasa. What surprised her was that it was information so easily stolen. And, besides, it was clear that whatever role the man played, he'd played it before he became president. So there was that. But still, Mikasa thought, glancing around for Hang at the gala. Why would Rice get involved with something like human experimentation? What's the purpose? She had no idea. That was the trouble. They didn't know what was going on, they didn't know anything, and it was terrifying. Even Erwin seemed to be a little lost, with all his precognition and all his planning. There was something rotten that they were all collectively unearthing, and the closer they got to it, the more the world seemed to bake in its decaying glory. Refreshment, miss. Mikasa glanced up at Reiner's beaming face, and she wanted to punch him. She was not in the mood for any of this bullshit. Have you seen Hang? Mikasa asked, folding her arms across her chest. Nope, Reiner said. Not since they tagged that senator. Oh shit. Reiner raised his platter up to cover his face, and Mikasa stared at him blankly. What? She asked, glancing around. She saw nothing but a faceless crowd, chattering and buzzing with small talk she didn't care for. The guy who kidnapped Krista's here, Reiner hissed, peeking over his tray. Mikasa followed his gaze, and her eyes landed on a middle-aged priest chatting idly with a woman several yards away. The priest? Mikasa asked. Yeah. Reiner groaned, and he attempted to hide behind Mikasa. If he recognizes me, this is over. Just to put things into perspective, Berthold possessed him, probably caused some real mental damage, and then Marco smacked him over the head with a baseball bat. He's not gonna be happy to see me. Marco did what? Mikasa had to think about it. Marco. Genial, assuring, benevolent Marco Bot. Hitting a priest over the head with a baseball bat. Amazing. He cracked the dude's head almost clean open, Reiner said, grinning toothily. Swear to God. Might want to avoid that, Mikasa told him, watching the priest vacantly. Since, you attacked a priest. I didn't know you were religious. I'm not, Mikasa said. Then no worries, Reiner said, smiling tightly. Anyways, people like us, we don't exist in the eyes of gods. Mikasa stood quietly, trying to digest his words. The priest turned around, and Reiner bolted so fast that Mikasa had to flatten her skirt so the breeze wouldn't kick it up. She blinked at the elder man, who was watching Reiner's retreating form with a blanching face, his lips pressing together thinly. Mikasa, who was alone yet again, figured it couldn't hurt to see if she could get some answers out of him. He kidnapped Krista, Mikasa thought, drifting closer to the man. I wonder why. Excuse me, the priest said to her, before she even made her move to speak to him. Young lady, would you happen to know who that man was? Mikasa stood awkwardly with her arms pinned at her sides. She looked away, and then back at the priest's face. Hey, waiter. The priest stared after Reiner, his shoulders squared and his eyes very wide. Mikasa could sense the danger in this man's fear of Reiner, so she cut between him and his view of the retreating blonde. Father, I had a question, Mikasa said, her mind reeling to actually find a question to ask. The man glanced at her, and he quickly composed himself. Yes, I'm sorry, what did you say, child? I'm not a child, Mikasa wanted to snap. I have a question, Mikasa said slowly. She stood awkwardly as the priest nodded and turned his full attention to her. She blinked, and looked down, swishing the skirt of her dress idly, her jaw clenching. She didn't have a question. What was she supposed to ask? The priest just stared at her expectantly, and she was just swishing her skirt like a little girl, completely and utterly oblivious. She hated this. Well, what's the question? The priest asked her gently. It's. Mikasa looked around her for Amir, or Hang, or anyone to save her. It's a good one, it's. Are you all right? The priest watched her worriedly. You look very pale. Mikasa nodded, and then she paused. What did people discuss with priests, anyway? She tried to think, tried to dredge up all the things her teachers had come to her with, begging her to see the guidance office, or a therapist, or someone. She exhaled sharply, silk and chiffon clenched in her fingers, and she wished someone else had been given this stupid mission. I wanted to ask, Mikasa said, her voice very distant. I mean, see. She glanced down at her wrist, where a heavy silver cuff was hiding her tattoo. My father has had some problems with addiction, and I've been worried lately that he'll relapse. Mikasa was surprised at herself. She'd been meaning to lie, but what had come out had been an almost truth. She threw a glance at the woman watching them, a scathing look that caused the woman to whirl away. I see, said the priest. How long has he been suffering from this addiction? I don't know, Mikasa said. She looked around the room. Come on, Mikasa thought. Somebody send a signal so I can get out of here. Well, the priest said, his voice still very soft, I think the best thing you can do for your father is to be supportive when he's struggling. I know many good men who have succumbed to gluttony in the past, and I understand your concern, but you must be strong for him. I'm strong, Mikasa cut in, throwing a glance at the old man. I'm plenty strong. And so is he. That's the problem. Ah, the priest said, he's stubborn, then. That's good. If he's stubborn, it'll be harder for him to give in to temptation. Listen, I'll keep you in my prayers, miss. What was your name? Mikasa said nothing. Emir had briefly passed by, her dark eyes flickering between Mikasa and the priest. Mikasa left the priest where he was and tailed the girl, ignoring the man's shouts after her. Emir smirked as Mikasa stopped beside her, scratching at her tattoo self-consciously, though she knew no one could see it. Having fun? Emir asked. Her drawl made Mikasa want to shove her. I'm tired of this, Mikasa said. Aren't you? I don't mind. Emir's face glowed mischievously, her freckles dancing like dark stars across her warm skin. She was an odd girl, never quite seeming to blend, or want to for that matter. I like coming to these ritzy joints, it's all the gossip you could ever dream of. But you don't seem the type of gal to care for any of that. I don't, Mikasa confirmed. I'm surprised you do. Emir smiled coyly. The best kept secrets are told when you think no one is listening, she said. She stood up straighter, and jerked her chin ahead of them. See that girl? Mikasa followed her gaze to a very sly-looking girl who was chatting with Berthold, who looked rather uncomfortable. I caught a good 10 minutes of her suspicions of Rice's infidelity. And, better yet, she's a journalist. Works for that brigade paper, or whatever. The brigade. Mikasa stared at the girl. What's her name? Hitch. Emir shrugged. Go on and get her away from Bertel, will you? My boy's got some skinning to do. Right. Mikasa brushed past Emir and moved toward Berthold, who stood uncertainly as Hitch continued to gab senselessly at him. Mikasa stood for a moment beside her, listening as she spoke about some politician standing not too far away, and his torrid affair with one of his maids. Berthold looked at Mikasa, and she could see the desperation in his eyes. Can you get me a pop? Mikasa asked Berthold. He looked at her, and nodded eagerly. Why yes, he gasped, ducking away from Hitch, who stood stunned for a moment. Huh. She rounded on Mikasa. That was rude. Who are you? Mikasa, she said. Once again she found herself looking for Hang. Oh, Hitch said, her cat-like eyes flickering as she gave Mikasa a once-over. Oh. Right. You're Hang Zoe's new orphan, right? Mikasa stood, tight-lipped, and bemused, and she nodded very slowly. Hitch grinned, the sort of wide, curling smile that seemed to be plastered infinitely onto her pale face. She faced Mikasa fully, lifting her glass to her lips as she stuck out her bony hand, her expertly manicured nails sharpened until claw-like in manner. For the umpteenth time that night, Mikasa felt as though she had missed something, some crucial lesson taught in primary schooling, how to hold some sort of social grace while undoubtedly being low in moral fiber. Mikasa shook Hitch's hand, wondering how many bones she could break depending on the sort of pressure she could apply. Stop, Mikasa told herself. You're being sadistic. That's not you. That's not who you are. But then, when had she ever cared before? I'm Hitch, the girl said, peeling her fingers away from Mikasa's skin. She tossed her pale, fluffy hair behind her ear, and she glanced around. You know, I've heard a lot about you. Really? Mikasa wasn't surprised. Everyone seemed to know her here. Yes, Hitch said, her smile still tight on her glossy pink lips. Oh, everyone loves you. So stylish and demure, like a little porcelain doll. Mikasa blinked rapidly as Hitch pinched her cheek, and she took a step back instinctively. It's really very cute, you know. How long has Hang had you in her clutches? There, Mikasa corrected. Hitch rolled her eyes. But she nodded. Right, sorry, she sighed. There. Always forget. Yeah. Mikasa eyed Hitch cautiously. And if you're asking how long I've been living with Hang, it's been about a month and a half. That's not very long at all, Hitch cooed, her smile slightly disheartened. But wasn't there sort of an influx of kids in that house? Like they bought an orphanage or something. Hang doesn't turn anyone who needs help away, Mikasa said. So they don't. Hitch laughed. Wow, she said. I guess there really are angels in this world. So you don't feel a little out of place with Hang? Hitch tilted her head, her eyes glimmering. Ever? Mikasa frowned. No, Mikasa said. Unless you count now, she thought. Huh, Hitch said. Well. Oh hey, isn't that Hang over there? Mikasa followed Hitch's gaze. And talking to the president. Isn't she special? Mikasa corrected. Hang met her eye, and they winked. They were wearing a designer suit, and for this occasion they were wearing contacts. They'd even combed their hair, so the ponytail they wore was not quite messy, but rather a little tousled. Yeah, Hitch said. So how did they spring that? What? Mikasa blinked at her, and Hitch shrugged. Getting so chummy with the prez, Hitch said. You know. I don't know, Mikasa said. Why are you here? Hitch smiled then, and it was a devilish, knowing smile. And she winked. You're definitely smarter than anyone here gives you credit for, she giggled. I'll give you that one. Okay, but why? Mikasa had no idea what she was supposed to assume from that. Good to know, Mikasa said. She watched Hang, who had turned her back with their arm crossed to face Mikasa. Their thumb was digging into their spine, and then their forefinger. What do you know about him? The president. Hitch's acutely shaped eyebrows rose behind her pale, fluffy bangs. You mean, what super secret things do I know about him? Hang's middle finger burrowed into the folds of the back of their suit. The president shouldn't have secrets, Mikasa found herself saying. Everyone has secrets, honey, Hitch said. Especially Mr. President over there. I'm sure you've heard the rumors about his daughter. His daughter. Mikasa blinked rapidly. She had no idea that Rice had a daughter, but then again, she'd never given a shit about politics before Hang had forced her into this. 4 fingers. He has a daughter. Well, Hitch said, her lips dragging in a shiny, all-knowing grin, and she leaned very close to Mikasa to the point where her perfume overwhelmed all of Mikasa's senses. He did. What do you mean? Mikasa asked. What happened to her? Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? Hitch's eyelashes batted innocently as she lifted her chin and glanced around. 1 minute, Rice had this gap-toothed, rosy-cheeked, angelic little girl. Oh, you could probably find 100 pictures of her on the internet. She was so close to being a child model, I swear, but then one day she kinda just poofed. He doesn't talk about her. She's never seen. But nobody even questions it. Hitch leaned very close again, and she brushed her fingers against Mikasa's shoulder, jerking her chin over at the president and Hang. Personally, I think the wife did it. How is that even possible? Mikasa asked, staring as Hang's fingers struck 5, and out of the corner of her eye, Mikasa saw Amir begin to move. You can't keep something like that a secret. You can if you're a Rice, Hitch said. Especially if you're a Rice. Because in the Rice family, scandal doesn't happen. Trust me, I've taken note of how immaculate their history is on paper. It's such a shame, though. Hitch leaned away from Mikasa, much to her relief, and the woman's grin actually fell. Historia was a good kid, from what I could tell. I think the official story is that she's off in boarding school, but, please. Hitch scoffed. That girl hasn't been seen in forever, and I heard there was a girl who went missing very recently who looked a whole lot like Historia. But that's just speculation, of course. Reiner had slipped away, Mikasa saw, his eyes meeting hers at the kitchen door. There was a way out of the building from there, Mikasa knew, and it wasn't guarded. Amir was nearing Hang. Berthold was standing conspicuously in the middle of the massive hall, his head poking out above everyone else's. You said, Mikasa said slowly, that you think his wife had something to do with it. Oh, yeah, Hitch laughed. Jealous bitch. See, Historia was adopted, officially, but if you look at her with her father, it's pretty clear that girl was his. Hitch sighed loftily. Well, not long after little Historia kinda vanished. Oh my god. An explosion of gasps, of whispers, and shouts erupted as Berthold collapsed. A platter went skittering across the floor, and just as a crowd began to form around the limp body over the tall serving boy, Emir bumped into Rice and spilled cocktail sauce across the shoulder of his suit. Oh, Emir said, feigning horror rather well, her dark face crumpling and twisting in mock terror. Mikasa saw a pair of suits already tripping over themselves to get to her. As she spoke, she thickened her accent purposefully, her eyes glinting. I am sorry, Mr. President. She was grabbed by both men very roughly, and Emir cried out in Spanish. Mikasa saw the men glance at each other. No, Rice said quickly, shaking his head. And no, it's fine, it's please release her, she didn't do anything wrong. Emir was let go, and she kept her head bowed, probably to hide a smirk. Hang had taken a step back, and they peered at Rice's shoulder. Hey, they said, you should put some dish soap on that before it sets into the fibers of the fabric. You know, if you don't want it to stain. Oh, Rice said, nodding. Yes, thank you miss, can you show me to the kitchen? Sir, one of the men in suits objected. It's okay, Rice said, his voice feeble. Mikasa winced. Berthold, she thought, needs to work on his acting. It'll only take a moment. I'll be right back. It wasn't working. Mikasa sighed. Onto the contingency, then. Is that boy breathing? Mikasa asked very, very loudly. He was, of course, just not enough for anyone to tell. In fact, Berthold's heart rate dropped so low that he could be pronounced dead. Skinning was incredibly detrimental to his health, and he'd admitted that when they had planned this entire mission. But his power was too useful to not take the chance. Mikasa was aware that if Berthold stayed too long outside his body, he could die. If he stayed too long outside his body, he could die, and the body hosting his soul would spit him out, and he'd be lost in some ethereal void. That had caught the suit's attention. Well, Rice said, or, rather, Berthold in Rice's body, go on, make sure he's breathing. He could have had a heart attack. The suits ended up shoving through the crowd surrounding Berthold as Rice and Emir headed for the kitchen. Hitch had disappeared amongst the throng circling Berthold, and Mikasa met Hang's eye. They nodded at her, and Mikasa made a break for the bathroom. Hang would not be participating in this part. They were too recognizable to disappear so suddenly. Mikasa's red dress was entirely too conspicuous for this occasion, but thankfully they had planned for this. She entered the bathroom, nodding to the woman standing at the mirror and reapplying her lip gloss. The woman nodded back cordially, and stopped beside her, waiting for her to leave. She stood for a moment, staring at her dress with all its crimson silk glory, vermilion velvet, and cherry chiffon curling around her fingers. Mikasa bit her lip. She missed Eren and Armin. The woman glanced at Mikasa, and she left without a word. Mikasa quickly checked the stalls for anyone else, and then she moved to the garbage can, popping off the lid and withdrawing a black backpack from its depths of paper towels. She entered a stall and tossed a strap of the bag onto a hook, kicking off her heels and stripping her dress off in one fluid motion. She was more or less used to quick changes into her Neo suit, so this was a simple habit for her. She was fully dressed in about 3 minutes, and she slipped her Neo mask over her face, shoving her dress and shoes into her backpack and zipping it up. She tossed it back into the trash as she passed the mirror, wisps of blue fabric fluttering against her knees. She hopped up onto the windowsill, which was marble and icy against her toes. She eased the window open, and twisted around when a woman entered and gasped. All she would see, of course, would be Neo crouching beside a window. And promptly disappearing. It was a rather long drop, surprisingly, and Mikasa's bare feet cracked against the pavement. She went sprinting despite that, and there was a little bit of shock, a mild sense of pain where her joints had taken the brunt of the fall. She passed beneath a cover of trees, her toes scraping against twigs and dry, dead leaves, and she felt like a ghost fluttering through the night, not quite there as the wind bit and tugged and lashed at her. She came to a little alcove in the trees, and she paused as she watched Emir circle Rice with a predatory look upon her face. Mikasa listened to the wind whistle breathlessly through the dying leaves, and when she looked up she saw Sasha's hooded face peering down at her from a branch a few feet above. Her foot was lazily swinging back and forth, and she tossed her bow into the air and caught it with ease. Ymir caught her eye. "Hey, doll," Ymir said. "Nice of you to show." Mikasa nodded. Rice turned to face her, and his expression was a little panicked. "Did anyone follow you?" he asked. "No," Mikasa said. "Not that we're hard to find. Let's do this quickly." "'Kay," Ymir said. "Get ready to take the back seat, Bertle." Rice nodded, and he swallowed very hard. Above Mikasa, Sasha stood up on her branch and notched an arrow. "I'm gonna give you 5 seconds, Sasha said, taking aim. She pulled her bowstring taut as Rice knelt down. Reiner was standing on the opposite end of the alcove, looking as though he'd rather be somewhere else. Mikasa didn't blame him. This was a very dangerous mission. Sasha released her arrow, and it struck Rice's back, enveloping his torso in tight black mesh netting. He cried out as he hit the ground, and Mikasa turned her back to him as Ymir knelt down in the leaves beside him. As she faced the entrance to the alcove, she could see a blur of green flash through the trees. Connie was circling them in order to keep them alerted if anyone actually showed up. "Hello there, Mr. President," Ymir chirped. "Bet you don't know me." "It's okay. Not many people do, it's swell." What? Rice sounded absolutely terrified. "What did you do?" "Nothing," Ymir said. "I mean, I didn't, anyways." "Didn't your buddy Father Nick tell you about being possessed?" Mikasa unsheathed her sword. Connie was coming back. He skidded to a stop beside her, and called out, "Hey, Skinner. There's a suit heading this way, can you get rid of him?" Rice sighed, his body jerking a little as Berthold's powers took control. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Is he within 50 feet of me?" Connie glanced at Mikasa, who stared into the darkness. A silhouette caught her eye. "Yes," Mikasa said. "Okay." Mikasa listened to Rice choke on a gasp, and she watched the silhouette freeze, his body buckling. And then he retreated. When Mikasa glanced back at Rice and Ymir, the girl was still kneeling, but now she was grinning, her dark face lighting up with a ferocious intensity. "Okay, cool," Ymir said. "Now I'm sure we'll have more time to talk. I hope you don't mind, it's a bit dark." Ymir snapped her fingers, and a bright white flame licked at the pads of her thumb and forefinger. Rice inhaled very sharply, jerking away from Ymir, and she grinned against the eerie glow. "There, that's better, don't you think?" Rice said nothing. He'd closed his eyes, and Mikasa could hear him breathing very heavily. She couldn't help but feel that this man was spineless. He was already cracking, and Ymir hadn't even begun her almighty plan to break him. She hadn't told any of them what she was going to say, but she assured them it would do the trick. "You know who we are," Ymir said. "I don't need to tell you. I just need you to say it. You did this. You made children into monsters." "I don't know what you're talking about," Rice said. His voice was steady. "Take a good look around you, Pops," Ymir snapped. "You know who did this. Just say it. You know. You helped. You made children into monsters." "I did no such thing," Rice said firmly. "Now, if you let me go now, I'm positive you won't be punished too harshly, miss." "You made children into monsters," Ymir repeated, "or did you make monsters into children?" Mikasa saw Rice's face flash with minute horror. "What did you say?" he whispered. "Or maybe," Ymir whispered back, stretching her legs. Twigs cracked against the silence, undisturbed by whatever commotion the gala had fired up. Leaves crunched under her feet as she stood on her toes and rocked back and forth. "Maybe you're the monster, Rice. Think about it. All this power. And all these secrets." Ymir began to whistle a tune, an old tune, a nursery rhyme Mikasa thought she knew. Rice's face paled in the flicker of Ymir's flame. "What did you put in Historia's breakfast that morning, anyway?" Rice's head snapped up, and he met Ymir's gaze with horror and awe. "What did you say?" he whispered. His entire body was shaking. Mikasa almost pitied him. Historia, Emir said. Oh, you remember her, I hope? Your daughter. You know, the one you drugged. Emir snapped her fingers, and her fire spat into the air in a burst of steely blue light, balling against the air and recoiling back to a subtle flicker around Emir's thumb. Put into a coma. She snapped her fingers again, and the sound cracked and crackled against the quietude, stretching and gasping painfully, an open flame inhaling and dying upon its first breath. For 4 years. That's... Rice looked shattered at that moment, and he shook his head furiously. How dare you? My daughter is alive, Emir said, because you let her be experimented on. Right? Did you get guilty last minute? Or was this your plan all along? To make her perfect? Like a goddess? Emir smiled wanly, and Mikasa found that smile to be the most enigmatic thing to ever grace her sight. You wouldn't be the first. Rice stared at Emir wildly. You. He said, his voice trembling. Oh. You know where she is, don't you? He rose shakily to his feet, and Emir took a step back. She looked surprised, and she shot a glance at Mikasa. You know where she is? Of course, she told you all of this. Rice looked half mad as he stumbled toward Emir, his arms bound by Sasha's netting. Please, tell me where she is. I have to explain. She needs to know that I never meant. Nobody ever means to hurt the people they love, Emir said coldly. Maybe your problem was you loved her too little, or too much. Maybe you wanted to keep her forever and ever, just the way she was. Emir's fey-like face glowed eerily, a surreal sight in the canopy of trees, black leaves fluttering around her in the shadow of her fire. She looked very suddenly like a fairy-tale creature, a wood switch peering over a cauldron, dried brown leaves catching in her wind-blown hair, or like a nymph watching with dark, glimmering eyes as nature churned around her and began to break and weather a world that could not remain unchanged. Emir looked, to Mikasa, like a myth in that moment, a beautiful legend that could not possibly be real. Or maybe you just wanted to save her. Rice exhaled shakily. Yes, he breathed, yes, I saved her. Emir stared at him vacantly. She snapped her fingers, and her fire guttered out with a hiss. You got that, Braun? She asked. Every word, Reiner confirmed gleefully. Rice's voice echoed softly in the vacancy of the alcove, hissing through the falling leaves as it trembled and broke, breathing with the shudder of the wind. Yes, I saved her. The recording stopped there, but Mikasa knew it went back for a while. Rice stood, trembling like a blackened leaf fluttering from overhead, and he crumbled. My God! He murmured, sounding close to tears. Maybe, Emir said, glancing at Mikasa. She jerked her chin, and Mikasa sliced the netting from the man's torso. But only because you made us this way. That seemed to shake him. You'd compare yourselves to gods. He croaked. Gods, Emir sighed, monsters, children. It's all the same. You people can call us what you want, but you never treat us like we are. They were all about to make a break for their getaway jet, parked inconspicuously on a closed car garage roof. It was cloaked so no one would see it, and it was only about a block away. Hang had a plan if Mikasa didn't show up again. Cramps. That was their big plan. And Mikasa figured it would work. They'd find a way to get a hold of Berthold too, she was sure. And what are you? Rice asked miserably. He seemed to have realized the position he was in. He would not tell a soul about them, lest he wanted the recording to get out. It was an unspoken deal. Heroes, Mikasa thought bitterly, turning her back to them. Human, Emir said. Chapter 14, Tough Body. Corpus Callosum. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. AD 4 Edis Octobres, 2766 AUC. Too many minds. They grazed him like bullets, leaving blood to pool hot and sticky across his cheeks like red tears, and he hated the metallic aftertaste, the jolt of knowing someone by the flavored thread of their mind. Ice cube shards and dandelions, root beer barrels and rainwater, potatoes and pine needles, honey and sun-dried figs, chocolate chip cookie dough and cyanide, pepper and baked apples, almond milk and grapefruit, sugar-coated whispers and kiwi. Tastes and sensations swirling together in a rapid, overwhelming dissonance. Firstly, there was Annie. Armin still had trouble recalling her from the blissfully hazy depths of his memory, but he knew that he knew her, and she knew that he'd forgotten. And he thought that maybe she wanted it to stay like that, for the same reason she wanted to stay away from him. Because she feared him. Because his power was something people feared, and that made Armin uncomfortable, because he'd never thought of himself as something fearsome. He wasn't scary, he was just pragmatic. Annie's connection with Armin was unlike any he'd ever had. Because there was barely a connection. He'd touched her, and cracked a little fissure into her wall of ice, just big enough for his mind to contact hers. But he didn't get the usual blast of negativity, the emotions, and the disdain he got her taste, the painfully chilly brush of a tongue against an ice cube, and the taste of spring air, crisp and heavy with pollen and fresh flowers, and he realized that Annie's taste must have changed since whenever they had last connected, because it was a completely foreign sensation. Then there was Connie and Sasha. They were like nature had thrown up sugar plums, and they gave him cavities. Jean and Marco were faint thrums of tastes dancing around Armin's mind, mocking him, taunting him, begging him to try and take what he didn't deserve. Their thoughts, their feelings, whatever. Armin avoided them. Their thoughts made Armin's tongue feel heavy, and they were distant, and sweet, but screaming wordlessly, and Armin just didn't want anything to do with them because it was like something was just daring him to tread where he shouldn't, and that terrified him. Reiner was alarmingly natural, but his mind buzzed with anxiety, and Armin hated tuning into his frequency, because it made no sense. It was babble and broken words, broken thoughts, broken blips on a silver screen. Armin saw flashes of red, and he tasted blood, and then he blinked, and it was all gone in a trickle of inconsistent thoughts. Berthold just was incomprehensible. Armin had too many minds surrounding him. He loved living with Eren and Mikasa, but it was suddenly very overwhelming to have so many thoughts speeding past him when he had once lived alone with Erwin, whose mind would not yield to Armin's. So now Armin had to avoid getting too close with his new housemates, practically strangers to him, and he would often put on headphones to drown out the hissing, inaudible cacophony. Nobody seemed to notice or worry, though Eren and Mikasa could feel the strain through their unyielding mind link. They sometimes watched him, their worry palpable in their eyes and in their minds, and he had to shove it away. He didn't want anyone to worry about him. He didn't want anyone to think he couldn't handle this, because, if he couldn't, then what did that mean? What was his use then? The brigade had a headquarters in Chicago, which unfortunately had been destroyed by the giant robot attack that was still stealing world news for some reason. Armin felt that no one was asking the right questions. Everyone was focused on the damage done, the economic setback, but no one had once asked who or why. Or even what. After they had gotten home that day from Chicago, a few more kids now taking up residence in the Hangzhou home for peculiar children, Armin had pulled Annie aside. That robot, Armin said, had your powers. What? Annie glanced him, her droopy eyes flashing in alarm. What do you mean? It tried to freeze me, Armin said. It looked at me, and it looked like. Annie stared at him blankly. Armin could sense her sudden caution, and she tilted her head up at him. What did it look like? She asked softly. You, Armin almost said. But he didn't. Because she already knew, and she knew he knew. But neither of them could say it. Even with their feeble, icy link, and the taste of her springtime frost clinging to his tongue, he could not speak to her. He was scared of her, and she was scared of him, and they were stuck because he knew, and she knew that he knew. But he didn't know what any of it meant, so he smiled tightly, and he said, it looked like it was alive, he said. It looked like it was going to cry, Armin thought. It looked like you, and you looked like you were going to cry. That was familiar to him. Had he once seen Annie cry? No, he couldn't imagine. That's weird, Annie said dully. Yeah, Armin said. He jumped as Eren came bursting into the room, and whistled at them. Yo, you two, he said, not even questioning why they were alone together. One of the newbies wanted to watch Hercules. You in? Oh, Yeah. Armin brightened up considerably at the thought. He loved musicals. Between then and the mission debriefing, Armin had learned a few things about his new housemates. 1. Emir was a little bit of a bitch. She got a kick out of pressing her very warm fingers to Armin's cheek whenever he wasn't paying attention, and he got a blazing sensation, fire enveloping his entire body and licking up his arms and legs and consuming his heart and charring his bones, and when he coughed, blood dribbled from his lips, blood, and fire and laughter because how dare you, how? And then Emir would pull her hand back and laugh, as if she'd only pinched him. Reiner was a vegetarian, and once when Armin had asked if it was for any particular reason, Reiner had responded with a snort. Well, he said, I have to be careful with what I eat anyway, because I have a heart condition, a side effect of my power, you know, but man, I cannot even with animals, okay, it physically pains me to imagine killing and eating one. Armin was beginning to sense a pattern. He spent some time painting with watercolors, trying to remember the pattern when his headaches got bad, but it often made no sense to him. He sat quietly in his room a little after the meeting Hang and Erwin had held to debrief them on their respective missions. Gamma Squad. The Brigade. Just reconnaissance. Information gathering too, maybe, if given the chance. Easy stuff. He turned his music on shuffle, turning it up as he glanced toward the door. He didn't want anyone to hear him. He turned back to his computer, which sat idly at his desk, and he took a deep breath. He hit record. He said, the steady sound of one day more almost drowning him out. Okay, so this is to me. Future me. He nodded curtly at his webcam. Because this is important. For me. For you. Yeah. Armin swung his spinning chair idly, and pulled his legs up to his chest. So I noticed something recently about our abilities. We, as child experiments, have a 5-to-3 ratio of physical, mental, and/or health defects to the able-bodied and minded. And Mikasa and Emir might not even count, because their abilities are natural. Armin threw a glance at the door. He dropped one knee, and grabbed the open notebook from beside his keyboard. Eren Yeager. His procedure involved a series of injections to the nape of his neck. He spent 3 months dropping in and out of comas, and when he recovered he was diagnosed with both narcolepsy and diabetes. Armin wrote this down as he spoke, though when he looked down at the words, they didn't look quite right to him. He ignored it. Annie Leonhardt. I don't know how her procedure went, because I don't have that kind of access to her mind. Maybe I did once, I don't know, but her skin forms distinctly crystalline blemishes whenever she uses her ability. Her skin also blackens and hardens, like it's frostbitten, but less ugly. Reiner Braun. His procedure was a series of intravenous injections. He has a heart condition, but I don't know how extreme it is yet. Berthold Hoover. His procedure isn't clear to me because his mind is a little too jumbled. I can hear a lot of voices, but none of them are Berthold's. He has a mild form of auditory schizophrenia. Armin looked up at his webcam, and he chewed on the cap of his pen thoughtfully. Armin Arlelt. I was 9 when a serum was injected directly into my brain. I now have asthma, when I did not previously. He tossed his notebook back onto the desk. I also get chronic headaches that are very dull and deep, and nothing seems to take the pain away. His pen was dangling between his teeth, and he wiggled it pensively. So what was he missing? Emir and Mikasa. Armin murmured. He pulled his pen from his mouth, and he grabbed his phone, flicking through his contacts quickly. He let it dial, and he stuck the phone between his shoulder and cheek as he pulled the notebook back into his lap. Yo. Connie asked. Armin. Hi, Connie, Armin said, writing the boy's name down beneath the others. I have a really weird question to ask. Oh, this should be good, Connie said. Shoot. No one asked, Armin said, how you got your speed. So I'm wondering, if it's natural, or... Oh. Connie sounded a little surprised. Well, okay, so when I was 8, I got hit by a car. Armin's eyes widened, and he quickly put the call on speaker so the recording would pick it up. I couldn't move my legs. Like, ever again. That's what the doctors all said, and I believed it. But then one day when I wiped out in my wheelchair, I got taken to the hospital, and this nurse lady, Ilse, she came in and talked to me for a little while, and then she put some shit in my fore. And the next thing I knew, I was dead, and they had to use those nifty paddle things to bring me back, and when I woke up I was able to move my legs again. Except now I was super fast. Armin was a little rattled by how nonchalant Connie was about his own death. Oh wow, Armin said. Okay. Did you say Ilse? Armin looked up at his webcam with wide eyes. What did she look like? Connie groaned. Shit, I don't even, that was 6 years ago, dude. She had dark hair. It was short. And she had a lot of freckles. Who? Armin heard Sasha ask. Ilse, Connie told her. That crazy nurse that saved me. Oh, and she looked really young. I remember that. And she man, she was so weird looking, it was like she wasn't even real, I swear I thought she wasn't until I realized I could move my legs again. Her skin kinda glowed too. Ah, Sasha cooed. Connie's angel. Fuck off, Sash. Connie sighed. Anyway, yeah, that's about all I can remember about her. Why? Oh, Armin said, biting his lip. He glanced at himself in his recording, his eyes drooping tiredly. His face was a little fuzzy, because Armin was not wearing his glasses. No reason, I was just taking note of how everyone got their ability. Hey, that Ilse girl, though. Sounds kinda like Emir, don't you think? I've never met Emir, Connie said. I mean, I saw her when we did that video meeting thing earlier, but... Right. Armin nodded quickly. Duh. It's probably just my imagination. Anyway, Connie, thanks for telling me all that. It's got to be a touchy subject. No, not really, Connie said. Yikes, what kind of name is Emir, anyway? What kind of name is Constantino? Sasha shot at him. Sasha, no. Connie shrieked. Armin smiled, and he spun his chair idly as he listened to Connie and Sasha struggle on the other line. Sasha shrieked. Shut the fuck up, stop telling people that, okay? It's getting really oh my god, she's got Mark's toy helicopter, okay, I gotta go, my mom's gonna kill me if she breaks that. What is she doing with a toy helicopter? Armin asked, stifling his laughter. She's fucking chasing me. Armin couldn't contain his laughter, and he looked at his recording, and he shook his head. He paused it. You're a speedster, Armin said. You can take it. I know, but... The door opened, and Armin whirled around in his chair to face Levi. The man glowered at him from the doorway, never passing the threshold. Connie was still shouting from the receiver. Turn your shitty music off, Levi told him. It's midnight. Armin blinked. He hadn't even realized it had gotten that late. He reached back and hit the pause button on his keyboard. Gotta go, Connie, Armin said, hanging up before the boy could respond. Levi was already closing the door. Wait. Levi paused, and glanced back at Armin. His eyes were narrowed, and they were hollow, and they were piercing. Armin said, tucking his phone into his pocket. I was wondering if you could show me the pictures of Ilse Langner you guys found at the institute. Ask Erwin, Levi said. Not me. Right. Armin said. He pushed his hair behind his ears, and he nodded. He leaned against the door, blinking rapidly as he was overwhelmed with a sudden loss of equilibrium, his heart thundering in his chest as the room shuddered, and the room hissed, and the room shook around him and danced and threatened to cave in on top of him. Right. Levi looked at him. The man stepped into the room, and Armin pushed off the door quickly, standing a little shakily as Levi paused. His eyebrows were furrowed, from what Armin could see, but Levi's face was sort of like a white smudge in a bleeding darkness. Armin's head was really hurting, and it was worse than usual. It must be because there are so many people, Armin thought, sweat pricing his skin. I don't get any peace, not even when I'm asleep. My dreams are theirs. You look gross, Levi said. I'm fine, Armin said. I just got hit with a little bit of a dizzy spell. It happens all the time. Levi frowned. Armin breathed in deeply, and he felt himself sway a little. But he stayed upright. He'd take a few aspirin, or maybe some NyQuil, and he'd be fine. Go make Erwin take your temperature, Levi said, whirling away from Armin. If you're getting sick, you need to stay away from the other kids. I'm not letting a pandemic start under this roof, you got it, Blondie? Yes, Armin said weakly. He felt better once he laid down. Dizziness, headaches, nausea, asthma, his side effects were a nuisance, but it was nothing painfully awful, like schizophrenia, or diabetes, or some obscure heart condition. No, Armin could bear this burden. He had to. Hello, Armin, Krista said the morning of their mission. She didn't talk much, the girl who could see and manipulate auras. When they had all explained their powers to one another, Krista had taken a very long time to coherently express what she did. She said that what she saw was a bit like a person's life force. She could take that, and she could make it stronger in order to save a person. Heal wounds, or illnesses. Stuff like that. Armin had wondered why her mind was not reachable, and he realized it was because her power was almost completely mental. Like Erwin, she had a power that counteracted his own. And that was amazing. Morning, Armin said. He nudged open a cabinet with his knee and withdrew a box of granola bars. Did Aaron and Levi leave yet? I don't know, Krista said. She sat at the kitchen table, peeling an orange with her thumbnail. I heard, they were getting an early start because it'll take so long to get there, so maybe. Armin nodded vacantly. He stiffened as Emir walked in, and he tried to hide the fact by ripping open a granola bar and sticking it in his mouth. He'd yet to see the pictures of Ilse, and it was bothering him immensely. Ilse Langner, Emir's supposed grandmother, who had all but a shrine dedicated to her at the institute. No, it wasn't right. There was something he was missing, something he couldn't see. He needed that variable, that clarity. Whoa, Emir said, blinking down at Armin as she fished a granola bar from the box in his hands. I totally thought you were Krista for just about 5 seconds. Damn. Really? Krista asked, twisting to face Emir. Emir shrugged. No, she said. But almost. You shouldn't wear your hair like that so much. Emir tousled Krista's low-hanging ponytail. It's confusing. Oh. Krista tore at the skin of her orange, and as Armin chewed his granola bar, he could smell it. The citrus filling the air, burning his nose and stinging his eyes. Armin chewed slowly. He'd woken up with a headache, which was not unusual, but now he was getting the strangest sensation. Like vertigo mixed with a blow from Levi's bony knuckles to the side of Armin's head. Pain spiderwebbed through him, striking at his nerves and settling inside his stomach until his gut was fried. It knotted up uncomfortably, and then churned and churned. Armin was still chewing, but the granola was getting caught in his molars, and it wouldn't go down his throat no matter what he tried. So it sat heavily, scratching his tongue. It tasted like ash. It all tasted like ash. It all felt hot, sweltering, and he felt his clothes turn to writhing flame, and he cowered as a woman reached out, coughing and crawling. Dead woman. There was a voice singing in his head, or whispering, maybe sugar-coated whispers, sugar-coated please, sugar and fruit and ashes sprinkled on top, an early morning delight. The voice was whispering. Sugar. Ash. Sugar. And the voice was begging, make it stop, make the fire stop, please, Emir, I'll leave, I promise, just make the fire stop. I can't, he thought wildly, staring down at his naked, flame-engulfed body. He sat in a crumbling kitchen. There was a charring corpse reaching for him. And besides, you did this, not me. Armin shoved Emir away, her fingers leaving a warm impression on the skin of his forehead. Armin lurched toward the kitchen sink, his fingers finding purchase on the glistening steel, and there was heat crawling all throughout his body, sweat forcing his pajamas to cling to his skinny frame, which buckled as he vomited bile and granola into the shiny metal basin. His stomach spasmed, and released another bout, just enough for him to not be able to catch his breath between the spewing of digestive fluid from his lips. When he was done, he was heaving, his ribs aching and his legs ready to give out, and as he stared dizzily into the sink, he felt the need to pretend this had never happened. Shame burned him, worse than the fire of Amir's white-hot memory, and Armin flicked on the faucet to wash the evidence of his incompetence down the drain. It wasn't fair. The only thing he could do was read minds, and even then he couldn't do it right. He got sick because he was too weak to handle the strain. Armin was still heaving as gathered some water in his cupped palm and attempted to wash his mouth out. He felt a hand on his back, but he couldn't breathe well enough to tell them to stop touching him. He couldn't do it. And when he looked up, water and sick clinging to his lips, he saw Krista and Amir standing right beside him. Krista reaching up with her orange-stained hands, and she wiped at his mouth with a paper towel. He was still wheezing. There were tears on his cheeks. "It's okay," Krista said very softly. Armin stared at her, his shallow breaths echoing in the still kitchen. Krista smiled up at him, and she wiped at his tears with the pad of her thumb. He flinched away from her touch before remembering that she could not hurt him, and then he relaxed, his fingers twitching at his chest as he tried to regain his composure. But he didn't know if he could. He was crying and wheezing in the middle of the kitchen, his throat burning and bile still leaving an acrid residue, and ash still clinging to his tongue, and that only made him cry more. "Amir, get his inhaler." "Already ahead of you, Carino." Amir held up the small white tube, and Armin wanted to reach for it, but Amir scared him. He tasted her ashes in his mouth, and he wanted to puke again. "He's got a fever, you know." "I can feel it," Krista sighed. "Armin, you should go to bed." He shook his head furiously, and grabbed the inhaler. He took 2 puffs of it, inhaling deeply, and he rested his back against the sink. He was still breathing very heavily, but the medicine was beginning to take effect. He wiped at his eyes with his sleeve, and he coughed feebly. "Tea thanks, Krista," he mumbled. He threw a glance at Amir, but she only watched Armin with a knowing gleam in her eye. "Amir." "Don't sweat it," Amir said. "You seem pretty down, though. Maybe you should skip out on the mission." "I'll be fine," Armin informed her curtly. His inhaler was clenched in his fist. "All of this is just from my power overloading. You touching me didn't really help." Amir scoffed, and threw her hands up in defense. "I was only checking you for a fever," she said stiffly. "That sorta thing can kill, you know. Especially someone your size." "I'm fine," Armin repeated. He glanced at Krista, who watched him with large, worried eyes. "Really? I'll take some Tylenol, and the fever will go right away. You'll see." "Okay." Krista nodded slowly. "If you say so, Armin. Can you too?" Armin looked between them, feeling suddenly very panicked. "Can you not tell anyone about this? If Erwin finds out, he'll bench me for sure." Krista looked uncertain, but Amir nodded. "Yeah, sure," she said with a shrug. Her limp brown hair curled across her cheeks as she tilted her head. "But you'll owe me one, buddy boy." Armin wanted to ask what the ash meant. He wanted to ask her why there was something so horrible in her head. It was one of the most terrible things he had ever witnessed, and he'd only caught a bare glimpse of it, a flicker in a dark, a whisper too sweet to be kind. Armin looked at Amir, and he realized. "I'm going to go lay down, actually," Armin said, brushing past both girls. Berthold, Armin realized, has possessed Amir. But the trouble was that Armin had no idea when or why or what that even meant to him. They had to pick up Jean and Marco in Chicago and debrief them on how the mission was going to play out. Erwin had already informed them that they were not to engage if they met with any resistance upon entering the brigade's headquarters in Philadelphia. They were already playing it very close by simply scheduling this mission the same night as Beta Squad's mission. If Beta Squad failed, if they got caught, it would already throw major suspicion onto them. "Where are your glasses?" Erwin asked Armin as he sat beside him in the cockpit of Hank's plane. He was in charge of making the plane invisible upon takeoff. "Contacts," Armin said. He was studying the fibers of his gloves, the brown stains from his or Aaron's blood set into the grooves of white thread. Written unsteadily across the dull, faded brown smear, "I can sleep in heaven." Armin wondered what that was from. It could be anything. He didn't remember the context. He didn't know why his mind was manipulating the ink inside his suit to form those words. Armin didn't know very much, really, he just knew tastes and sensations and bits of information caught in the spider web that was his fractured mind. Krista and Annie were sitting behind them. They weren't talking. It was so strange, this plane ride, because Armin's mind was so clear. There was no noise, no taste except for the trace of frosty spring air that leaked through the crack Armin had jabbed through Annie's wall of ice. And yet, for all the vacancy in the frequencies, Armin was lost. His head was somewhere else. His heart was not in it. "We haven't done a mission together in a while," Erwin said, glancing at Armin. Armin stayed silent. He watched the clouds, and words twitched on his white gloves, crawling across bloodstains and laughing at him. If he watched the clouds long enough, the fluffy white bits of water condensed into these blinding, taunting shapes, perhaps they would become words too. "In fact, we haven't talked much at all lately." "There's not much to talk about," Armin said. A lie. Armin wanted to tell him about Annie. The robot that had looked like her, had her power. The robot that had looked at him intelligently, known him, and tried to freeze him. He wanted to tell Erwin about Ilse Langner and Ilse the nurse who had saved Connie Springer, and he wanted to tell Erwin of Emir's ashes and the corpse reaching, dead woman, sad woman, too charred to save. He wanted to say something about Berthold's possession of Emir, something that had echoed in Emir's hot touch, her skin leaving red skinny burns on Armin's pale forehead. Armin wanted to talk about the defects, that they were all defective except for Krista. That Armin was having trouble reading. Remembering. That his powers were consuming his entire being, and he couldn't stop it. He wanted to tell Erwin that he didn't want to be Cicero anymore. "How's school?" Erwin asked. "Fine. Just fine. I'm ahead in all of my classes, and taking 3 courses outside of the curriculum," Armin said quietly. "It's fine, Erwin." "I'm not talking about your grades, Armin," Erwin said very gently. Armin was reminded of sitting in Erwin's car years before, and Erwin reassuring him that he was powerful. "Then I have no idea what you're talking about." He pulled his hood up over his head, his hair in a ponytail as it usually was when he dressed as Cicero. "Are you getting enough sleep?" Erwin asked him. "I don't know, Erwin," Armin sighed, pulling up his knees and hugging them tightly. "You're the psychic one, you tell me?" Erwin looked at Armin sharply, and Armin felt suddenly ashamed. He hadn't meant it. "What's wrong with me today?" Armin thought miserably. Maybe his problem really was that he wasn't getting enough sleep. He hadn't thought about that, but he always stayed up very late, and woke up very early, and never thought anything of it. He'd overslept today, though. That rarely happened. "I'll go to bed earlier, then." "I can't, Armin," Erwin said softly. "He can't?" "You can't see my future?" Armin asked. He stared straight ahead. "You've never told me that before." "I never wanted to worry you about it," Erwin said. "But it seems that now, well, the fact is, Armin, you interfere with my precognition. You never used to, but now if you are in the future I need to see, you blot it out." Armin dropped his legs and twisted to face Erwin in horror. "Wait, what?" he asked. "How long has this been going on?" "It was on and off for a few months," Erwin said, "but it's been steady for weeks." "So you can't see any future with me in it?" Armin asked. "None." Erwin smiled a little. "It can't be helped," he said. "Your abilities are far more useful than mine. If it's between my knowing the outcome of a mission, and you participating, there is no question. You're more important. Because I can trick people's minds." Armin shook his head furiously. "But, Erwin, can you see my future?" It was Krista who had spoken, soft and curious, her long purple cloak gathering around her tiny body. Viti, she called her hero persona. "Fitting." "I can," Erwin said. "So long as Armin isn't in it." "How far ahead can you see?" Krista asked. "A week? A month? A year? A decade? Can you see when I die? When Annie dies? Can you?" My power has many limitations, Erwin said. Like Armin, I have trouble with the multitude of possibilities my ability offers me. While Armin hears thoughts like frequencies, I see futures like billboards passing on the street, or spines of books on a shelf. There's nothing but a glimpse into what knowledge could be attained from taking a closer look. More often than not, I choose not to. Armin sat and listened, because this was all so interesting. He knew some things about Erwin's powers, little things, but this was something else entirely. Armin had always felt that Erwin was the more powerful one, that Erwin's power was the eerie one. But now he saw it was the other way around. Armin's telepathy was something dangerous, and it was too strong for him to keep it contained. He knew that. He could feel it slipping from his grip. So how come you can see my future, but Armin can't read my mind? Krista asked. And what about Annie? When Armin looked back, he saw that Annie was sitting with her droopy eyes fixed on him. Krista was watching Erwin, her pale hair framing her round face, and her pink lips parted in confusion. Armin wondered what was so special about her. The healer, the result free of imperfections. The only one. It's possible, Erwin said, that Armin's ability has formed a self-defense mechanism to keep out any foreign minds from manipulating his own. But my power doesn't affect his mind, Krista said. It's just his aura, his life. I don't really care if he can read my mind or not, but the fact that I can't see his life forces, it's very, very troubling for me, because I won't be able to heal him if he ever needs healing. You don't have to worry about me, Krista, Armin said very gently. He was surprised that he had to say it. I'm invisible more often than not, so it'd be hard for anyone to hurt me. You don't know that, Krista said, her eyes flashing to him desperately. Annie sighed from her seat beside the smaller blonde, and Armin glanced at her. Krista did too. What is it, Annie? Just accept that your power is no use to him, Annie said, resting her head back in her chair. What? Just accept it, Annie said, her icy blue eyes closing. If you can't save him, you can't save him. Whatever. Let him take care of himself. Armin stared at Annie, and she stared back. Thanks, Annie, Armin said to her, though he didn't know why. He wasn't really grateful, but he felt like it was the thing to say. And she winced at his voice in her head. Why are you thanking me? She asked, her voice distant and crackling inside his head. I'm just telling her that when you die, it won't be her fault. Oh, Krista said. She sounded disheartened, and Armin wondered what she was thinking. You think I can take care of myself, Armin said. He felt as though he was pressing his hands against her wall of ice, and trying to peer through it to see her face. And she was shrinking on the other side, too shy to come out and face him. I think you have that ability, Annie said. Her eyes flickered as they moved from his face to the window. I don't think you know how to use it, though. Armin almost rolled his eyes. He turned back to face the cockpit, his hood falling over his eyes. Right, he said. He couldn't help but sound bitter. He wasn't sure what Annie meant, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know. He liked Annie fine, but he felt as though she knew something that he'd forgotten, and it was like an itch in his heart that he couldn't scratch. It nagged him, and taunted him. Armin felt very nauseous all of a sudden as he looked down at his hands. Bloodstains popped out against blinding white fabric, and ink pooled across the faded brown grooves, laughing at his ignorance. "'Tis in my memory locked," his mind told him. "And you yourself shall keep the key of it." Armin wanted to slap himself in the face. "I'm sorry," Annie said suddenly. Armin whirled around to look at her, and he sensed both Krista's and Erwin's eyes on him. But he was surprised. "I didn't mean it like that." "Then how the hell did you mean it, Annie?" Armin asked. "I don't know," Annie said. "I'm sorry, okay?" Armin was feeling suddenly very anxious, because she was watching him, and he could sense the crack in her wall, and he could sense her behind it, peering through the hole at him and almost willing to let him see what she was so keen on hiding. "I knew you before," Armin said, turning around in his seat so Erwin would stop glancing at him. "Didn't I?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Armin watched his own handwriting tremble on his fingers. There were sonnets playing like symphonies across his shaky hands, and down his sides, and he could feel the vibrations of music and taste the words, but he could not read them very suddenly. It was too hard to squint through the blotted, inky mess. At the institute, Armin said. We knew each other better, then. I know we did. But I forgot, and you just let it go. Why is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Annie told him. Her voice felt like snowflakes gathering on the windowsill of his mind. I just mean, Armin said, that you've been in my head before. I really don't know what you're talking about, Armin, Annie said. He felt her presence fading, as if she didn't want to be so close to him anymore. It was sad to feel. But Armin turned around and smiled at her. We're almost there, he said. You're a liar, Annie. Good, Annie said, her eyes narrowing. At least I know when I'm lying, Annie said to him. Her voice rang in his head long after she spoke to him, and she felt their connection begin to ice over. Her wall was pressing into his head, biting at his senses, and he exhaled sharply, his teeth beginning to chatter from the sensation. He felt as though he'd been pushed into an icy pool, a tiny hand forcing his head beneath the inky, fragile surface of a frosting pond and keeping it under, coaxing him to keep under, even as his body began to fight the sensation, and he could not think or breathe. We used to be friends. Armin pressed his gloved, inky, blood-stained hands to his ears, and he moaned aloud. I know. He mumbled, his lips trembling and turning blue. There was ice crawling across his eyes. Water clogged his ears, and froze around his eardrums. His heart was thudding in iambic pentameter. Hamlet, Armin realized. My hands are reading me Hamlet. There, on the pendant boughs her coronet weeds clambering to hang, an envious sliver broke, when down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook. I know. Armin. He felt a hand brush his shoulder. He shrugged Erwin off, and shook his head furiously. I'm fine, he stammered. He said it, and his voice caught in his throat. He wanted to cry. Annie, stop. You first. You're hurting me, Armin said, his head pounding, his thoughts slowing, his breath misting across the air as he tried to grasp what was happening. What the hell was Annie doing? What the hell was he doing? This was foolish, and he knew it, but he wanted to know what Annie was hiding, because he knew, and she knew he knew, and now they were at a stalemate, and he was freezing, and she was freezing, and he wanted to cry. And then it stopped. The ice, and the weight, and the shivering emptiness that came with Annie's offensive. But Ophelia still drowned. That was written on his arms, and crawling down his sides. What is going on with you two? Erwin asked. His eyes were forward, and Armin looked at him as he inhaled deeply, and exhaled shakily. Tell me what you're talking about. They were both silent for a solid 10 seconds, and Armin shivered as they both turned toward the window. The institute, they said in unison. Do you hate me? Annie asked. No, Armin said. He could feel his mind thawing, and it hurt to think. I don't hate you. You're an idiot, Annie said. And you're a liar, Armin replied. Stop talking to me in my head, she said sharply. If you want to talk, talk. Stop using your power on me, and I won't have to use mine on you. Armin hadn't considered that. He still felt numb, but he turned around to face her anyway, keenly aware of Krista and Erwin. I'm sorry, he said to her. She shifted in her seat, looking a little guilty. So am I, she said. They watched each other, and he was so suspicious of her, and she was so aware of it, but neither of them did a thing. Armin didn't understand what they were doing. He felt like they were both tiptoeing around the truth, a truth he knew but couldn't touch, and a truth she knew but wanted to ignore. It was terrible. They were terrible. They landed the plane on a parking garage roof. Marco and Jean were already sitting there, waiting for them apparently, and Erwin quickly went through their objective again. Annie tried to drift away from him, but he cut in front of her, blinking down at her a little desperately, hoping to amend for his previous mistake. I still think of you as a friend, you know, he told her very quietly. She stared at him, and glanced at Erwin and Jean and Marco and Krista. Krista and Marco were looking at them. How sweet of you, Annie said dully. If it really bothers you that much, Armin said, I won't talk to you in your head anymore. Thanks, I guess. Armin wanted to punch himself. He wanted to scream and tear his hair out, because his head hurt, and his heart hurt, and she wasn't understanding, and he couldn't understand her, and it was terrible. They were terrible, he and Annie, and they both knew it. Okay, Armin said, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Well, I thought you should know that you're still my friend. Even if I don't remember us being friends before. And even though you don't trust me, she whispered. Armin stared at her, and his eyes darted to Erwin. But he hadn't heard. Armin could tell by the way he carried himself. Do you trust me? He whispered back, turning his face to her. She said nothing. It was as if she couldn't understand what he was saying. She looked vacant and bored with his words. Maybe that's our problem. Do you think so? He was surprised at how nice it was to ask what she was thinking instead of knowing by default. It was refreshing. Maybe. And what would you do if I trusted you? She asked. They were still whispering, because this was a secret, their unspoken suspicion. You would hate me? I'm sure I wouldn't, Armin said gently. You're supposed to be smart, Annie whispered, her eyes moving from his face to the ground. But you're so stupid. I'll be your friend, Armin. But there are some things you're better off not knowing. He shook his head. No, he didn't believe that. He couldn't. I want to trust you, you know, he said, feeling desperate and cold. They'd wandered so far from the group that Armin couldn't even hear Erwin talk about the objective anymore. The objective was, of course, to get as much information as they could out of the brigade's database about Rice or even the Institute, as confirmation of their involvement in the experimentation. I mean, I don't think you're hiding this from me to be cruel. They walked quietly for a few moments along the wall separating the parking garage roof from a very long drop. The sun was setting, and Annie had stopped to watch the Chicago skyline. It looked a bit like fire blooming across the clouds and the city, and catching on the chunks of twisted metal and glass from the robot attack. Annie glanced behind them at Erwin and the others, and Armin could see her go rigid. Armin, she said suddenly, whirling to face him. Do you think I'm a good person? Armin stood for a moment, alarmed. His mind felt cold, but he could almost taste her fear, sour as it crept across her mind and breathed through the hole he'd punctured in her head. He pitied her at that moment, because she was so isolated, and she was so lonely, and she was giving that to him, these feelings, this desperation, this fear of being found, this fear of being caught like a wolf in a trap. He realized that she needed to open up to people more. She was decaying inside her head. He could taste the decomposition, the wilting of dandelions and the oncoming blizzard that would force all growth to cease. I don't know if I really like the implications of saying anyone is a good or bad person, Armin said slowly. If I said yes, I think you're a good person, I might just be saying that because I think you're good to me, or for me, while the opposite might mean you don't benefit me or conform to my ideals. And I don't think it's fair for me to say, because I can't just judge you without any support to base my opinion on. It sounds like you just don't want to answer my question, Annie said flatly. Armin smiled, and it was genuine, because he realized she was teasing him. We should talk more, Armin realized. I think you're a person, Annie, Armin said. Good or bad, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a good person. I'm probably not, by most standards, but that doesn't really matter. Because my goal is to do the right thing, even if it's not always the good thing. He bit his lip, and he looked down at her. She was nodding. Okay, she said quietly. She shot a glance toward the others, and said very quickly, Armin, there's something I need to tell you. Had he convinced her, then? To trust him, or to begin to at the very least. Was this it, then? Had he succeeded in swaying her to his side? Or was she going to be even more cryptic about whatever it was she had to say? What is it? Armin asked, unable to contain his curiosity. I'll tell you when we get home. She turned away from him. It's not something you'll want to hear right now. But I'll tell you, because I'm going to trust you. Thank you, Armin said weakly, a little surprised. He hadn't expected to gain much from her, but he'd hoped. "Don't," Annie said. "Just promise that you'll trust me too." "Okay," Armin said, watching her back. "I promise." "Hey guys." Annie jumped, and she whirled around with flashing eyes as Marco appeared at Armin's side. She stared at him, and Armin could sense her unease. Armin couldn't help but feel a little uneasy too. How long was he standing there? Armin wondered. He hadn't even felt his presence, but then again, Armin's mind was too muddled to differentiate tastes and presences and thoughts at this point. "Hello," Armin said. "Are we leaving now?" In a few," Marco said. He had a new suit, courtesy of Hang, which was made for his agility, but also made to be bulletproof. Armin's suit was not. "What are you two up to?" "Talking," Armin said. "You and Jean know your job, right?" "Of course," Marco said, smiling wanly. "Official lookouts and / or bodyguards. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, though." "Erwin's a pacifist," Armin said, "and I can't fight. So you have to understand how important your roles are." "Oh, don't worry," Marco said quickly, his warm eyes growing wide. "I'm really excited about this, actually. Jean's the one who's a bit put out." "Let me guess," Annie said dryly. "He thinks we got the soft gig." "Well, I guess it is," Marco admitted, "next to kidnapping and interrogating the president, and traveling overseas." "I wonder how that's going," Armin said quietly, glancing over the Chicago skyline, feeling the weight of something greater beyond it. "Yeah, I wonder," Marco said. He looked at Annie, and he smiled. "I don't think we've really gotten a chance to talk before, Annie." "No," Annie said, looking at the horizon and frowning. "I guess not." "I wish I could get to know all of you better," Marco said sadly. "I really do, because then this would be so much easier." Annie looked at him. Armin could sense her uncertainty, and he thought perhaps she didn't know what to make of Marco. Armin wasn't sure either. Marco was a stranger, really, but a kind one. And Armin knew Mikasa trusted him. She'd even compared Armin and Marco at one point, which was a little flattering, because Armin didn't think he was as kind as this boy was, not nearly. "You can get to know all of us better," Armin reassured him. "I mean, we've only gotten to really see each other once. The more missions we go on, the better we'll be acquainted." "True," Marco said. His warm face and his warm eyes were glowing in the reflection of the dying sun, and Armin watched his face, his freckles dancing as he smiled. He noticed dimples caving into his cheeks. "I think I'm going to go talk to Augur about my job here," Annie said, turning away from them. "Or maybe I'll just shatter my legs so I can go home." "What was that, Annie?" Marco asked. "I said I'm going to go talk to Augur." Armin stared at Annie's back as she retreated toward their squad leader, and he couldn't help but feel a little taken aback by her behavior. Armin rubbed his temples, his headache only deepening as time went on. He could still feel residual traces of Annie's mental attack, and it still stung. Annie was giving him frostbite. "Is she okay?" Marco asked suddenly. "Yeah, I think so," Armin said, still massaging his forehead. Marco nodded, his eyes flickering across Armin's face. "Are you okay?" Marco asked, his eyebrows rising. His suit was red and white, a winged lion perched upon his chest surrounded by expertly curling stitches that wove around his ribs. It was a very pretty design, for a hero costume, but it was something easily noticed. Armin knew, of course, this was the flag of the Republic of Venice, home of San Marco's Basilica. Hence, Marco's choice of a moniker. It made a lot more sense when put into this perspective. "Yeah, I think so," Armin repeated weakly, dropping his hands to his sides. "Just a little headache." Marco was still smiling, but Armin saw it falter a little. Something sad flickered in his warm eyes, which melted like chocolate chips in cookie dough. Armin was confused by the tastes of Marco's thoughts because he couldn't really hear his thoughts, they were just a buzz in his head, like a fly brushing his ear and zipping away. The frequency was all jittery. "Is it because of your power?" Marco asked softly. Armin looked at Marco in astonishment. "How did you?" he asked faintly. Marco just laughed, and he shook his head. Mikasa told me, he explained. I mean, I already knew about your power, duh, but I know it's not very kind to you. It's a pain, Armin admitted. I have good days, but today I feel like I can't control it at all. Marco's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he shot a glance over at Erwin and Krista and Jean and Annie. He looked back at Armin, and he tilted his head. Can I try something? He asked. Armin blinked confusedly. What do you mean? Hey, don't. Armin tore his wrist from the boy's grasp, and he hugged his arm to his chest, feeling horrified and alarmed. His heart was beating very hard, because he could not deal with someone else touching him today. He could not handle that kind of strain. He would pass out, undoubtedly, or worse. Please don't touch me, okay? Just don't. It's okay, Marco said very gently. He was reaching very slowly for Armin's hand again. Please relax and trust me. I just want to try something. It won't hurt you. You don't understand, Armin said briskly. You don't get it. Touching me is like setting off a bomb inside my head. Except instead of shrapnel, emotions go flying. Memories that aren't mine get buried into my frontal lobe and my temporal lobe and all down my corpus callosum, and tastes crash into my mouth and kick my teeth into my throat and roll on my tongue, and thoughts that don't belong to me get stuck rattling in my head, and even though I know they're not mine, they feel like they're mine, and I lose part of myself every single time. Armin took a deep breath, his eyes squeezing closed, and he felt cookie dough melt on his tongue. Sugar was lodging in his teeth, and chocolate chips dug into the inside of his cheek. So please. Please don't touch me. Armin, Marco said. Armin stared at him. His skin was prickling at the sensation of cold air meeting his pores, goosebumps rising around Marco's long fingers. Armin looked down at his own bare wrist in Marco's grasp, his glove clenched in his right fist. He hadn't even realized. He couldn't even feel Marco's fingers digging into his wrist, 2 fingers pressing down beside a vein. Armin was awed, his eyes darting confusedly from Marco's fingers against the pulse of his wrist, to Armin's glove in Marco's fist, to the pale hair that stood on end as goosebumps formed across his forearm. How? Armin whispered. No, this wasn't right. It wasn't possible. With Erwin or Krista, yes, this could happen, but there was no possible way that Marco could initiate physical contact with Armin and not cause an unintentional connection. That's amazing. I didn't even feel that. He broke off, as his heart began to thud in his chest, and Marco dropped his wrist as though it had caught a flame. What did you do? I just distracted you, Marco said, blinking down at Armin innocently. You were so busy talking about how bad it'd be if I touched you, you didn't even notice that I already was. I wanted to try it to see if maybe your heartbeat had an effect on how your powers respond to people, and as far as I could tell your heartbeat was very steady until you realized I was touching you. Armin didn't think that sounded right. It contradicted everything he knew about his power. You think I psych myself out with my powers, Armin realized. You think I make it out to be worse than it really is to the point where it becomes as bad as it seems. Right. Marco was still watching Armin with that innocent gleam in his eye. I just think you should relax, Marco said, and let people in more. That's all. Armin bit his tongue to keep himself from saying something very bitter. Thanks, but I think I'll just keep the gloves, Armin said, reaching out for the one Marco had stolen. Marco handed it back, his fingers brushing Armin's knuckles, and Armin could taste something on his thoughts, something vague and hidden from the stretch of Armin's reach. Marco was strange, and a stranger, and Armin could feel the boy's sadness beneath the layers of false comfort. Whoa there, Jean said, approaching with his lax posture and honeycomb taste. Am I interrupting something? Why don't you try touching Jean, Armin? Marco suggested eagerly. Armin felt his gut clench in terror. No way, Armin squeaked, yanking his glove back onto his hand and putting a good yard of distance between him and Marco and Jean. I've had enough people touch me for today, thanks. Oh, please don't be mad, Marco gasped, looking down at Armin in shock. I didn't think you'd react badly. And, you didn't, did you? I was right, you were absolutely fine. Armin didn't respond. Because he didn't feel fine, but he didn't want anyone worrying about him either. Look, Armin said, glancing between Jean and Marco hurriedly. Just because something worked for you doesn't mean it'll work for Jean. Everyone's mind is different. What exactly were you doing? Jean asked, his brow furrowing. Marco looked a little sheepish, and he opened his mouth to respond, but Jean quickly cut in with a wave of his hand. Wait. No. I don't want to know. Anyway, Augur says we're heading out. You two game? Sure, Marco said. He was watching Armin with a crumpling expression. Armin. Cicero for right now, he said, rubbing his wrist subconsciously. He realized that Marco was staring at him with concern clear in his flickering eyes, and Armin managed a feeble smile. I'm not angry. Your theory is actually something I never considered, and I'd like to pursue that possibility, that physical contact hasn't got to be something painful for me, or that my heartbeat determines how powerful my ability is. He pulled his hood over his face, and nodded eagerly. I think that's a very interesting take on it, and it's not outside the realm of plausibility. Jean said, what? His power, Marco sighed, his shoulders slumping a little. I wanted to check his power. Because, you know, he's sensitive to physical contact because of his telepathic abilities. Whoa, really? Jean quirked an eyebrow. Weird. Armin shrugged. Was it weird? He had to suppose so, but he was so used to avoiding skin contact, even if he somehow could control his ability, it would make no difference. Armin would probably still flinch every time someone brushed his shoulder, or bumped into him. Armin would still cover himself in layers and layers of clothing to put a distance between his flesh and the itching, bleeding, biting thoughts of others. They all wandered back to the plane, and Krista hopped up beside him eagerly, her deep purple cloak fluttering around her skinny frame. You should drink more tea, Krista said, pulling up her velvet hood over her flaxen hair. A yellow strand curled around her bright blue eyes, and Armin watched her in wonder. What are you thinking? He found himself musing. It was amazing to him to have to wonder, because it was rare that was so utterly out of his grasp of understanding. Why? Armin asked, glancing at Annie as she passed him. She didn't look his way, nor acknowledge him at all, and she boarded the plane in her chilly silence. Jean and Marco were chatting rather loudly behind them, and Armin gripped his hood in order to keep the biting Chicago winds from flinging it from his head. It might make you feel better, Krista said softly, looking suddenly nervous. You aren't feeling better, are you? Armin stared at her. He felt Erwin's eyes glued to his back, and felt the scrutiny and the suspicion. And Krista merely wrung her tiny little hands, biting her lip as she searched Armin's face. She looked so concerned for him, it was startling. It was as though she was the mind reader, and he was left to play victim. I'm fine, he assured her gently. He clambered onto the plane, and offered out his hand to her. She smiled, and took it gladly, hefting herself up and through the open door. Okay, she said, plopping down beside Annie. Her plum-colored cloak spilt across the seat around her, and Armin decided to sit beside her instead of near Erwin. The man was watching Armin, and that was not something that he could deal with. Because Erwin was worried. Armin could sense that, even without his power, because Erwin's eyes were constantly roving back to Armin's face. If you say so. Are you not feeling well? Marco asked as he took a seat across from Armin. Armin buckled his seat belt. Marco's thoughts were beginning to rush, and Armin caught sense of his concern. They tasted saccharine and warm, and they melted the residual ice that clung to Armin's rattled mind. Jean sat beside Marco, playing with the Velcro straps that held his utility pouches to his hips. He didn't seem to be used to his new outfit yet. I have a headache, Armin said, ignoring Erwin as he closed and secured the door, and then crossed between them to get to the cockpit. The man's hard blue eyes met Armin's, but Armin could not find the strength to hold the gaze, so he turned his face away. But I almost always do, so it's not a big deal. I can make you tea when we get home, Krista offered, glancing up at Armin's face. If you'd like, I mean. Green tea should help with your migraine, and vomiting. Oh, wow, really? Armin feigned his interest, if only to stop her from talking anymore. his heart was beginning to beat very hard, because Erwin was watching him. The gaze had turned from suspicious to suddenly knowing, so very knowing, as though Erwin could sense the fear in Armin's face, in his shaking voice and fingers. Why had she brought up the vomiting? Why couldn't she have left that where it was? You must know a lot about medicine. Krista shifted, her eyes moving to Erwin's back. He'd sat down, and was thankfully no longer looking at Armin, but he felt as though he was going to be sick again. He hated it when Erwin worried about him, because when Erwin worried, there was likely something wrong that Armin could not fix. Krista's eyes darted back to Armin's face, and she looked so apologetic that he couldn't be angry with her. I don't know nearly as much as I should, she said quietly, folding her hands in her lap. I'm very reliant on my power. I never get sick. And I can take away sickness, usually, so I've never had to go looking for medicine for a mirror, or anything like that. That's why I feel a little. She chewed nervously on the skin of her lower lip, and Armin watched her teeth tear at the delicate epidermis. Responsible, almost, for not being able to take away some of your pain. He almost laughed in response to that. But he couldn't blame her. If their places had been reversed, Armin would feel the same, and he knew it. If his powers were something beneficial to life like Krista's were, he'd feel an intense amount of guilt for not being able to alleviate the pain of someone ailing. So Armin did understand where Krista was coming from, and it saddened him, because he wished she could do it. He wanted her to take the migraine away, the nausea, the dizziness of thoughts that were not his own. Why would you feel responsible for shit like that? Jean asked, resting his ankle on his knee. If you can't heal him, that's not your fault. No. Krista sighed. No, but I feel bad anyway, because what good is my power if I can't help people with it? Don't be so hard on yourself, Krista, Marco said gently. You have an amazing gift, but it doesn't work on everyone. And that's okay. Yeah, Armin said, nodding slowly. Don't worry about me, okay, Krista? I'm so used to migraines, it's not even a big deal anymore. Krista glanced at him, and he knew she didn't believe a word he said. It's not a gift, she said. She stared vacantly out a window as Erwin warned them of their impending takeoff. Not really. You can heal people, Marco said, his eyes flashing very wide. You save lives. That in itself is something so incredible, and you don't think it's a gift. Krista looked a little nervous as she shook her head. Oh, she whispered. Well, yes, that's nice, but it's not that simple. They all fell quiet as the plane took off, and Armin's back pressed heavily into his seat, his head pounding viciously as his ears rung from the rattling of wind against the wings of the airplane, battering on the windows and hissing softly for Armin to open up a little. They were silent for a good portion of time, sitting anxiously in wait for their mission to begin. They had such a simple task. Armin wondered if he felt so anxious because he knew he wasn't going to be at the top of his game, or because he was working in such a foreign environment. He had gotten to know Krista well enough in the short time he'd known her, and Annie was a familiar enigma, but Jean and Marco were a strange and uncertain variable in Armin's plan. He could not tell if their mission would succeed with the unfamiliarity of this squad. Armin was beginning to tune into scraps of thoughts drifting from Marco's mind and Jean's as well. Words, mostly, blipping into existence and bubbling to the surface of Armin's mind, hissing at him and then dissipating with a great, sudden pop. And Armin was left to confusedly sort all the wonderings and how comes and what am I doings, and they weighed heavily in his mouth. They tasted hot, burning the flesh off the roof of his mouth, and the words just kept coming in an onslaught of awkward, nervous ramblings that could not be discerned. And Armin was stuck with it. He rubbed his forehead, swallowed thickly, and looked up at the ceiling, and down at his hands, and breathed in deeply, and breathed out shakily, because there was nothing that he could do to ease this pain. They were all doing their separate things for a little while, and the sun disappeared behind the fat, swelling gray clouds, and they were drenched in a bluish darkness that floated around their faces and framed their flesh in a chilly glow. Armin had pulled off his gloves to rub the skin of his wrist, which was not hurting by any means, but rather it was prickly and itchy, goose flesh forming beneath Armin's tiny fingers. Marco was watching him. His expression was apologetic. I didn't mean any harm by it, he said suddenly. Armin glanced at him. It's okay, Armin assured him. Really? I understand what you were trying to do. What did he do? Krista asked, looking rather curious. Annie was not looking, but Armin could tell she was listening. He touched my arm, Armin said, to prove that I can be touched without accidentally forming a connection with someone. That's bullshit, Annie said. Armin looked over Krista's head at her, stunned, but Annie simply looked straight ahead with squared shoulders and a raised chin. It worked, though, Armin said quietly. So maybe it's not all that far-fetched. Annie looked from Armin to Marco. She shook her head furiously, and she tugged the glove off her left hand. Armin sunk into his seat, and he squeezed his eyes shut as he saw her arm reach carefully over Krista's lap. Annie, no, he said. Don't prove him wrong. Annie paused, her blackened fingers resting against the inky, swirling script that wrote Armin's heart in a series of quotes that he could not fully understand, not at this moment, not when everything was so muddled. He was so confused, and his head hurt, and Annie was pulling Armin's gloves into her hands and drawing back from him. They watched each other, and Armin itched to ask her why she was acting so strangely, if it was because of what she needed to tell him, and he itched to speak aloud and ask the question that was plaguing him. What are you thinking, Annie? He wanted to say. Tell me what you're thinking. So, Jean said, cocking his head at Armin, if you can't touch people, how the hell are you ever gonna have sex? Armin nearly laughed aloud. What a juvenile thing to ask. So invasive and inane, and yet Armin was smiling, feeling as though he'd been given a test he'd slaved and stressed over for so long, that sitting down and looking upon it was far less daunting than he could ever imagine. It was, in fact, relieving. Because Armin had thought about this before, and he'd had this conversation with Erwin when he had once tried to sit Armin down and explain reproduction, as if Armin did not already know. Armin had quickly changed the subject from, how are babies made? To, how could anyone like me ever have children? The answer was very simple. I'll never be able to have sex, Armin informed Jean calmly. The boy looked taken aback, and suddenly remorseful, as though he'd treaded on Armin's toe. Ever. Even if I'm miraculously stripped of my power to read thoughts and connect with people, I'll never be able to recover from what that power has done to me. I've accepted that, and I'm comfortable with it. Jean sat for a moment, slack-jawed and alarmed, and Armin knew that he had not been expecting something so frank. Krista was sitting quietly beside Armin, her eyes on his face. They were not pitying, and they were not judging. They were simply watching, just watching, curious and absorbing all they could. Annie's eyes were colder, but she did not seem to pity him either. In fact, Armin could almost taste her sympathy as she settled in her chair, her shoulders slumping, and her icy blue eyes drooping as she gazed at Armin's face. Marco seemed to be the only one to take it lightly. But you can touch certain people without feeling uncomfortable, can't you? He asked eagerly. Like Mikasa. You can hold her hand, or Aaron's. Holding my best friend's hands is nothing like what I would go through if I had sex with someone, Armin said, closing his eyes. His head was pounding viciously. To me, holding someone's hand flesh to flesh is the most intimate thing imaginable. And for some reason, with Mikasa and Aaron it's completely painless. But just because they don't seem to clash with my ability, that doesn't mean I'd fuck either of them. Armin opened his eyes, and he tilted his head to the side, smiling wanly. I mean, really. Wait a minute, Jean said, holding his hands up. Wait a fucking minute. When someone touches you, you're in pain. That's a thing. Yes, Armin said, nodding. It's painful for me, and for the person touching me, usually. Annie can attest to it. Yep, Annie said dully. It sucks. Except Amir, Armin said distantly. For some reason, whenever she touches me, I get really intense waves of pain, like I've been shoved into an oven and forced to bake and turn and bake some more until I've become so charred that all that's left of me is blackened bones, but she's never worse for wear. It's like she feels nothing. Well, Amir's different than us, Krista said very quickly, her voice a squeak. Armin glanced down at the tiny girl, and he turned to face her directly. How so? He asked. Krista's eyes widened, and they darted fast as her arms waved hurriedly in the air, rapidly amending for her words. Oh, Krista gasped, I just mean that Amir wasn't given the power she's got, she was born with it. That's what I mean. She's different. Like Mikasa, Armin said, recalling his own theories about the powers and defects. And Levi? Yes. Krista nodded, her hood slipping over her vivid blue eyes. Like them. But I've made a connection with Levi before, Armin said, glancing up at the ceiling. He still doesn't like being alone in the same room as me. Like you said, Marco offered weakly, your power is different on different people. Armin felt as though there was something he was missing. It was Amir. There was something he was missing from Amir, and that was the variable he needed to piece it all together. Whatever Amir was hiding, it was crucial to solving Armin's confusion. Amir, with her fire, and her drawl, and her possession, and her grandmother ills. Amir and her tight-lipped smiles, and her tired black eyes, and her heated touch, and her mind that held so much information that it could not be conveyed in a single touch, it was wrapped carefully in a protected field inside her mind, and Armin could not touch it. And Krista. Krista knew so much more than she let on, and Armin could tell, but he couldn't get anything from her. And Annie. Annie, with her wall of ice, and springtime taste, and sad eyes, and desperate thoughts that could not pass on to Armin fully. There was something wrong here. Your power sounds like it sucks, Jean said as they neared their destination. They'd gone quiet again, all of them, and Armin was still trying to puzzle out the enigmas around him. It's not nice, no, Armin said, pulling his knees to his chest. He embraced them tightly, and rested his chin against the top of his boots. But it has its uses. Except when it doesn't, Armin thought miserably. When there are a dozen gunmen, and not one of them have thoughts that I can reach. When there are 3 giant robots that seem human, seem real, and alive, but what were they? And where did they come from? Why can't I know this? Why can't I have the power to understand these things? Can you hear thoughts just, out of nowhere? Jean looked a little uncomfortable. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? No, Armin said. I can tune you out pretty easily. So don't worry, I can't hear you without focusing unless you're thinking really loud. How do you turn up the volume on your thoughts? Jean blinked at Marco. Do you know? Not a clue, Marco laughed. I mean, Armin said, glancing at Erwin as he announced their arrival over Philadelphia. Armin had kept the plane invisible, so he wasn't concerned about anything except where Erwin would land. Well, I can hear little scraps of your thoughts, but nothing incredibly concrete. I don't want to read your minds right now, and I have a lot of other stuff in my head drowning you out. Oh. Marco's warm eyes glittered with intense curiosity. Like what? Like Annie. Armin bit his tongue. She glanced at him, as though she had heard the thought flutter through his head. And perhaps she had. Armin was still bitterly holding onto the icy, gleaming ribbon that connected his mind to hers. Armin sighed, and he looked down at his bare hands. Just, things that have been bothering me. Armin rubbed his wrist self-consciously. Annie, can I have my gloves back? She tossed them at him, and he blinked as they hit his face, and crumpled into his lap, words of easy self-hatred and humorous disgust floating on the pale surface. Jean laughed, and Marco smiled, and Krista glanced up at Armin with her lips parted in concern. Armin was looking at the words floating against the white fabric, wondering why they were so hard to read. It's okay, Armin, Krista whispered, taking Armin's hand. He didn't look at her, but he knew she was worried because he probably had grown very pale. Yeah. Armin pulled his hand from hers, his flesh itching in discomfort. He pulled his gloves off, and took a deep breath. It's fine. I just think too much. Armin could tell that no one seemed to know how to react to this. No one was understanding, and Armin couldn't pin blame to them for this. Armin's power was all misfortune, and little benefit. He felt a little isolated from the world around him, and he recalled Marco had told him that maybe letting people in would make him feel better. As Erwin landed the plane, Armin found himself wondering if maybe Marco was right. Maybe he really was psyching himself out with all his anxiety, and maybe if he just let people in every once in a while the world wouldn't feel quite so overwhelming. Maybe Armin just needed to form stronger links with people, like he'd done with Eren and Mikasa. If he did that, then maybe it wouldn't hurt to touch that person. Maybe he just needed to give the Lynx a chance. Now, Erwin said as they approached the brigade's headquarters. Expect there to be people around. This is a news network, remember, and no matter how late it is, I'm positive we'll find workers straggling. Won't we be invisible, though? Jean asked. We will, Erwin confirmed. But that will mean nothing if someone realizes that we're there. Stay close. All we need is information. Telepathically inform Armin if you think you need to engage someone. But please, knock your opponent out as quickly as possible, if need be. Armin hoped it didn't come to that. But contingency plans were their salvation, and there was no denying it. If they weren't prepared to fight, then they might as well quit while ahead. That was why Marco and Jean were there. So Armin took a deep breath, and asked everyone if they were ready, even though he didn't really care if they were or not. It didn't matter. Invisibility to Armin was like a shield. No one could hurt him or anyone else if they were invisible. It was such a simple little trick. So simple, and so strange, and it suited Armin to be able to warp minds into false perception. And so, suddenly, they were all invisible, and entering an unfamiliar building, and Armin could feel the presence of them all around him. They started through the building slowly. Armin passed by a woman working at a desk, and he pulled what he could of the building's layout from her mind. Then he distributed that information to the minds he could reach, and took Krista and Erwin by the hands because he could not mentally touch them. Their invisible fingers slipped into his as he led them into a darkened hall, doors running across the walls in a series of identical passages, choices that Armin could not make because he feared them. And he realized Erwin and Krista must trust him very much. This room, Armin said aloud, pulling his invisible guardian and his invisible friend before a door. He tested the handle, but it was locked. He jostled it for a moment, and looked around. The hallway was empty. Scoot a little, Jean said, his invisible body all but slamming into Armin's. Armin heard something jangling, and he could sense the lock picks in Jean's invisible hands, and Armin listened to the little mechanics inside the lock give way to Jean's expert jostling, listening as they clicked into the correct place just right, and the door swung open. Heh. Piece of cake. Way to go, Ricochet, Marco said, his voice light and teasing. Your delinquency has finally paid off. Shut up. They were assigned to stay outside, Marco and Jean, and Armin entered the room with Krista and Erwin's presence following him. The room was full of computers, but Armin only needed access to one to get to what he needed. He wasn't going to be doing the hacking anyway. This was a job for Petra Rao, who was the core of their squad despite her absence. Armin was here to keep them all invisible and safe. Erwin was here to direct them, and to supervise them. Marco and Jean were here to guard them. Annie was here as part of one of Armin's contingency plans, but she also served as an inner guard. Krista was here in case something went terribly wrong. Wait. Armin heard Annie's voice, and he was almost surprised. He turned around to face her, though he could not see her, and he sensed her concern as it bubbled from the hole he'd poked in her wall, sensed her fear and uncertainty. He wished there was something he could say to make her feel better, but he couldn't. He knew he couldn't. And she knew he knew. What is it? Armin asked. Annie's breath could be heard as she inhaled sharply. I want to guard outside, she said. It makes more sense. I have a power that'll eliminate an enemy quicker than mediocre hand-to-hand combat. Hey, Jean said sharply. She rolled her eyes. Armin felt it. The way her eyes darted, and he felt her breath, and he felt her thoughts rolling inside a shuddering wall of ice, and he knew. It wouldn't last. It couldn't last. She was breaking inside of it, and it was cracking around her. She wanted freedom more than anyone could know. She gave him that glimpse of life, that glimmer of hope. She wanted to have control over herself, and the world around her, and her choices. She wanted it more than anything, and the wall was pressing up against her, hurting her just as much as it hurt Armin. And he understood. And he trusted her. Okay, Armin said. I agree. It makes more sense for you to be on offensive. Augur. I see no fault in Lionheart's judgment, he said from beside Armin. Though freezing someone in the middle of the hallway is a little conspicuous, don't you think? I'm capable of defeating an opponent without my powers, Annie said firmly. I won't hurt anyone, and I won't freeze anyone unless it's absolutely necessary. If there is no way around it, though, I'll have to use my ability. Understood, Erwin said. San, you'll switch with. If it's all right with you, sir, Marco said, I'd like to keep my post in the hall. I'm better at hand-to-hand than Ricochet. No you're not, Jean said, sounding vaguely offended. I'm way better. You're better at gymnastics, Marco sighed, but I'm better at fighting. Remember the first night we ever went out crime fighting? Jean was very quiet. Armin tasted his resignation, bitter as it hit his tongue, and a wave of irritation sprung from Jean's invisible form. Yeah, Jean said. Yeah, okay. So Jean followed Armin into the room, and Krista closed the door as they peered into the darkness. Testing, Armin thought gently, testing out his range with Annie and Marco. He threaded his mind to Marco's, tasting the cookie batter and blinking at the overwhelming sensation of sugar melting on his tongue. He tied that to the frozen wastes of Annie's mind. Coming in clear. Did you just connect our minds? Marco asked, sounding odd. That's so cool. No, Annie thought to them bitterly. It's really not. You two need to be connected to me in case someone comes, Armin reminded. Don't forget. Oh, don't worry about us, Marco said. Nothing can get past Annie and I. I'm certain of it. I'm glad you're so assured. Armin wandered over to a computer, and he wiggled the mouse. It was, of course, off, so he pressed the power button and waited as the room was filled with a blinding light. Armin waited patiently, and felt Jean settle into a chair while Erwin and Krista stood near the door. Actually, while both of you are in my head, I think I should apologize. Huh? Marco sounded taken aback, and Armin felt the word flutter inside his head, and then blow away like dust. What for? I acted pretty rude to both of you today, Armin said. Marco, all you were trying to do was help me, but I couldn't open my mind to the possibility of positive change. And Annie, I've invaded your privacy without even thinking. I'm not sure what's wrong with me today, but I'm so sorry for it. Don't be sorry, Marco said gently. Don't worry at all. You didn't hurt our feelings. Right, Annie? It was understandable, Annie said. It was all she said. All she thought. She drifted back into the enclosed structure of her wall, her thoughts vague and distant. Armin connected his phone to the computer so Petra would have access to it via her own phone. When Armin had asked if she could do this, she had jumped at the opportunity. She had wanted to come and do it in person, but Levi had found out and called her. Armin had not pried into what exactly the man had said, but it had changed Petra's mind. She complained, though, that it would be much easier if she could be there. Hacking from such a huge distance was a hassle. I wonder how the other squads are doing, Krista said, her voice breaking across the heavy silence. Armin watched the desktop grow dim as control transferred to Petra. By now they should both be nearly done, if they succeeded, Erwin said. And if not? Armin asked, unable to bring himself to look away from the screen. The cursor was moving on its own accord, zipping across the screen and clicking on files and dragging them away. If not, Erwin said, then we'll have to make up for their lack of results. Armin sighed. He felt Erwin move closer, and he continued to stare at the computer screen as Erwin's hand landed on his shoulder. It was supposed to be a comfort, but Armin felt so sick, and so exhausted, and the brightness of the screen blaring through the dimness of the room was causing his eyes to water a little. His headache was worsening, and holding all of them invisible was straining for him. His shoulders were trembling. Are you cold, Armin? Erwin asked softly. Armin winced. No names in the field, he reminded weakly. Are you cold? Erwin repeated. He bent down before him, and took Armin by his chin. He stared into Erwin's face, shadowed black and white by the glare of the computer screen, his one visible blue eye alight with a strangely tranquil alarm. Armin could see that Erwin was concerned, and it surprised him. Armin realized with a shudder that he was, indeed, very cold. He closed his eyes, and he felt Erwin's bare fingers slip beneath Armin's bangs and press against the raised imprints of Emir's fingers that had been burned into his flesh. "What is this?" Erwin asked, pushing his hair away from his forehead. "Your skin's blistered, Armin. And you have a fever." Armin opened his eyes, and he pulled Erwin's hands from his face. He stared at the man's eyes, and he shook his head. "I got sick this morning," he admitted. "I had a fever then, too. Emir checked, and she accidentally burned me. I don't even know if it went away." "Why didn't you tell me?" Erwin asked, sounding suddenly furious. Armin nearly fell off his chair. He was so shocked and suddenly scared, because Erwin never used that tone with Armin, never ever, and it hurt. "You would have made me stay home," Armin gasped, gripping his chair as he tried to steady himself. He felt Jean behind him, and his concern was growing. Armin tasted it in the honeyed flavor of Jean's lazy mind. "Yes," Erwin said, his jaw tightening. I would have told you that you'd be a fool to risk your well-being for a mission that can go on without you. You're no use to me if you're sick. You can't control your power, you can't focus, you've become more of a hindrance than a help, you must realize that." Erwin did not stand up, and he kept his eyes level with Armin's, and Armin's heart was beating suddenly very hard, because Erwin's words were hitting him like hammer strokes. Erwin's expression had become hard, and Armin couldn't tell what he was feeling, because he was so far away, so steady and calm and knowing, and Armin just couldn't take it. Erwin could be playing Armin like a fiddle for all he knew, because Erwin was charismatic and clever, and Erwin made Armin feel like all his problems could disappear. But then Erwin would do something like this, and Armin just didn't understand how the man felt. He didn't understand, he didn't know, and it was destroying him. "Do you think I don't know you? Do you think I didn't notice? Did you honestly think you could fool me, Armin?" And Armin shook his head mutely, because something hard had lodged itself into his throat, and it hurt. He felt so ashamed of himself, and he stared at Erwin in terror, his entire body shaking out of fear and pain and confusion and a sickened exhaustion. Armin saw Krista coming closer, her brow furrowed, and her blue eyes glowing like beacons in the darkness. "You need to understand," Erwin said, "that this is a very serious issue. That you can't just neglect your health for the sake of the mission. You've endangered not only yourself, but also everyone here. What on earth were you thinking? You're usually so much smarter than this. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Look at me, Armin." Erwin's cold fingers caught Armin's chin again, and his teary eyes met the man's strikingly alert ones. His expression didn't soften, and Armin felt a sob bubbling in his chest. "You need to focus. We're all visible, and there are cameras here. We don't have much time. Look at my face, and focus on my face, and don't look away. I need you to focus. Make us invisible." "I can't," Armin choked, his voice breaking across the heated air, and frost clung to his skin, goosebumps cling his pores. I'm so sorry, I can't, I feel like." "I know," Erwin said. "I know, but we don't have time to waste. You have to make us invisible again." Armin looked away, and he listened to his breath as it became shallow, speeding up rapidly as he realized how immensely he'd fucked up. He rubbed his eyes, the heels of his palms digging into the hollows of his skull, and it hurt so much, and he didn't understand why. He took a deep breath, and tried to get a feel for the presence of Jean behind him, his hands hovering over Armin's shoulders worriedly, and Krista coming closer, and Erwin kneeling, watching, furious and cold, and Annie and Marco. "Wait," Armin said, his panic heightening, and his confusion cloaking his senses. "There's someone outside." "Yeah," Jean said cautiously. "Marco and Annie." "No," Armin gasped, pushing himself shakily to his feet. He was quaking, his knees buckling under his weight, and he lurched toward Krista. Erwin caught him around the waist before he could crumple to the floor. "Christ Vitae, get away from the door." Krista stared at him in shock, and she drifted closer as the door burst open, and Armin felt Erwin's body curl protectively over him as Jean leapt to his feet, both his guns appearing in hand. "Jean," Armin thought to him sharply. "No. Don't shoot, oh God, don't." He squeaked as Erwin dragged him to the ground, knocking Krista off her feet and yanking her with them. She looked alarmed, but Armin could see her eyes, and he knew she was not afraid, because she stared at him with a tight jaw and flashing eyes. She didn't seem to like that Erwin had to shield her, but she lay on the ground anyway, leaning into Erwin's embrace, and throwing her purple cloak over Armin's head to protect him. Fuck, Jean swore as something cracked a skull. Armin moaned, feeling the security guard's pain as Jean's gun cracked against the side of his head. Then he choked, because Jean had struck the man again in order to force him unconscious. He looked at Krista, whose bright blue eyes were flashing across his face, and she tore off her cloak as Erwin released them, wrapping him up in the deep purple velvet. Armin shuddered, but he was grateful, because the cloak was so warm, and his own cloak felt flimsy and ratty in comparison to Krista's almost regal cape. "It's okay," Krista whispered, her fingers fumbling with the clasps of the cloak. She glanced back at the open doorway, and she exhaled sharply. "Damn it, oh, Armin, I'm sorry, I can't." "It's fine," he said, peeling the cloak off. She looked at him sharply, and she shook her head, objecting immediately. "Viti, you have to call me Cicero now. And right now the last thing I need is a heavy cloak. I have a fever, remember? I feel cold, but I really shouldn't try to warm myself. In fact, I could use Annie right now. Maybe she can just freeze me," Armin thought miserably. "And then I won't have to deal with this awful headache." "Oh," she said, pushing her hair behind her ears. "Oh, gosh, right. Okay. But we need to get you out of here. Can you stand up?" "I don't know," he admitted. "That's not important." "Augur's right, I've become a huge hindrance." "No, you." She objected. "Yes," Armin said firmly, "I have. I can barely make sense of anything right now. I'm useless, I can't even move." He laughed bitterly, and Krista held him by the shoulders, and she shook him, telling him no, 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 but he couldn't listen to her, let alone believe her. There's someone else coming." "Augur. They're in the hall," she whispered. "Do you know where Annie and Marco went?" Armin shook his head. "They must have gotten spotted and ran off." "That's not important right now. They're fine. I'd know if they weren't, I'd feel it. But there's someone else, Viti." "Krista." Armin slumped in her arms, staring at the floor and feeling the room spinning. He wondered if he'd puke again. Oh, this was getting out of hand. He was getting out of hand, and his powers were taking the front seat again, like they tended to when his mind and body could not contain them. "Erwin, tell Erwin." "Tell him what?" she asked, gently smoothing his hair back from his face. He stared at the body of the security guard near the doorway, and he saw one of Jean's guns lying beside the man. Can you tell me what hurts?" "My head." He sighed into her shoulder, and he was so grateful for her presence, because he needed to rest his head somewhere, just for a moment. I can't make sense of anything, Viti." Armin's head was swimming, and there was ice clinging to his heart, and his head, and he sighed as she ran his fingers through his hair, rocking him like he was a child. "Krista." He was shaking so badly, his teeth chattering and cracking and threatening to shatter against each other, that he thought he might bite his tongue off. He didn't know how he was still speaking. He thought that maybe if he kept talking, it'd stop, but it didn't. It made him feel worse, and Krista was holding him with her untouchable mind and her glassy blue eyes, and flaxen hair, and Armin thought that was sort of familiar, but he was blinded by his icy heart and frozen head. "Historia." She went rigid as she held him. Armin felt the presence of someone in the hall, and he realized with a start what that meant. He tasted the thoughts of a man who had pulled Jean's own gun on him. They were in the hall, and the man, Kit's vermin, was speaking. He was talking like a man who was scared. Who knew something. And Armin tuned into that, felt that fear, and he gained some semblance of strength from it. He pushed off from Krista and lurched to his feet. "Armin," she said, her voice soft and shaky. "Armin, stop. You can't." He scooped up the gun from the floor, ribbons shattering in his head, and they felt frozen and bloody, and he wanted to laugh at how good it was to be free of them, despite how crippling it was to feel the shards of a broken link embed inside his fragile mind. His hands were shaking as he flicked the safety. His fever had broken, and now he felt very warm, sweat causing his hair to stick to his brow. Something in him had melted. Like ice on a wire, or chocolate chips in an oven. Stop, Krista repeated. You're sick, Armin. You shouldn't be moving around, and you're in no shape to fight. I don't intend on fighting, Armin said. What do you mean? She asked weakly. She pushed herself to her feet, dragging her heavy velvet cloak with her. Armin. It's Cicero, Armin corrected her as he entered the hall, his feet moving subconsciously, his knees and joints aching at the tough action of bending. He spotted Erwin and Jean at the end of the hall, on their knees with a man between them. Erwin was a pacifist, and Jean hadn't any power to speak of. And Kit's vermin had one of his guns. And Armin had the other. Okay, Krista said. Cicero, then. What are you going to do? Kit's vermin didn't know as much as Armin had hoped. He knew that there was something rotting in the underbelly of their little network. He knew that the responsibility fell on Rice's shoulders, Rice who had met the man once or twice or thrice, and there was a glimmer of recognition of a child peeking out through the door of a library, blonde and blinking and blissfully curious. Armin saw this in the man's mind, and that seemed so strange, because he didn't know the extent of Rice's misgivings. He didn't know that there had been experimentation, and he didn't know that there were now kids who had to live every single day with the result of some sick whim. But he did know he had to protect the secrets that the brigade held at all costs. That was it, then. Armin had no other choice. Vermin, Armin thought to the man, causing him to jump and whirl around. Armin raised the gun in his hands in response, and the man stared, his eyes growing wide in shock. Drop the gun, Armin said. He saw Jean's face, and the boy looked absolutely incredulous. Erwin simply watched, his expression neutral. Where did you people come from? The man asked, looking utterly terrified. Armin almost felt guilty, but he kept his fingers firmly on the trigger. I think the question should be, Armin said, why are you so willing to kill us? Excuse me? Vermin asked, his voice growing weak at Armin's words. Yes, Armin could taste his fear, and it soured the air around him. His hands shook against the gun. You want us dead, Armin said calmly, his eyes flickering as he searched the man's face, searched the man's mind, and bled it dry of information. The man blanched, and Armin wondered if he felt it. The parasitic touch of Armin's mind leeching off his. You don't even know us. You couldn't know us, we've never met, but still, you want us dead. Because someone warned you about us. His gloved fingers tightened around the gun. Is it because we're dangerous? I won't lie, that's true enough. But do you know why, Vermin? Don't you know the truth about who created the brigade? How do you? Vermin's hands shook on his own gun, and he shook his head furiously. Stop that. Stop talking, or I swear. You'll shoot me. Armin exhaled sharply. Go ahead. Do it. Shoot me, and then see what happens. Vermin stared at him. Oh. But you can't shoot me. Why is that? Do you know me? Vermin's eyes flashed in terror. You do. That was strange. Armin had never met this man before, and yet he somehow knew him. You can't kill me, you want to, but you can't. Why is that? He felt Krista at his back. Armin almost looked down at her. And recognition glowed inside Vermin's eyes. Historia. Armin tasted the name on his tongue, and in Vermin's head. It tasted familiar, like candy canes and antiseptic. Ah, Armin breathed. Not me. Her. You're scared you'll hit her. I don't know him, Krista said. Neither do I, Armin said, staring blankly at Vermin as sweat broke upon his brow. Yes, Armin had caught him. He was breaking apart before their eyes. But he knows us. Both of us, though. Krista whispered. How is that possible? Armin couldn't answer that. Vermin's thoughts had gotten too muddled in his panic, and now Armin could only catch little scraps. The name Historia blew around Armin like wind whistling through grass, and he felt the breeze tickle his skin, and it was so familiar to him, like an old memory surfacing from the depths of a lake after a long winter. Rice was thought of, and there was some panic there, and that panic turned to terror. Vermin turned the gun on Jean, who had inched ever so slightly closer with the intention of knocking the man out. "Stop it," Vermin choked. "Stop talking, both of you, stop, or I'll blow his brains out." Armin pressed his lips together firmly. He recalled watching Aaron get shot 5 times, and the taste of his blood in his mouth, and the overwhelming despair that had overtaken him. No, Armin couldn't go through that again. Not in the state he was in now. "If you shoot," Armin said, "I shoot." Vermin's lips were trembling. Jean was staring at Armin with his eyes narrowed, alert, and searching for the correct opening. Armin knew that Jean wasn't incompetent. He could take down Vermin easily, so long as the gun was trained away from him. And Jean knew, of course, that it was all a bluff. That Armin would likely miss if he shot the gun in his hands. It was so cumbersome in his shaky hands, it was a wonder that he was still holding it. "You said not to shoot," Jean thought, his voice screaming in Armin's head. Because this was the first time Jean was truly calling out to Armin, and he winced in shock as honey spilt across his tongue and clung to his teeth, and sealed his lips shut. "I told you not to shoot," Armin said. "You've never killed anyone before." "Neither have you." Armin recalled Annie's question. Did he think she was a good person? How could he possibly judge her, when he could barely comprehend his own actions as good or evil? He was always praised for his judgment, for his mind, for his pragmatism. But now they were all in shambles. He was in shambles. He was deteriorating, and he felt his mind leaking through his ears. "That's not true," Armin said. "I killed a man using just my words once. And even if I can't kill Vermin using a gun, I can almost certainly make him kill himself." Jean's face seemed to crumple at that, and he stared at Armin with a furrowed brow and slumped shoulders. "You don't have to," Jean said. "No," Armin said. "I don't." Aaron was so sure that they were heroes. But Armin was standing here, his trembling fingers on the trigger of a gun, his skull threatening to cave in and shatter, leaving bits of bone to collide with his brain and turn it to a gooey, squishy mass of sticky, pulpy matter. And Armin knew that he could be the one responsible for taking a life, whether it be by his own shaky hand, or by the puppet strings dangling from his pulsing brain and connecting him to any unsuspecting mind that could be reached. It was confusing, not knowing what to do next. Armin used to be so sure of his actions, but right now he felt like any move he made would result in something cataclysmic. And the worst part was, he didn't care. He wanted it. Because at least there was closure in knowing something definitively. He knew that pulling the trigger, no matter what course the bullet took, would bring a great deal of pain to his already fragile heart. He knew that, but he didn't know what not pulling the trigger would do. And perhaps that would hurt more, because there were lives on the line. Jean, a stranger, but a kind one, who tasted like honey and bemusement, and he wanted so bad to be a good person, and to find his place, but at the same time he was absolutely terrified of his choices. And Erwin. Erwin, Armin's guardian, Armin's savior, Armin's friend. If only Armin could believe in Erwin like everyone seemed to believe in him. If only he had that kind of faith in anything, or anyone. If only he had that kind of faith in himself. Nobody seemed to be ready to stop him. Krista stood at his side, watching Vermin with her clever blue eyes, and Armin knew that she wasn't who she was pretending to be. Oh, it was written all over her sweet, pretty face, and Armin recognized her gaze to be distrustful and wary. And she, the most innocent of them all, seemed almost willing to let Armin pull the trigger. Jean wouldn't stop Armin. He couldn't. And Erwin was unreadable, like always, with a steady gaze, straight shoulders, and a hard expression. Erwin could weather anything. And Armin was so scared of himself in that moment, he thought he might begin to sob. He didn't want to kill this man. But what was good and what was necessary, they weren't the same. And for the mission to succeed, Vermin could not tell a soul about what he'd witnessed. It wasn't possible. Armin knew a thing or two about superheroes. Killing was a big no, especially when there was a way around it. But Armin also knew that letting this man live was more trouble than it was worth. If the man knew Armin and Krista, then that was a problem. There was no way to keep him quiet, except to silence him. And here Kit's Vermin was, pointing a gun at Jean's head. Was there really a way around this? Or was Armin just kidding himself? He understood now why Erwin was so angry. Armin had made a mistake in not telling anyone about his fever. He had underestimated how truly overwhelming this kind of illness could affect him. He'd never felt like this before, so powerless, and yet too powerful even by his standards. And Armin, unstable and close to tears, was holding a gun. "Do you really want to kill a teenager?" Armin whispered, his voice melting with his mind, and he shoved the words into Vermin's head. Armin watched his head shake against the handgun. "You'll be charged. You can't get away with it, and you know it. His fingerprints won't be on that gun, but yours will. You'll have taken away a child's promising future, Mr. Vermin. Can you live with that?" Vermin's sweaty face grew even paler in the dim light of the hallway. Armin felt his own words embed themselves deeply into the man's subconscious, and they dragged fissures across his skin, breaking his expression in half, and tears leaked from the exposed brain. "I told you to stop talking," Vermin breathed. "I told you. I told you. And I told you," Armin said steadily, "to drop the gun." "You're a monster," choked the man, his eyes darting between Armin and Krista. "Both of you. He warned me, he said you'd become rotten, he said it, but I couldn't believe it, but now I see what he meant. I know you now, you're that vigilante. A menace to society. You talk, and force people to do your bidding." Vermin's hands were shaking even worse than Armin's. "And you?" His eyes were stuck on Krista's face. "Father told me you were dangerous, but I couldn't believe it. Not you, how could you be? You were such a sweet little girl, but you've gone bad. You've both been tainted. You're evil." "Evil," Armin repeated. "Evil, Mr. Vermin, is not simply holding a gun to a man, and saying a few words. Evil is corruption. If I'm evil, then it cannot be by my own accord. If I am evil, sir, it is because someone made me this way. If I am evil, then it is like you said, I've been tainted, and by someone far above you, and above me, and above this entire network of lies you feed the public, because you can't have them knowing that their leader orchestrated human experimentation. If I'm evil, then so is this entire organization, and everyone in it. If I'm evil, Mr. Vermin, then so are you. Because you've forced my hand." Armin steadied his grip, and he felt his mind clear a little. He could not kill Vermin. There was clarity in the man's accusation. Because Armin was certain he wasn't good nor evil. He was just a person. He was just a person who wanted closure. He wasn't a hero, and he wasn't a villain. He wasn't even Cicero. He was just Armin, a boy who was beginning to regain a sense of himself, one little bit at a time. "So," he said in an even tone. He felt almost serene as he spoke, and he saw Erwin's face. There was approval in his eyes, and Armin's heart swelled with warmth, melting the ice that had clung to it. His fever had broken, and his mind had reassembled. Armin was going to be okay. "I'll tell you once more. Drop the gun. There's no need for either of us to be the evil one. We can end this by dropping our weapons, and talking like civilized human beings. I'll gladly tell you all about the corruption in your company if you can tell me who is responsible for it." Armin's gloves were going wild with the swirling, jittery script of Armin's own hand. He could read it now. "Quarici sedentum probi, cicernant esse bonus, unum in locum congregenter, muro denici, quid cpiam dixi, cicernantur in nobis." Armin saw the words glistening, and he was relieved to see them. Nothing made him feel more like himself than when he read Cicero. "Wherefore, let the wicked depart, let them separate themselves from decent men, let them finally be separated from us by a wall, as I have often said. Drop the gun, Mr. Vermin." Vermin stared. His face was shadowed, and his fear was palpable. Armin could hear his thoughts, but they were all strangled. He was not in his right mind. And Armin realized what Vermin was about to do, because he tasted it. That fear consuming him. There was no reason left inside his skull, only terror. "Don't you dare," Armin breathed. Vermin's lower lip trembled. And his arm shot out, twisting away from Jean. 2 shots rang through the air, and Armin was surprised, because his gun had recoiled and kicked his chin, leaving a sharp, stinging sensation as Armin dropped it. It clattered to the floor as Krista went flying, her cloak torn from her shoulders and left to flutter away in a heap of purple velvet as she caught Erwin's crumpled body. Armin's mouth had dropped open. No. No, this wasn't right. No. Armin had never met anyone so blinded from sense. He could not believe that this had happened, that he had let it happen. And the man hadn't even been hit by Armin's bullet. There was a chunk torn out of the ceiling where Armin had shot a hole through the panel. It was unsurprising. Armin had never shot a gun before. Of course he wasn't a good shot. And of course he'd held it wrong, and now he was pretty positive he was bleeding from the chin, or bruised at the very least. And oh yeah, Erwin had been shot. Erwin had been shot. And Vermin was turning the gun back to Jean. But this time, Jean was ready. He jumped to his feet, and twisted out of the man's way, grabbing his arm and forcing it back to the point where Armin was certain he'd heard something pop, and Vermin screamed, but Jean had already wrenched the gun from his fingers and forced him to his knees. Armin exhaled sharply. His head was aching terribly, and Erwin was bleeding out, and Jean was safe and furious, and Armin was not in any mood to bargain again. This man had missed his chance. And though Armin wasn't evil, he knew that he was not good by any means. Armin kicked the gun he had dropped out of Vermin's reach, and he dropped to his knees before him. His heart was pounding very hard. Where was Erwin shot, he wondered, why isn't he making any noise? Shouldn't people make noise when they're shot? Even Aaron made noise, like someone drowning in blood. That would make sense. But there's nothing from Erwin, nothing at all. Armin stared into Vermin's terrified eyes. And he raised his right hand to his lips, tugging his glove off with his teeth. Ricochet, Armin said softly, clutching Cicero's dramatic conclusion to his oration against Catiline in one hand. Hold him steady for me. Jean looked at him. And he did just that. What are you doing? Vermin gasped, twitching away from Armin's bare hand. He paused. He was angry. Oh, he was so angry, and so exhausted, and he wondered what this would do to Vermin. What it would do to Armin himself. Would it be worth the pain to torture this man with invading his mind? And it didn't solve the problem they were facing, that this cowardly man knew far too much. Armin tore his other glove off, and grabbed Kit's Vermin's face with both hands. The sensation caused fire to bloom across Armin's mind, raging ferociously, and he saw a little boy standing in a library, smiling wanly. He saw a little girl with a gap-toothed smile peeking through an open door, and retreating shyly. He saw the president shake hands with him, nodding gratefully. Yes, Rice said. That was my daughter. Isn't she charming? I wouldn't trade her for the world. And Armin just nodded, though he was confused, because wasn't that girl adopted? It didn't look it. And what of that boy in the library? Oh, don't mind him, Rice said. He's such a quiet boy, you won't even know he's here. His fingernails, a little too long and unkempt, dug into the wrinkled flesh of Vermin's cheeks. A shockwave of terror filled Armin. He relished in it. Forget, Armin told the man, absorbing all his fear and disgust, and letting that shake his unstable mind inside his fragmented skull. His headache was a thing of the past, a silly pain in comparison to this fire-forged agony. Vermin was 1,000 thorns from 1,000 roses pressing into Armin's brain. Roses, Armin thought. Vermin moaned. Stop, said Vermin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forget. Armin tasted crushed roses in his mouth. This was not a memory of Vermin's. This was his own memory. He was looking at Vermin, and smiling wanly. He'd been playing with the dead roses in the vase by the library window. He remembered, the brown petals had crumbled in his chubby fingers. Historia? The man had asked, surprised. And Armin's smile had fallen. Because no one talked about Historia anymore. No, sir, Armin had said. She went away. Armin could feel Vermin's memories as they slipped between his fingers. And he tore them to ribbons, tore them to bits, using nothing but his nails and his teeth and his cruel, vicious mind. Kit's Vermin had no time to scream, but he did convulse beneath Armin's fingers, and Armin's lungs were expanding, pressing up onto his ribs, and they would explode and force everyone around him to eat the shrapnel of his shattered bones. He breathed in fear and exhaled rage. Roses burnt his tongue. Any semblance of tranquility that Armin had retained in these minutes of terror and fury, it melted away as Armin's fingers drew a bead of blood out of Vermin's sunken cheeks. His eyes had rolled upward, and the ribbons of his mind were snapping one by one. Forget. Armin snarled, tears spilling onto his cheeks. And all the ribbons were cut in one swipe, and they fell around him sadly, drifting like crinkled rose petals. Kit's Vermin crumpled as Armin released him, his body a useless, empty shell. Armin felt empty too. His breathing was heavy. His head was splitting apart. He swayed a little, tears running freely against his warm cheeks, and they were a welcome chill. He was so sick on fear, he couldn't even feel his grief. Or his guilt. He didn't even care that he had just done something morally despicable. He didn't care at all. He was heaving, his entire body shaking, and he glanced up at Jean as he bent down beside him. He offered out an inhaler, and Armin snatched it, taking 3 puffs and relishing in his ability to gasp. His entire body felt ready to give way, as if his tendons would snap, and his limbs would all crash into one awkward pile. He was on the brink of collapsing. What did you do? Jean asked, nudging Vermin with his toe. No one else was on this floor now. Armin would be able to feel anyone else's presence, even in the shape he was in. Armin inhaled deeply, and exhaled. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the mouth, and out through the nose. In through the nose, and out through the nose. In through the mouth, and out through the mouth. He pushed his hair from his sweaty forehead, but it just curled right back into place. I made him forget. Armin sighed, fumbling with his gloves. He still tasted roses. Why the fuck did he taste roses? Kit's Vermin didn't taste like roses. He tasted like fear and vodka. Not roses. What did you make him forget? Armin looked at Erwin sharply. The man was sitting upright, Krista supporting his back, and there was a large, damp black stain in the side of his uniform. Armin looked to Krista, and she smiled gently. She held up a bullet between 2 fingers, and he nearly laughed. Because he'd forgotten. She was a healer. He nearly tripped over himself trying to get to Erwin. He flung his arms around the man's shoulders, and he buried his face in his chest. And Armin felt his entire resolve break, and he was sobbing, his fingers catching on Erwin's cloak, and he tasted the blood that had seeped through the wound Vermin had dealt, but it didn't even matter. None of it mattered. Why had Armin let something so silly get to him? He was sick all the time, this was nothing new. Armin was sickly, he'd accepted that. He couldn't let something so foolish blind him again. Erwin seemed surprised. There, he murmured, smoothing Armin's hair back, just as Krista had done. He pulled Armin's face gently from his chest, and he felt so like a child that it hurt to even look Erwin in the face. He hiccuped as the man wiped at his tears with his black cloak, his gloved fingers grasping his chin. I hope you are not wasting your tears on me. Armin wanted to laugh, but it came out like a garbled, pained sob, and he shook his head furiously. I am messed up. Armin choked, squeezing his eyes shut. I messed up so bad. I disagree, Erwin said. I think you made the most of a very tough situation. But you could have died, Armin gasped, his eyes squeezing shut. Because of my mistake, because I didn't tell you I was sick. If I had known, if I had even thought for just a second. It might have made a difference, Erwin whispered. But for now, tell me. Are you all right? Armin groaned. He groaned, and he chuckled, and he buried his face in Erwin's chest again. Define all right, he mumbled into the bloody fabric. When he pulled his face away, he was certain it'd be bright red and wet with tears and blood, but he didn't care. Is this guy gonna be okay? Jean asked. Armin sniffled, and he pulled back from Erwin. He hiccuped again, and Erwin rubbed his back slowly. What did you make him forget? Erwin repeated softly. Armin smiled tremulously. His heart was still beating very hard, and his head was pounding viciously, but he felt a lot better than he had before. He was glad for Erwin's presence. His untouchable presence that was such an immense comfort. Armin couldn't imagine life without it, and it made him realize how truly dependent he was on Erwin as a person. Because no matter what Erwin thought of him, Armin was stuck in utter adoration of this man who had taken him in, fed him and clothed him and given him a home, and he wondered if Erwin knew, or if he just pretended he didn't. "Oh," Armin said weakly. He glanced at the vacant, drooling face of Kit's vermin, and he sighed. "Everything." Erwin glanced at him. "Ah," he said. "How unfortunate for him." "Wait," Jean said. "What?" "How awful," Krista murmured. "A necessary sacrifice," Erwin told them. "Can you stand, Armin?" "Yes," Armin said. He struggled to his feet shakily. "Can you?" Erwin smiled tightly, and he pushed himself very slowly up. He towered over them all, and he raised his head high. "I believe we're missing 2 of our members. Ricochet, will you go fetch the phone? Petra should be done hacking by now. And ask her to erase what security footage she can from this building in the last, say, 30 minutes. Okay, Jean said. He eyed Vermin's body as he scooped up his guns and holstered them, walking away toward the room with the computers. Armin began to sway on his feet, and Erwin grasped his shoulders. "I can carry you," Erwin said. "What you did, it couldn't have been good for you." "I'm feeling a lot better than I did before, actually," Armin admitted. "I think I might even be able to make us all invisible now." "I really wouldn't recommend," Krista started, biting her lip. "I can do it," Armin said firmly. She looked at him, and he thought she might yell at him. But Krista was too reserved for something like that. So instead she watched him with her narrowing eyes and tight lips, and Armin recalled something. "Who's Historia?" "Huh?" Krista looked taken aback. "Historia," Armin repeated, leaning against Erwin for support. He was relieved when his guardian wrapped his arm around Armin's shoulders and pulled him closer. "I don't know." Vermin just kept thinking about that name. His mind was so messed up, I couldn't even tell what was happening in it. But he knew Rice, and he knew us. Somehow. But he knew more or less nothing about the Institute. "I don't know." Krista looked uncomfortable, and she turned away from them. She plucked her cloak from off the floor. "You made his aura all funny, you know. If he ever recovers," Armin said, "I'll apologize." "Yo," Jean whistled, jogging up to them and waving Armin's phone. "Got it. Let's go find those 2 assholes. They're so gonna regret ditching." "Yes," Armin agreed dryly, because that was so fun. "Well," Jean said with a frown, "no, but it was definitely a sight. By the way, Viti, your power is the shit." Krista flushed bright red, her pale cheeks growing rosy and splotchy, and she shook her head. "Oh," she mumbled, "no, not really." "Augur was glowing," Jean said. "Like, I saw it. There was a gold ring all around him, and you just fucking pulled at it, and it got so bright like, I didn't really get what you were telling me before, that your power wasn't just healing, but I see now. You really do see auras and stuff." Her eyes were wide, and her mouth was parted, and she was nodding in awe. "Yes," she said. "Yes, that's right." "Well, it's really cool," Jean told her. And Krista smiled. Armin watched her, the way her lips quirked, and her eyes crinkled, and she looked a little stunned, but pleased. He'd never realized it before, but Krista rarely smiled. Or, at least, she rarely smiled genuinely. And it was jarring to see, because it made him wonder what on earth she could be hiding. "Thanks," Krista said. She looked at Armin, and he kept staring at her, undeterred by the attention he'd drawn. "Let's go," he said, clutching Erwin's arm. His skin prickled as he dragged their presence, and made them all disappear with a pull and a flick of his focus. His joints ached, but he figured he'd be okay, so he dealt with it, and focused harder as he led them out of the hall. He was thinking about Kit's vermin. And Rice. He knew he should feel guiltier about what had happened. He'd erased a man's mind. He'd done that, and Armin felt very little remorse. Perhaps he'd wake up tomorrow with a crippling sense of regret, but for now, Armin just couldn't care. That man had set Armin off the edge, which wasn't remotely surprising. He'd already been tipping, and his mind was far from stable at that point. Armin hadn't done it to be cruel. If he'd meant to be cruel, he would have left the man with Armin's touch to haunt him for the rest of his miserable life. Yes, that would have been cruel. Instead, Armin had stripped him of his memories and his senses. It was almost a kindness. He couldn't feel pain anymore, or sadness, or fear. If Armin kept telling himself it was a kindness to destroy that man's mind, perhaps he would convince himself, and perhaps he really would become that evil person he'd assured himself he was not. Armin followed Annie's taste. She was too familiar, and Marco was barely a blip in Armin's radar. Between the two of them, Armin could easily track Annie if she was within a mile of him. Her taste was like a jolt of pressure in his head, and it hurt, but it was a familiar ache, and it was almost welcome now. He remembered that she had promised to tell him something important, and he almost called out to her mentally, he was so eager to hear it. Her springtime taste, the dandelions and frosted grass, it tickled his nostrils and his taste buds, and it turned sour as they made it outside. He became worried at that. Annie's presence was getting closer, and her taste was growing, icier. Armin thought that was a silly thing to think, that a girl with ice powers had thoughts that were slightly icier than usual, but yes, that was right, her thoughts were cold and growing colder by the second. As if she'd frozen herself in shock. Armin had to push himself forward, because he was growing fearful for her. She was hiding inside her mind, behind that stupid wall, and he couldn't reach her. He couldn't call out to her. He was stuck knowing she was scared, and shocked, and stumbling, and he didn't know why. His focus shifted, and they all flickered back into visibility. Cicero. Erwin sounded very distant. Armin could not listen to him. He was gaining speed, not thinking of his aching head or aching joints or the crushed roses scratching his tongue. No, he was thinking of Annie. Because Annie was terrified. And that was strange, wasn't it? That Armin could feel her terror, despite not knowing what she was thinking. It was empathy, not telepathy. Empathy, Armin realized with a sinking realization. Oh God, I'm an empathy. He sped past an alleyway, and he inhaled sharply. Annie was very close. She was shaking, watching him, and he could tell why she didn't just come out and face him. But then a shout from behind him caused him to turn. Krista was standing outside the alley he'd passed. She was staring into it, her lips parted, and her brow furrowed, and Armin forgot all about Annie for a second as he returned to the girl's side. Viti. He whispered. The nipping October air grazed his ears, and licked at his exposed cheeks, and he pulled up his hood to make it stop. Krista's eyes flickered up to his face. She looked horrified and confused, and she looked back into the alley. Armin could hear someone's strangled shouts, and that voice was familiar. What's wrong? Krista swallowed very hard, and she pointed into the alley. I can't. She whispered. I can't do anything, I can't, there's nothing there, Armin, if there was. Armin looked into the alley, which was darkened by the gray October night, and it stunk like piss and beer and something rotting. Philadelphia screamed around them, never quite asleep, and cars sped past, and there was somebody speaking, saying something shakily, and Armin realized with a wave of panic that was not his own, that it was Jean. So he moved closer. And the panic grew into a crippling despair. What happened? Jean was gasping, not sobbing, not yet, oh no, because he was still in shock. That shock was frozen over their connection, and Armin shuddered. He felt Annie close by. What the hell? How could this? Why? Did anyone see? Marco, Jean was thinking. Marco, oh, God, Marco, what? Armin stood beside Erwin, and stared at the corpse slumped against the wall. Half of Marco's face was gone. Shattered. Ice was crawling across the bridge of his nose, and crisscrossing through the dark, freckled skin of his forehead, and his lips were frosted, and his single eye was glassy and crystallized. His face was almost serene, his icy lips upturned ever so slightly in half an unsuspecting smile. His corpse was so fresh that there was still color in his face, warmth in his frosted cheek, and it was a strange and sickening sight. His blood and brain and bones were all frozen solid. His arms were folded across his chest. A chunk of his shoulder was gone, and black crystals of blood and bone and petrified flesh littered the damp alley floor. Armin turned away, and walked back to the entrance of the alley. He took a deep breath of the stale autumn air, but it smelled like frosted grass and frosted blood, and he leaned against the wall of a building, and inhaled through his mouth and exhaled through his nose, and inhaled through his nose and exhaled through his mouth, and inhaled through his nose and exhaled through his nose, and inhaled through his mouth and exhaled through his mouth, and he felt a little better after that, though his stomach was still churning, and he felt a frozen thread being struck within his poor, beaten mind. Across the street, a girl with blonde hair and gleaming eyes watched him. She was retreating into the darkness of another alley, but he knew he'd caught her, and she knew he knew. He didn't call out. He didn't tell them that he'd found Marco's killer. He just watched her tiredly, and she watched him with the same weary expression. "Do you regret trusting me now?" said the little murderess. Armin was in a strange place of pained serenity. His apathy was melting into his empathy, and he was struck by the overwhelming emotions of everyone around him. Of Jean's grief and shock, and Annie's shock and terror. In this state of mind, there was very, very little that Armin regretted. He was drunk on someone else's fear. No. Chapter 15, The Wax Melted. Tiburant Siri. Rome, Italy. ADPR. Edis Octobres, 2766 A.U.C. A cool breeze shivered through gaps of the twisted iron balcony, and caught on the ribbons of smoke drifting from the lit cigarette resting between Levi's fingers. It was a mild afternoon, though Levi couldn't really be sure what was mild by Roman standards. This was more luxurious than a gutter rat like him could possibly conceive. He took a drag from his cigarette, and smoke filled his beaten lungs. Fuck this mission. He exhaled smoke through his nostrils as he stared at cell phone. The breeze was tickling his pale cheeks, and running through his hair and dispersing the smoke he was blowing out into the vacuous space. Rome was a pretty place, some cobbled streets and colorful villas and stores stretching across corners. He didn't have a great view of it from his hotel balcony, but he'd seen what little his could, and it was an incredible sight for a man who spent his childhood stumbling from New York alley to New York alley. Levi answered the Skype call grudgingly. He considered hurling his phone across the great expanse of air that drifted beneath the balcony, but he couldn't. Mikasa's long, solemn face appeared on the tiny screen. Her black eyes were narrowed, and there were dark circles under them, rings of exhausted bruises. She was grumpy, and half asleep. Great. And to think he missed this little bitch. You look happy, Levi remarked. You said call, Mikasa said, her voice dead and scratchy as it left her chapped pink lips, and her image became granulated as she shifted her position. Levi saw, amused, that she was sitting on some foreign bathroom floor, her back pressed up against a colorful wall between a toilet and a sink. So I called. I didn't mean wake yourself up at the ASS Sirac of dawn to Skype me, you dumb shit, Levi sighed. He could say whatever he wanted about Mikasa, but he could not deny her loyalty. Is Eren there? She asked, ignoring his statement. She was in her pajamas, of course, which consisted of a black sports bra and baggy gray sweatpants. This was nothing new to Levi, who had been the one to buy the clothing for her, as he tended to. Mikasa was not reliable when it came to purchasing her own clothes, simply because she did not care enough to check to make sure something was her size. Levi had spent many days dragging the girl through Walmart after Walmart, forcing her to try on clothing instead of simply grabbing and going. He wondered if she was still bitter about that. He's showering, Levi said, taking another drag. As he spoke, smoke spilled from his lips. Or eating. Or taking his meds. Or something. You're such a shitty chaperone, she hissed, her eyes sliding disdainfully into slits. Eren could be dying, for all you care. Doubt it, he said, watching the end of his cigarette wither and wilt, blackened embers catching on wind. And until Eren does die, I'm fucking positive I'm a better chaperone than Erwin. You're the worst, Mikasa spat. The absolute worst. Levi felt a little guilty as he glanced over the girl's grainy face. She looked disgusted with him. And rightfully so. Levi had forgotten that Mikasa had been close to Marco Bod. It had just slipped his mind, because Levi was still so involved in his own mission. Once they had left London they'd made it to Paris before being informed of Marco's death. That had been awkward. Levi and Aaron had sat across from each other at a little outdoor cafe, and the boy didn't touch his food, nor did he look Levi in the eye, and Levi had to try and figure out what the fuck was wrong with him, because he'd never pegged Aaron as the type to grieve silently. Levi had realized after some contemplation that Aaron was not grieving Marco. He was grieving Annie. He was grieving that friendship that he had clung so desperately to. "How is it there?" Levi asked, his cigarette smoldering between two fingers. She shrugged. "We're not really talking," she said. "Jean won't even look at me. We just don't talk. At all." "You say that like it's a bad thing," he said. His voice sounded dull and bored, but he knew she caught his teasing tone. He knew, because she exhaled so sharply her nostrils flared. "Armin's having nightmares," she said, raising her chin in defiance of him. "We're sharing a room here, and I keep waking up to him staring at me." "Maybe he has a crush on you," Levi offered, though he wasn't serious by any means. He was certain Mikasa's only potential suitor was that fucking horse of a kid, Jean Kirstein, and by all accounts, it was unrequited. "You think I'm joking," Mikasa said briskly, "but I'm serious, Levi. He doesn't stare at me like he's lucid. I wake up because it's a reflex when I know I'm being watched, and he's just laying there staring at me, looking like he's about to cry, and I don't know what to do. He doesn't move, either. I'll say his name half a dozen times before he finally wakes up, and he has no idea what's going on. He thinks I'm the one having nightmares." "That kid is creepy," Levi told her. "Stay away from him," he almost said. But he knew Mikasa would sooner abandon him than Armin Arlelt. So there was no point in starting an argument that Levi would lose. "No, Levi," Mikasa said. He heard her grit her teeth in frustration. "There's something wrong. It takes him hours to fall asleep, and once he does, he whispers things in Latin. He's scared, and I know it, but I can't help him." He realized how useless she must feel. Because she had a power that allowed her to be the protector, but here she was facing a problem her fists could not cure. She couldn't battle Armin's internal demons with her brute strength. She'd need to be able to comfort him. And Levi knew that it would be a challenge for her. Because it was a challenge he himself could barely manage. "Well," he said, "what do you expect me to do about it?" Mikasa scowled. And she looked away. She must have realized what she was doing, coming to Levi for advice on how to comfort the boy who had ripped through his mind so carelessly that it had left a scar upon Levi's already used heart. Levi didn't know how to make Armin feel better. He didn't know what Mikasa should do. He took another drag on his cigarette, and he wished he could be of use to this stupid girl and her stupid friends, but all he could do was cart them around to the places they needed to go, and maybe provide some shitty protection. "I have to go get ready for this funeral," Mikasa said, her eyes flashing back to Levi's face. Her glare was furious, but her lips were pressed together in a thin, worried line. "Tell Aaron to text me." "Fine." The word was a cloud of smoke fluttering into the breezy Roman air. "I'll be home before you, you know. So don't you dare fucking ignore your homework." "My friend just died," Mikasa said flatly. "I wonder how many more you'll lose," Levi said, "if you're benched because your grades are low." Mikasa let out a short, enraged breath of alarm. It was shaky and uncertain, and her eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly. She was afraid. "Fuck you," she sneered. The call ended there, and Levi sighed. Being a parent was hard. Mikasa had been trying to have a real, genuine heart-to-heart with him, and he'd just pushed her away, because it was the easy thing to do. Why should Levi care about Armin's fucking nightmares? Levi recalled a little too late what Erwin had told him when they had last talked. That after Erwin had been shot, Armin had wiped the mind of the man who had done it. That Armin's power required physical contact, and often resulted in physical illness. Armin did not have it easy, and Levi couldn't blame him for having nightmares. His own dreams were either void or terror. And all Mikasa wanted was to help, and all Levi could do was push her away, like usual, because he couldn't do what she tried to. He couldn't deal with the pesky emotions of others. It was too much to handle. "What are you doing?" Aaron's voice was piercing, and it sort of made Levi want to whack him so hard he fell over the side of the rail. The door to the balcony slid open, and Aaron appeared beside Levi with a scowl prominent on his dark face. Regretting every decision I've made in the past 30 years. Levi was pinching the smoldering cigarette now, but he still got a good drag out of it. He blew smoke carefully away from Aaron's face. When Levi looked back, the boy looked surprised. Sorry, was that too candid for you? Would you rather I go back to pretending like you don't know the shit show that's my past? Levi had told Aaron bits and pieces in their past few days of traveling together. He answered questions when Pixis and Rico weren't around, and he let Aaron be his naive, curious self. It had struck him how strangely innocent Aaron was, because Aaron didn't seem to grasp half of the things Levi insinuated. Or perhaps he just hadn't implied them well enough. Okay, Aaron said, holding up his hands in surrender. I meant, what are you doing smoking? Old habits, Levi said dully. He flicked the cigarette over the side of the balcony, and watched it gutter out in midair as it sailed downward into the tight cobbled alley below. A string of swirling smoke was left in its wake. Liar, Aaron said softly. Levi gave him a sharp look, and Aaron quickly averted his gaze, resting his elbows against the balcony and staring out into the slanting red roof across the street. I just mean, you clearly are capable of kicking old habits. If you weren't, I doubt you'd be here now. Levi turned his eyes away from the boy. There was something ridiculously sincere about his demeanor. He was an angry kid, callous and a little unusual, but he meant well. That was the difference between them, Levi realized. Levi was callous and angry and righteous, but he was not amiable. Aaron was a generally likable person, and Levi was almost jealous, and almost furious, because this boy had made him feel guilty. Why do you hate smoking so much, kid? Levi asked. I won't do it around you anymore, but I don't get it. It's none of your business how I throw away my life. I don't care, Aaron said firmly. It's because you're throwing away your life that bothers me. You just willingly drain yourself of a future, and that's such a waste of potential. Like, there are people dying, you know? And you people like you and Hang, you've got healthy bodies, and you just put them to waste when there are people less fortunate than you wasting away. Aaron met Levi's eye bravely, his bold green eyes glittering with his resolve. It's selfish of you. Selfish, Levi repeated. Am I selfish? He thought, bewildered. He couldn't deny it, of course, because as a former addict he was very aware of the truth in the accusation. Levi could spend years trying to hide the memories under 1,000 good deeds, but they'd be under false pretense. He'd be doing them not to do good, but to balance his evil doings. It was in Levi's nature to be selfish, he realized. Yeah. Aaron shrugged. I mean, everyone's selfish sometimes, but like, you got a miracle, Levi. Levi's body went rigid, and he regretted telling the boy about his past affliction. Why would you come out of something like that and go, hey, why don't I put some deadly carcinogens in the body that just got cured of an incurable disease? Aaron snorted, and he pushed off the balcony and whirled around. 'Cause that's smart. I'm going to die someday, Levi said. And I'd rather it be a death of my own choosing. If I live long enough to get lung cancer, I can accept that, because I'm in a right state of mind to choose what hurts me and what doesn't. Levi didn't need a loud-mouthed little shit lecturing him. He had enough of it from Mikasa. Go get your shit together. We've got an apartment to check out. In Paris, Levi and Aaron had split from Pixis and Rico. They had flown to Rome while Pixis and Rico had taken a train to Berlin. They'd agreed to work together and split the locations in order to save time. The first team to find Grisha Jaeger got to punch him out. But once they did that, they had to phone the other team so they could all interrogate him. Levi wasn't worried about Pixis and Rico betraying them. Pixis wasn't the type to turn away an ally like Levi. They'd gotten to Rome pretty late the previous night, so they'd checked into a hotel and went over their plan. The Paris apartment had not been used in years, so they were ready for disappointment in Rome. And if Dr. Jaeger was not in Rome, then they were heading back to Manhattan. Aaron had an excuse to miss school because Hang had kicked up the entire household and dragged them to Oregon, so his absence wouldn't be seen as unusual. But still, they'd been gone for a little too long. As they made their way through the warm-hued city, Levi found himself picking out little landmarks he'd always wanted to see. When they passed by the Roman Forum, Levi almost stopped to get a closer look at the ruins, but he didn't. He kept trekking forward, watching Aaron as the boy eagerly pointed out the Colosseum, which was rather hard to miss, and they passed by it as they walked. "See," Aaron said brightly, "I know history. That's where all the gladiator stuff happened." "Yep," Levi said. "Good job, Aaron. You know what basically everyone on Earth knows about the Colosseum." Levi refrained from clapping slowly to prove his point, because his teasing had not yet dampened Aaron's mood. He was still looking around with a sense of wonder that had not been there in London or Paris. Aaron was bouncing on the balls of his feet and eagerly stretching to look across streets and into alleyways and through shop windows. "We need to take Armin here," Aaron said. "We just have to. He'd love it so much, he'd want to move here." "Is it really all that great?" Levi asked. He couldn't help but be confused by Aaron's excitement. Rome was certainly more foreign than London, but not even Paris had lifted the boy's spirits so thoroughly. Perhaps Aaron had forgotten that a member of his team had just died because of the culture shock. "You don't get it," Aaron said loftily, his chin raised high. "You don't get Armin like I do. You ain't in his head all the time like me. This place would make him so happy he'd cry. 'Cause of all the history behind it." "If I had to be in Armin's head all the time," Levi said darkly, "I'd shoot myself. Gladly. In the fucking face." Aaron shot him a look, and Levi noted that it was a warning. Levi liked Aaron fine, he was a good kid, and so was Armin, but the boy was too creepy to bear. Levi was still bitter that he'd gotten a hold of his thoughts and memories and dredged them all up for Levi to experience all over again. Like he wanted the taste of vomit and the familiar prick of a needle in his arm, yes. Yes, remind him of the thrill of it. And the disgust. "Personally," Aaron declared, "I like it. It's so easy for us to communicate when we know what we're feeling. And we ain't got any secrets from each other. Like, I know Mikasa hates Annie." Aaron bounced excited as they trekked uphill. He didn't seem to run out of steam. "I know that Armin likes her. I know that Armin's really scared all the time that his powers will get out of control. I know that Mikasa doesn't like leaving us alone, because she gets scared that she'll lose us again." Aaron tugged at the drawstrings of his sweatshirt. "And I'm sure they know everything about me, too, all the stuff I'm scared of. Stuff I don't even know for sure myself. It's just the kind of connection we have, and it's nice to have people constantly around to know exactly how to react to you. You don't get friends like that just anywhere, you know." "Gosh," Levi said bitterly, "that really makes me want a 15-year-old brat poking around inside my brain. Thanks for that, Aaron. Truly inspiring. What is with you and Armin?" Aaron snapped. He had yet to lose his cheery demeanor, but oh, was he getting there. Levi could sense that he'd treaded on Aaron's good mood. He'd pissed in the poor kid's orange juice. "I don't expect you to understand," Levi said coolly. "Armin's powers don't affect you the way they affect other people. But what he did was not only invasive, but also triggering. I can't help being bitter." Aaron looked suddenly, desperately bemused. "Triggering? Like, what, flashbacks?" "I relived a lot of bad things," Levi said. "Just because that little blonde shit-face touched me. Imagine being forced to go through your procedure again. Well." Aaron shuffled his feet awkwardly against the cobbled sidewalk. "It'd suck, yeah? But Armin didn't mean nothing by it. Did he mean nothing by erasing the mind of that brigade worker?" Levi asked. "What's that gotta do with this?" He's either very stupid or very naive, Levi thought, taking his time and not answering. So much time had passed that he couldn't even bother himself with it. Or maybe he's perfectly aware of everything, and he's just too fucking stubborn to turn to sense. "If you had the chance," Levi said suddenly, "would you give up your power?" Aaron paused, his beaten green Converse scuffing against the sun-bleached cobblestones. He glanced at Levi, and he seemed utterly confused at first. "No way," Aaron said firmly. "I can help people the way I am now. Without Rogue, I'd just be any other kid with anger issues and diabetes. Aaron scoffed. No thanks. Levi didn't know if this logic was admirable or stupid. Perhaps it was both. Because Aaron genuinely cared about people, and wanted to help them, but he didn't seem to care what it cost him. His life, for one. Levi was certain that Aaron would be his own undoing, and that was fine. Levi knew that the same thing applied to his own fate. But at least Levi knew that if it came down to it, he'd gladly give up his powers. They weren't a burden of any sort, like Armin's, or even Aaron's, but he could live without them. He could settle for being stripped of his title as humanity's strongest. He might be happier, being normal. What if it was better for the world? Levi asked, rounding a corner and searching the numbers on the tightly packed buildings. The alley was so narrow that there was no sidewalk, and no cars on the stained brick road. A little boy was kicking a soccer ball against the wall of the building opposite him, and it bounced back at him with great ease. He dribbled it from shin to shin, his dark eyes watching Levi and Aaron curiously as they passed. How could anything like that be better for the world? Aaron asked incredulously. We're helping, aren't we? That's what heroes do. Levi came to the conclusion that Aaron was an idealist. There was nothing wrong with that, but he really did not want to be around when that mentality came crashing down on him. It'd be a bad day, that was certain. Levi was very certain that he was not a hero. No matter what anyone else said, or how they perceived him, it was a truth that he could not deny. He did things with good intentions, but he was selfish and cruel, and he knew it well. He wasn't incredibly deep in his self-loathing, like he used to be, but Levi still struggled with accepting the person he was now. He probably should thank Mikasa every once in a while, because if he was to be honest, she was the reason he was 3 years clean, and she was the reason he kept up this hero charade, and she was the reason he pursued answers about the facility. Was Mikasa a hero, then? Was Aaron and Armin? What made a hero, if not good intentions? Erwin Smith was not a hero. Levi was not a hero. Hang might be, but only because they had more qualities alike with the children than with the adults. Oh, Levi thought, stunned for a moment as he glanced at Aaron's back. Oh. Shit. That's it. The kids were the heroes. That was the dumb fucking secret to it. It was the kids. The facility had never been about Levi and Erwin and Rico and Rose, it'd been about those fucking kids, and Levi saw it now with clarity. There were more children there than there had been adults. The kids had been treated with a fair amount of kindness, while the adults had been scrambling to remember why they'd sold their bodies to science in the first place. And the kids had left that place stronger. Levi had simply relapsed over and over again, until a child had rescued him from his own heap of fuck-ups. Levi thought about Annie, then, and wondered what had gone wrong there. All the kids had left the facility. All of them had gotten stronger. Found themselves some resolve. Unless, he found himself thinking, she never left at all. He found himself angry, because that could mean 1,000 things. But, for one, it meant that Annie couldn't be held responsible. The apartment is there, Levi said, pointing to the orange-hued building that stood apart from the others squished around it, if only for the bold teal door. Like Paris and London before it, this apartment was marked by that very color. And Levi had a pretty good feeling he knew why. That's surprising, Aaron remarked. He sighed, and he jumped up onto the great crooked concrete stoop, and he pounded his fist on the heavy oaken door. Flakes of teal paint fluttered off in response to the rattling of wooden grains, and it fluttered in the cool autumn breeze, coughing through the alleyway. Aaron was already inspecting the window beside the door in order to test how easy it'd be to break in. Egli and Otto. Levi exhaled sharply through his nose. Shit, he breathed, whirled around to face the little boy. His soccer ball was resting in the crook of his arm, pressed up against his side as he wandered closer to the crooked stoop and teal door of Grisha Jaeger's apartment. He was dark and skinny, black eyes and sun-kissed skin, and muddy brown hair with slivers of gold strands from merely soaking in the sun. He was wearing a baggy blue jersey, and one of his scabby knees was skinned and bleeding. Huh? Asked Aaron blankly. The boy glanced at Aaron with a frown. His eyebrows furrowed, and then he rolled his eyes. Levi noticed his warm skin was freckled, likely from the sun. Egli and Otto. Il medico. The boy blew his hair out of his eyes, and jerked his little chin at the teal door. Bye-bye. The boy waved his dirt-smeared fingers through the air. Gone. The man who lives here? Aaron asked eagerly. The boy nodded furiously. Si, the boy said. Si, il medico. He gone now. He lifted his black eyes to Aaron's face, and he smiled brightly. He pointed to him, and exclaimed, Tu sei suo figlio. Aaron smiled dully, and glanced at Levi. What the fuck did he just call me? He whispered, still smiling vacantly at the child. The boy rolled his eyes, and snorted. I say, said the boy haughtily, you son, si. Aaron blinked rapidly. Oh, he said sheepishly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm his son. The, medic, oh. He grimaced. Si. The boy was grinning. He jerked his hand forth, still clutching his ball beneath one arm, and he raised his chin high. Si, medico. He talk. You. Of you. The boy's black eyes softened. All time. All the time. He say. The boy swallowed thickly as he gesticulated with one hand. He say, you look. Si? You look for medico. Yes, Aaron said, jumping off the stoop and reaching out as though to grab the boy. He didn't, though, and he looked at the child desperately. Oh my God, yes. You know where he is. The boy was still grinning, and Levi thought the boy was a little too smart for his own good. Si, he said. Si, ma. The boy rubbed his thumb and forefinger together suggestively, and Levi nearly laughed. Oh, yeah, this kid was too fucking smart by far. We're broke, kid, Levi said. Comprend. That's Spanish, Levi, Aaron whispered. I know it's fucking Spanish. Aaron winced in response, and the little boy merely laughed heartily. He had an innocent little laugh to make up how truly clever and underhanded he was. No money, the boy said. The more he spoke, the easier the English words came to him. Words. He snapped his fingers, and squeezed his eyes shut. Info. Si, info. You want what, now? Aaron met Levi's eye. This wasn't all that weird, really. Levi had done similar things when he'd been a child on the streets. If a person couldn't pay with money, information was just as valuable. But the thing was, they didn't exactly have a lot of information to give away. Info. The boy cried, tossing his hand into the air. Just say, He cocked his head from side to side idly, and his smile caused dimples to press into his round, freckled face. He jerked his arm out suddenly, and held out his forefinger with great enthusiasm. Un segreto. This is a waste of time, Levi thought. Grito. Aaron asked slowly. He glanced at Levi nervously. Is that, like, a cigarette? A secret, Levi sighed. He wants us to tell him a secret. This kid really was more trouble than he was worth. And Levi couldn't even blame him, because he'd been there, and he'd done that, and it was almost funny to be on the other side of a child's deceit. Dude, Aaron whispered. I don't know any secrets to tell. You know plenty, Levi said. I'm sure. But we don't have the time for you to dig through your thick skull, so I'll do it. He glanced at the kid, and he frowned. What kind of secret do you want? The boy dropped his soccer ball, and he began to dribble it from foot to shin to knee. And he shrugged. You pick, nonnino. Levi's eyes narrowed. What the fuck was he supposed to say to the kid? I'll freak him out, Levi decided. He knelt down on one knee before the boy, and looked him straight in his clever black eyes. The kid continued dribbling his soccer ball, unperturbed by Levi's expression and proximity. That would be the difference between the boy and Levi, when he'd been that age. Levi would have run for the hills if a strange man had gotten this close to him. I've killed 56 people, Levi told the boy. And the child's eyebrows merely rose. His smile grew wider, and his dimples caved into his warm, freckled face, and he laughed. Che figo! He cried. He caught his ball in midair, and continued to laugh as Levi stared at him. Perhaps he didn't understand him. Yes, that was probably it. The child probably had no idea what Levi had said. Oh. The boy twisted his body, and pointed to the end of the alley. Via Veneto, nonnino. He gone to Santa Maria. Santa Maria della Concezione dei Cappuccini. The boy winked, and turned away, kicking his ball into the wall opposite him. Cannot miss. Bones. Via Veneto. Levi murmured to himself, turning away from the boy. He didn't really care if they were going in the right direction. He sincerely doubted the boy was going to do anything with the information Levi had given him. Bones. Aaron asked the boy. What's that gotta do with anything? The boy glanced at Aaron, and he threw his head back and cackled. You see. He laughed. Go see. Go see Bones. Levi decided the best way to get Aaron to hurry up was to leave him. But Aaron stayed behind, and Levi was forced to stop at the end of the alley. He heard Aaron speak very slowly. One more thing, he said to the little boy. What's your name, kid? The boy giggled. He sounded absolutely ecstatic for some reason. Marco. You. Levi glanced back at the tiny child, with his dimples and his freckles. And he decided that life was very cruel. He saw Aaron's face, and knew the name had startled him. In fact, he now looked almost uncomfortable as he glanced away. It was stupid how easily death snuck up on people. Infiltrated their lives and reminded them of their humanity just when they think they're invincible. Perhaps Marco Bod's death was a needed wake-up call for Aaron. But the brief moment of grief passed quickly. Aaron clapped his hand against the boy's and smiled. Aaron, he said. Grazie, little dude. Marco smiled, and it was neither sly nor knowing. It was a simple, innocent smile of a child who looked genuinely surprised at Aaron's compassion. No problem, he said softly, his accent lilting as Aaron turned away. He had his head bowed, and his hands were stuck in the pockets of his sweatshirt, and Levi couldn't help but feel sorry for the kid. Via Veneto is this way, Levi said, going left as they retreated from the alleyway. Aaron followed quietly, which was strange and a little unwelcomed. Levi didn't mind Aaron being a loudmouth. In fact, it had become a bit of a comfort and a familiarity in their few days together. Was that true, Levi? Aaron asked. He probably should have expected it, but somehow the question had startled him. What? Levi glanced up at the bright-eyed teenager, and he knew immediately from the wary look on his face what he was asking. Oh. Yeah. It's true. How come you killed so many people? He asked confusedly. That's a lot, you know. That's like serial killer. Why? I kinda was a serial killer, Levi admitted. Aaron paused for a moment. And then he jumped back in time with Levi's steps, and laughed. What the fuck, Levi thought irritably, is with all these dumb kids laughing at the fact that I have killed dozens of people. Holy fuck. Aaron cried. What was your MO? I'd track down serial rapists or molesters, Levi said dully, and I'd beat them, or torture them, and when they would beg for mercy, I'd put them down like the dogs they were. Speaking candidly with Aaron was something Levi couldn't help. He was curious, and Levi was bored, and for some reason the boy didn't judge him like Levi feared Mikasa would. Good, Aaron said. Levi glanced at him. Good. He turned his eyes to a building that had the words Via Veneto carved into its corner. Not the words I'd use. Well, I'd be a little worried if it was like, just random people, Aaron said. But honestly, if a dog's gone rabid, put it down. I try not to kill people anymore, though, Levi continued, albeit awkwardly. It was fine that Aaron agreed with Levi. It was almost a comfort, really, but at the same time, Levi didn't think his philosophy should be something widespread. It could easily get out of hand, and he'd prefer it if it began and ended with him. I wasn't in a good place when I started doing it. That's good, Aaron said. Good for you. Has Mikasa ever? No, Levi said sharply. Never. And hopefully she'll never have to. They paused in front of a faded brown building, the washed-out brick resembling orange watercolor paint bleeding into red and causing the hues to muddle together. "That's it. How do you?" Aaron trailed off as Levi pointed to the sign. "Oh." They rounded the left stairwell, and Levi paused. What were they supposed to do to Grisha Yeager in a church? This was a church, wasn't it? Levi read the sign again to make sure. Santa Maria della Concezione dei Cappuccini. What did that mean, anyway? As they came to the landing and pushed through the doors, Levi came to realize that the building was not just a church. In English, a sign beside the door read the name of the church. Church of Our Lady of the Conception of the Capuchins. Capuchin Crypt Museum, Levi uttered aloud. He looked around vacantly. Museum. Crypt. Aaron took an eager step toward the sign, and he scanned it. It's only $6, Levi. €6, Levi corrected. Each. Which is a lot more than you think it is. You have the money with you, Aaron said. I know you lied to that kid. Come on, it ain't gonna take us long. I just wanna see this crypt thing. Are you forgetting, Levi said, glancing at a priest who appeared from down a hall, that we're looking for your father? Are you forgetting, Aaron replied softly, that he's my father? He's not religious, Levi. If he's here, he's in the museum, or the crypt, or whatever. I'm positive he is. The door opened behind them, and Levi chewed on the inside of his cheek to keep himself from telling Aaron that he was a fucking little shit. The priest smiled at them genially, but Levi had no patience for piety, so he pulled out €20 from his wallet and tossed it onto the desk. What's this museum thing? Levi asked. There was a woman standing behind him, waiting for him to move. Aaron was back to the sign, looking entirely too enthusiastic about going into a crypt museum. He had to remind himself that Aaron had been raised by Hang, so it wasn't exactly strange behavior. Ah, said the priest in a thickly accented voice. American, Well, the museum is dedicated to the Capuchin friars whose bones lie in the crypts beneath the church. Okay, Levi said. That was all he needed to know, really. A museum for dead monks. How fucking exciting. He could die of it, really, and then they'd probably have to bury him in those crypts too, or something. The priest directed them to a door just behind them, to the left of the entrance, and Aaron was gone before Levi could blink. He followed at a slower pace, because he was a little wary of this situation. Why would Grisha Yeager come here of all places? If he wasn't religious, why would he drag himself out to a church, or a museum of a church, or whatever? What was going on here? Upon entering the museum, they were informed that they were allowed to see the crypts. That got Aaron so excited that Levi realized this detour wasn't such a waste, even if they didn't find Dr. Yeager. And there was some really incredible historical value to the museum, which held artifacts that had once belonged to the Capuchin friars who were now buried under this church. They went through the rooms, and while Aaron wandered around and peered through glass at the baubles and books and belongings of the dead monks, Levi looked for a sign of Grisha Yeager. The woman who had been behind Levi at the entrance was wandering around as well, her short, dark hair obscuring her face every time she passed Levi. That made him pay more attention to her, but every time he did, she'd just stop and bend over a glass case. I think we get to see their actual bones, Aaron said as they entered the final room of the museum. He was smiling happily, his phone in hand, and he took a picture of a glass case that held the old garb of some monk or another, and a pair of worn leather sandals. A large footprint was pressed firmly into the flesh of the leather, suggesting the shoes were worn for a very, very long time. Oh man, Hang will love this. He misses Hang, Levi realized. Not that he could blame him, of course. Levi wasn't the warmest company, or the most exciting. But he was all Aaron had at the moment. He's not in here, he told Aaron, glancing at the guard who stood by the door that led into the crypt. Do you want to? Aaron was already walking down the steps, while the guard reminded him not to take any photographs of the bones. Levi wondered why that was so important. And then the stairs opened up upon a gated area. And there were bones everywhere. Beyond the short gates was a crypt unlike anything in Levi's wildest imaginations. The walls were piled with bones, of femurs and ribs and bits of spines, expertly designed and compiled and structured in order to create shapes, in order to create architecture, and there was a robed body stuck inside one aloft bone coffin, and another to the right, and all across the walls there were bones swirling and spattering and forming the most beautiful and macabre designs. As Levi pushed off the steps, he realized what the little boy, Marco, had meant. Bones. Everywhere. Everything in this crypt was done by some artistic hand, purposefully creating the most wonderful and despicable sight. Levi looked up, and he saw a chandelier made purely of bones hanging right over his head. And then there was a painting. Christ resurrecting Lazarus was framed by bits and pieces of human skeletal remains. To say Levi was odd would be an understatement. To say Levi was uncomfortable was a huge understatement. He thought there would have been something separating him from the centuries-old bones, but there wasn't. He was inhaling the musty scent of dead monks, dead skeleton monks. Full-bodied monks, monks dismembered into thousands of tiny pieces. And Aaron had already pushed on with the excitement of a small child, not realizing how asphyxiating this was. How terrible, how sickening. "Are you all right, sir?" asked the woman behind him. He realized he was gripping the metal gate very tightly, his knuckles white and his muscles clenched, and he wanted to get out of this place very badly. "Fine," Levi said thickly, pushing off the gate. "Just fucking peachy." She laughed. He glanced at her, and then whirled around, startled. "Amir?" he thought immediately, his eyes darting across the girl's face. But no. No, this was not Amir, it couldn't be. She was a little older, for one thing, and her skin was lighter, more sun-kissed than naturally very dark, and her nose was like a button, with freckles sprinkling across it with a symmetrical type of precision, while Amir's freckles spilt over her skin haphazardly. Her hair was about the same length and the same color, though, and though this woman had a round, comely face, it wasn't nearly as striking as Amir's. "What's wrong, sir?" the woman asked softly. She leaned forward, and Levi noticed a ring around her neck. A thick, angry red ring. Like a burn. "You look like you've seen a ghost." And perhaps he had. Because everything in him was telling him to run. And everything in him was telling him that this woman, this very young woman, with warm, kind eyes, and Amir's face, was Ilse Langner. And that opened a whole new fucking can of worms. Levi whirled away from her and strode through an archway and into the next vault. There were no bones in this one, and he was so thankful for it, but Aaron was already moving to the next. This one was made entirely of skulls. Levi didn't spare it more than a passing glance to confirm that the vault was made entirely of skulls, intricate designs created using solely the severed heads of old, dead monks. He moved to the next vault. Pelvises. Next vault. Aaron. Levi grabbed the boy by the arm. Beyond the tiny gate was a crypt full of femurs. And designs were created with such brilliance and enthusiasm, that Levi felt sick to his stomach. What was he breathing right now? Bone dust? "This is so cool," Aaron whispered. "I was gonna take a picture, but the guy yelled at me. No photo, no photo." He snorted. "We've gotta come back here. Like, with Hang and everyone else. It'd be fun." "I'll opt out," Levi said quietly. Aaron glanced at him curiously. "Not important. We need to get out of here." "What?" Aaron tore his arm from Levi, and blinked furiously. "What? No way. No. We have to find my dad, remember?" "Your dad isn't here," Levi hissed, not even daring to look behind him. "It's a trap, Aaron." A trap implies that I intend to fight you here," Ilse Langner, or some woman who looked a hell of a lot like her, said gently. Levi whirled around, hovering protectively in front of Aaron. "I really don't. Outside, maybe, but I wouldn't want to disturb the poor monks." "Amir." Aaron choked, peeking over Levi's shoulder. "What the fuck are you?" "That isn't Amir," Levi said sharply. "Look at her, Aaron." "Amir," Ilse said in her strange, distant voice. She tilted her head almost curiously, and she smiled tightly. "How is she?" Still hiding all her secrets behind her jokes and her rudeness. Levi pushed Aaron back, and the boy slowly began to retreat, Levi following apprehensively. Ilse was wearing a pretty white dress that was high-collared, and high-waisted, and the skirt reached to her skinny knees. She wore a red cardigan, and folded her crimson arms across her chest as she smiled. "Ah, you're rude too," Ilse sighed. "I mean, I don't really care. I'm not here to lecture you, or anything." "Then why the fuck are you here?" Levi hissed. They were getting closer to the entrance of the next vault, the next crypt. And Ilse kept smiling, dimples caving into her cheeks, and freckles dancing on her sun-kissed skin. "I just want to kindly ask you," Ilse said very softly, "to stop pursuing Grisha Jaeger." Like hell, Levi thought furiously. They were now in the next vault. When he glanced at the skeletons, there were children among the men. And it was actually horrifying. "Oh," Levi stated flatly. "Is that all? Do you want my condolences?" Ilse blinked at him, her smile falling. "I'm sorry your little game got a boy killed, Levi. I'm sorry you all failed what you thought you were so good at." "Who the fuck are you?" Aaron gasped, sounding simultaneously horrified and enraged. "What gives you the right to?" "Oh," Ilse said, "well, that'd be in the document your father signed stating that you belong to me. And all the other scientists in Maria and Rose, of course." "What?" "Don't feel too bad," Ilse said with a shrug. She glanced at Levi's face, her strangely angelic one glowing with amusement. "We own Levi too. And he signed himself over." "You act like you know me," Levi said, pushing Aaron back again. "But I know we've never met." "I know Amir. She said you're her grandmother." "That's a lie," Ilse said. "If you were wondering. Actually, most of what Amir says is a lie. She's always had trouble telling the truth, that little girl." Ilse sighed, and looked up at the ceiling. "Oh, look, they're on the ceiling too. How queer. Are you Ilse Langner?" Levi asked sharply. He didn't want to beat around the bush, and he didn't want to be wrong. There was something eerie about this woman. Her face wasn't as striking as Amir's, but even so she looked strangely surreal, with eyes that glowed like beacons in the hollows of her pretty face. She laughed, and she glanced at the crypt as she tucked her hair behind her ear carefully. "I'm whoever you want me to be," she said softly. Her eyes flickered over the skeletons, the bones that were stacked and connected with artistry and care, and there were 3 skeletons staring back at her fully intact. One was on the ceiling. A child again, but this one clutched a scythe of bones. The child Grim Reaper. "Do you like it in here, Levi?" Her eyes never left the skeletons. "Aaron." Aaron was backing up slowly, and Levi saw him throw a glance at the guard that had yelled at him not to take pictures. "It's disgusting," Levi snapped. "What kind of church puts corpses on display?" "You clearly weren't paying attention when you came in," Ilse said, resting her hands on the short gate that separated her from the vault of the dead monks. "It's not meant to be amusing, or macabre. It's meant to be reverent. Those who are buried here were aware that this was their fate. This crypt is to appreciate the service of the friars who dedicated their lives to their faith, and remind us that we are no different than them." She looked down at Levi with set eyes, and she smiled wanly. "What you are now, we once were; what we are now, you shall be." Levi inhaled sharply, and instantly regretted it. The air was stale, and every breath he took was a struggle, because he didn't know how to react to this. He had no wish to be around these bones any longer, but he couldn't deny that it was poetic. In the most disturbing way possible. He was itching under his sweatshirt, his skin prickling with disgust. It wasn't the crypt's fault, because he was certain it was a wonderful experience for anyone who could deal with it. But Levi couldn't. He felt like he was suffocating, and breathing in decay, and he was so anxious to leave this place that he had to wipe the sweat from his hands onto his jeans. "Why do you look so much like Amir?" Aaron blurted. Ilse blinked at him curiously, her smile faltering. "That," Ilse sighed, "is a long story. I'd tell it to you, if you decided to come with me. But I know that's asking too much of you, so I don't expect it." "Come with you where?" Aaron's eyes flashed with terror. To the Institute." His jaw set in rage, and he shook his head furiously. "Of course that's asking too much. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who are you?" I didn't come here to hurt you, Ilse said. I don't know why you're so angry. I've done nothing to warrant it. Because you're from the Institute. Aaron cried. You did this to us. You tortured us. Ilse looked absolutely taken aback, stunned and hurt. She took a step back in alarm. We never did anything to intentionally hurt any of you, Ilse said gently. I know it's difficult for you to comprehend, but trust me. It's better if you just leave the skeletons where they lie, and stop trying to unearth them. You made a woman insane, Levi said sharply. You picked on people less fortunate than you to do your experiments. And are you not better off? Ilse asked sharply, her eyes narrowing at Levi's face. She knows all about me, Levi thought, suppressing a shudder. She knows about the HIV, and probably that I was a prostitute, and definitely about my addiction. She knows everything. Levi was reminded of Erwin, and it made him furious. I'm not talking about myself. Levi's fists clenched at his sides. You tortured a woman, made her insane, and then left her to rot. You took little kids and turned them into weapons. Weapons? Ilse scoffed. Is that what they are to you? Did you hear that, Aaron? You're a weapon. Well, why else would you experiment on us? Aaron snapped, stepping up to Levi's side. He was about Ilse's height, and he was far more intimidating than she was. God, was there even a reason? I wish you'd leave this alone, Ilse whispered, her eyes closing. You'd be so much better off. Why all the secrecy, huh? Aaron took a step toward Ilse, and Levi grabbed him by his hood. Not here, Aaron, Levi hissed. Ilse laughed a little, and Levi resisted the urge to punch her into the piles of bones, and watch the dust kick up around her and devour her. All I'm asking, Ilse said, throwing her hands up defensively, is that you forget about your father, Aaron. Just let him go. He doesn't want you involved in any of this. What is it? Aaron gasped, exasperated and furious. What could possibly be that bad? Ilse said nothing. And Levi was sick of her. Let's take this outside, Levi said sharply, whirling away from Ilse, and tugging Aaron by the hood. The boy didn't need prompting to follow, and Levi didn't care if Ilse did or not. He just wanted to get out of the fucking crypt. He took the stairs upward, and as he did, Aaron looked behind him at Ilse. Levi, Aaron whispered. She looks really familiar. She looks like Amir, Levi stated. Of course she looks fucking familiar. No. Aaron shook his head, his eyebrows furrowing. Her eyes. Okay, my memory's not great, but I've definitely seen them before. And her voice. That's familiar too. Ilse had begun to follow them, and Levi paused to look back. She didn't look familiar beyond the fact that she looked like Amir, and the picture of Ilse Langner from 1923. Maybe you knew her from the facility, Levi offered. No. They reached the landing, and Aaron looked steadily into Levi's eyes. His expression was a little too serious for Levi's comfort. I think she was leading the gunmen at the mall the day I was shot. And she's standing right behind you, Ilse called from the steps. Levi glanced at her, and he frowned as she smiled and waved. Hello, yes. I can hear everything you're saying. Aaron whirled around to face her, and he scowled. Well, he snapped, folding his arms across his chest. Did you? She made her way up the stairwell slowly. Did I what? Did you fucking shoot me? Aaron snarled, his body jerking forward. Once again Levi held him back, though it was a little difficult. The next time Aaron snapped, Levi wasn't sure he'd be able to stop him without hurting him. Why should it matter if anyone shoots you? She asked, looking honestly alarmed. You have an advanced regenerative ability. Our most successful result in that field, might I add. You didn't answer my question, he said, his shoulders shaking. He was trying very hard not to lunge at her. Levi could tell. It's not important, she said softly. I'm not important, Aaron. What's important right now is your answer. She made it to the landing, and they slowly backed up toward the door that would lead them outside. Levi's back hit the door, and he pushed it open, dragging Aaron with him. And Ilse followed, her hair whirling around her head as a sharp breeze struck up around them. An answer. Aaron's face twisted in confusion and fury. He sneered at her. An answer to what? Ilse sighed. She pressed her lips together, and looked up at the sky. She was strange, this woman who looked like Emir, this woman who was clearly connected to the facility, this woman who had power over them. She was a snake with the face and demeanor of a butterfly. She appeared utterly harmless, and her face glowed with some fey-like quality, some attractive force that made her look utterly innocent and incorruptible. Or perhaps she just was naturally that type of person. Levi didn't know. He didn't know what was happening, and it was kinda scaring the fuck out of him. Will you stop pursuing your father? No. Aaron met her gaze, and he stood on the sidewalk with his shoulders squaring and his chin rising high. I ain't gonna stop, not till I find him. And if you think you can stop me, take your best shot, lady. Aaron threw up his arms, daring the woman with the sharp, furious glower of his eyes, and the green of them seemed alight in his rage, burning in his head and threatening to send the air aflame. She glanced at him, and she sighed again. She looked rather unimpressed. I thought you'd say something like that, she murmured. Why can't you just see sense? Because, Aaron snapped, you're not making sense, you crazy bit. I already told you, she said firmly, cutting Aaron off. The boy bristled in frustration. You're better off not knowing. None of this was supposed to happen. We don't care that you're all running off, getting your own lives. That's fine. Do what you please. But you're digging into a past that you won't be happy with, and what you think you want is not what you want at all. You won't get any satisfaction, so quit while you're ahead. You truly are better off not knowing. Bullshit. Aaron cried, his fist flying. Levi took a step back to enjoy the view a little better, Aaron's arm coming down fast on Ilse. And then his wrist was caught by 5 slim, blackened fingers. Annie had appeared beside Ilse out of nowhere. Her pale face was shadowed by her white hoodie, a new one, Levi noticed, and strands of her yellow hair were pooling into her drooping, empty blue eyes. She looked very small between Ilse and Annie. In fact, she looked like a child, lost and confused as her black fingers tightened around Aaron's wrist, and the boy gasped in shock, crystals of ice blooming from the cracks and fissures of Annie's discolored hand. Icicles slithered across Aaron's hand, and he jerked his arm back, kicking Annie in the stomach and causing her to grunt as her back connected with the cool gray stone behind her. Annie, Aaron gasped, clutching his half-frozen fist to his chest, what the hell? Wrong response, Ilse said sadly. Levi watched her. He looked from Ilse, who stood with her crimson arms folded, and Annie, who was looking at Aaron with an empty expression, her head bowed ever so slightly in submission. And Levi understood. She was following orders, he thought numbly. She killed Marco because somebody told her to. And she's doing the same thing now. She doesn't want to fight us. But it didn't matter. Because she would. Levi went for Ilse. He lunged at her, and backhanded her so hard it should have forced her to go flying into the concrete, and probably dislocate her shoulder. Her head did snap to the side from the force, and her body buckled a bit. And then she turned her face back to Levi and frowned. She shouldn't be able to do that, Levi thought. The blow should have made it too difficult for her to move her facial muscles without wincing. I did nothing to you, Ilse hissed at him, her eyes narrowing in disdain. Levi couldn't help but be a little surprised. All I asked for was one tiny thing, and you attack me. You really are very rude, you know. Shut the fuck up, Levi snapped, backhanding her again. The same result. Only this time she smiled. And she laughed. Levi heard Aaron cry out in shock, and he turned to look at the boy. Annie had pushed off the wall, and she had thrown her legs out and slammed them into Aaron's chest, forcing him to go flying. He stumbled as he flipped over parked car, and his body slid against the hood. Annie was on him again in a second, her blackened fingers flashing through the air. Ice sparkled as it sprung into existence around her hand, and snowflakes danced across her skin as she reeled her arm back to fling a bursting, shimmering sphere of ice at Aaron's buckling form. On reflex, Levi caught Annie by the arm, and he snapped it in two. She screamed, and blinked in momentary terror before elbowing him in the face, forcing him to release her. Her ice had hit the car instead of Aaron. And Levi's nose actually hurt a little. He touched it, blinking as his fingers came back moist and sticky. She'd hurt him. The fucking bitch had actually landed a blow that hurt him. Annie stumbled back, and she clapped her hand against the arm Levi had snapped, instantly freezing it. Ice licked up her forearm, a little jagged, but almost symmetrical in its crystalline design. She slid her hand down her arm until the crystals enveloped her wrist in her fist, and she swung it at him like club. He blocked her with both arms, a jolt running through him as the ice connected with his bone, rattling his nerves a little. It almost hurt. He kicked her in the stomach, and then kicked off her, flipping back and grabbing her iced arm and tossing her into the car that she'd kicked Aaron into. Her body crashed into the door, leaving a rather large dent in its wake. Aaron all but jumped over the hood and dropped beside her, pinning her shoulders to the dented door. "Annie, what are you doing?" Aaron snarled, shaking her furiously. She glared up at him, and slugged him across the jaw. His body went crashing to the sidewalk. Annie stood up, and she shot a glance at Levi. She drove her fist into the ice encasing her arm, and it fell away into glassy shards, crashing to the ground and shattering. She lowered her head, her hood falling across her face, and she raised her fists to eye level. Levi remembered that she had regenerative healing too. Well, fuck. When Levi glanced behind him, Ilse was gone. Figured. Well, the least he could do was take Annie in for questioning. Arrest her for murder. Whatever. Levi didn't get into any stance, or ready himself for her attack. He merely waited. And Annie waited too. Her reluctance did not go unnoticed, but Levi couldn't feel sorry for her. She had a will that she could use, and she was fighting for the wrong side. That was all he knew. So he looked at her, a tiny girl with raised fists and thin lips, and he tore a knife from within his sleeve and flung it at her. It hit her shoulder, and he dove for it as she blinked and gasped, and grabbed it by its hilt. He struck her face, her nose, and her jaw in a quick rhythm, and before she could recuperate he struck her chest and grabbed the hand that held the hilt of his knife and squeezed it until all her bones cracked, and her screams filled his ears as she kneed him in the stomach, and ice crashed into his abdomen. He yanked the knife from her shoulder, pain lancing through his chest as he stumbled back for a moment, and then struck at her again. With a knife at close range, it was easy to get her. He nicked her cheek, one then the other, leaving blood to slide against her pale cheeks like tears, and then he ducked her blackened fingers, ice whizzing past his ear as he stabbed her stomach, and sliced through her arm, blood glistening and hardening, ice seeping from her skin and crystallizing her injuries. He ducked her again, and blocked her arm while tossing the knife to his other hand and jamming the blade through her elbow, slicing it open and watching blood spill against her bright white hoodie. Her screams were rattling in his head. She kicked him in the chest. He buckled, and stabbed through her shoulder once again, his knife crushing the glittering red icicles that had healed her deep wound. An ice bloomed across his ribs, and squeezed them. She was gritting her teeth, he saw, because they were bare to him, and blood froze against her flushed cheeks. He was wearing her out of steam, but she was wearing him out too. She kicked him in the chest once again, and his shirt became ice. His ribs felt like they were caving in, and she yanked out his knife and cut straight down, her arm a blur as the knife flashed, and he sprung back. He was fast enough that she only managed to shatter his sweatshirt, and cause a thin line of blood to spring from a very shallow wound. Levi exhaled sharply. He could disarm her again easily. She knew that. He could tell, because her eyes were darting around, looking for all the possible exits she had. She jumped back as a giant hand came crashing down right where she had been standing a moment earlier, and the fist cracked against the pavement. Levi blinked at Aaron, who sat crouched beside the beaten car, one arm massive and stretching to catch Annie with massive fingers. Annie sliced right through one with Levi's knife, and she froze the rest, kicking and striking without thought, and the arm unraveled fast, chunks of flesh dropped and cracking against the sidewalk, icy from Annie's touch. She was fast, but nowhere close to his skill or even Mikasa's. Aaron looked confused, and he ducked as her leg jutted out, sailing over his head. He grabbed it and tried to yank her to the ground, but she threw Levi's knife. Its hilt smacked Aaron in the head, clearly meant not to break his skin, and he let go with a short gasp. He looked irritated more than furious now. Levi tore off the remains of his sweatshirt. He didn't need it now anyway. He'd need another strategy if he wanted to catch Annie. She was faster than he'd anticipated, but he was stronger and more precise. He landed more hits, and weakened her. He would win this fight. His wings peeled from his back, gentle at first, and then with a furious, blinding pain, his skin tearing to allow glass to jut out from its depths, and they slithered into the air and clinked as they settled, folding and unfolding in a rattling array of uncertain stained glass. Tattoos that were attached to his skin through invisible strings, pulling at him like he was a marionette. He watched her eye him with frustration gleaming in her eyes, and as she sprung he pushed off. He kicked her in the face, and pushed off her shoulders, grabbing her arms and pinning them behind her back. He landed on the sidewalk behind her, and he whirled her around. Ice was licking up his fingers, but he didn't care. "Knock her out," Levi ordered sharply. Aaron pushed himself to his feet. Levi choked on a gasp as something slid through him. Pain stung him, slicing up his abdomen and crushing him, taking him by utter surprise. His breath hitched, and he blinked rapidly as a long, slender icicle buried itself deeper into his side. Annie's heel connected with his toes, and he had no choice but to let go of her arms. Her hands had been behind her back, right where they needed to be to send ice right into his gut. He was a fucking moron. Levi dropped to one knee, and very carefully yanked the icicle from his side. It clattered against the sidewalk, bright, wet red and glittering like a ruby, and he noticed for the first time how many spectators there were. People were not crowded around them, but at a distance there was a ring of people gathering to watch the fight ensue. Levi ducked his head, and pressed his hand to his profusely bleeding side. He blinked as Annie's knee came crashing into his face, sending him sprawling onto his back. "Annie, stop!" Aaron cried. Levi watched her flick her wrist, and Aaron fell across the pavement too, slipping on a patch of ice. He groaned, and clutched Levi's knife. It hovered over his palm, and Levi snapped at him, "Don't you fucking dare!" Aaron glanced at him in shock, his stomach pressed to the icy walkway. Annie walked around Levi, and stood over him for a moment. Blood was spilling across his mouth, and it felt dirty. Disgusting. He tasted it, and it was familiar. He was blinded by the pain she'd inflicted. He hadn't felt this way in forever. He hadn't felt this way since his mother used to drag him to work and tell him to watch, and be quiet, and when he didn't listen to her it'd end like this, with his face caving in and his mind reeling from the idea of being weak. Disgusting. She looked down at him. Because she could. Because suddenly, he was below her. He was the prey. Levi remembered that Mikasa hated Annie, and he could see why. She was pitiful, and she was ruthless. "Are you gonna try and kill me, kid?" Levi asked her dully. His lips were swollen, and her words were coated with cotton. His nose was filling his mouth with a warm, metallic waterfall. She glanced over his face. For a moment, her brow furrowed. And for a moment Levi thought she would speak, and admit to something, admit to anything. "It wasn't my fault," she could say, "or this is for your own good," or perhaps she could just taunt him like any comic book villain should. But instead she said nothing. Her eyes dropped. She couldn't gaze at him directly. And her foot crashed down upon him, stamping his left wing into the sun-bleached Roman sidewalk. Worn by 1,000 feet, and carved up by 1,000 glittering shards of blue glass. And Levi found that he was screaming, because it hurt, because his body was on fire, because his nerves were twisting and screaming and twisting again and wrapping around his throat, and he couldn't breathe. He was broken upon impact, and his heart hurt as he recalled the weeks it had taken to receive that tattoo. Weeks on end. He was losing himself, watching his heart devour itself, and it hurt too much to bear. He was sick to death. He was disgusted. "No," Annie said quietly. "I just need to immobilize you." Levi had always thought it stupid in movies when the villain revealed the plan when he thought the hero was down. It made sense to him now. Annie was telling him because either way, she'd won. Even if he managed to kill her now, his wing was beyond repair. And the only people who could repair it were the people she worked for. Fuck. This was turning out bad. Levi. Aaron grabbed him by the arm, and attempted to pull him up. Annie had whirled away, and Levi's nostrils flared in fury. He grabbed a shard from his half-shattered wing, bright cobalt and glistening in the autumn sunlight. It cut into his fingers, slicing his skin with ease. He was numb to it. He felt like he'd stopped feeling all emotions as well as sensations. His tattoo was his freedom. And she'd stripped him of that. Annie. Levi called. She didn't stop, nor did she glance back. Annie, I can't fix this. Look, Annie, look what you did. To his satisfaction, she did. And that was all he wanted, and all he needed. He hefted himself upright, and hurled the glass at her after some quick aiming. He listened to the sound of her scream, the sound of glass burrowing into her eye, the soft schlunk of it, and Levi jumped to his feet. He didn't feel the pain in his face or his side or even his back. He didn't feel a goddamn thing. And that was good. He needed to be numb to escape. He'd learned that well enough over the years. Run, he snapped to Aaron, focusing his mind on retracting his wings. Shards of glass rattling against the sidewalk. Levi glanced at them, and went running. They flew into the air after him, and the pale, flickering glass of his right wing folded against his back and settled into his flesh. The tattoo felt whole. Perfect, even. But then there was the left side. Half the blue was there, steady and gleaming and smoothly folding into his skin. And then the rest was shards, collapsing against his shoulder blade and skittering around his flesh, and he felt the glass pierce him as he ran. It would hurt later. It should hurt now. But he was one-track minded, and he was fucking escaping. They ran until Levi collapsed, and at that point they had made it to an alleyway narrower than the one they'd met the little boy whose name probably wasn't Marco in. He coughed, blood spewing from his lips, and he felt like he was going to throw up. Images of his mother passed through his head, but he couldn't see her face, just a blurry outline, and it was painful, and it was sickening. It was disgusting, and so was he. Levi. Aaron sounded worried, and Levi didn't care. I'm fine. Aaron sounded even more worried now, and Levi glanced at him sharply. Yeah, no. Your back is, it's like, completely inflamed. Like bad. It's swollen and red, and it looks kinda infected. That's fucking dandy, Levi snapped. And? Aaron stared at him desperately. We have a problem. Annie took my phone. What? She took my phone, and probably yours too. And your wings are busted, so you can't fly us anywhere. Do we have passports? No. Levi pressed his back to the alley wall, and he was so thankful it was autumn, because the bricks were cool and soothing against his inflamed skin. They'd only been meant to stay in London for a night, and then Levi was going to fly them back. Passports seemed unnecessary. I don't know. Unless Irwin packed them for us. We should go back to the hotel and check. Aaron looked at Levi, and he frowned. After we go to the hospital. And tell them what? Levi rolled his eyes toward the sky. A winged serial killer got his tattoo crushed by a 15-year-old girl. I'll be fine when the shards settle. Aaron opened his mouth, but he seemed to have nothing to say. He looked pained. He looked exhausted. He looked enraged. What is wrong with her? Aaron asked, gritting his teeth as he turned his face away. She's gotta be like, controlled, or something. Brainwashed. Maybe she was tricked. Aaron, Levi said, pressing a hand to his side to staunch the bleeding. She killed a boy. She beat both of us. She's not the girl you knew when you were younger, and she's not your friend. Aaron bowed his head. And Levi was disgusted with himself. Because he wasn't sure if that was the truth. Check the description for the links to the author.